everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today, we're not writing a game. Today we're going to be, in fact, going over a handful of them. Yes, today is Mech Day, otherwise known as the Full Metal Case of Mecha TTRPGs, number 2. Yes, we did actually do a Mecha case a while ago at this point, actually. We went over a handful of games. Let me check my YouTube channel real fast. Wink, everybody. Make sure you're like, commented, subscribed. Yeah. We went over Full Metal President, Giant Exploding Robots, Bliss Stage, My Mecha Has Shark Arms, Remnants, Payload, Chrome Strike, and... oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Oh, gee. Yes. Generally speaking, we went over quite a few different mech games. Mechs are fascinating. Wanna know why mechs are interesting? Because mechs are giant fucking robots, baby. Hell yeah, giant robots. It is a primal instinct, I think, of a lot of people, just to see the giant stompy robots go giant stompy. It's appealing in a way. When you see this invokes a primal urge, a primal unga-bunga sense of me want big gun, go shooty shooty bang bang. And then it's like, oh, well, here's some genuine storytelling. Let's look, everybody, it's Gundam. It's the popular Gundam and his friend, the other Gundam. That's a Gundam, I think. I mean, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but, like, this is my, like, the Zakus are my favorite Gundams. Yeah, mechs are fascinating, though. God damn. Like, I think one of the issues with mechs is, I think it appeals to a primal sense of, damn, I want big guns, it's giant stompy robots, and there are actually quite a few different varieties of mech. But I want to get a few terms out of the way first, before we really begin in honest. It's... oops, where are you? Before we really begin in honest, I need to establish a few things. I'm going to be saying mechs and, like, mecha pretty interchangeably. Technically, if you want to get, like, really, like, pedantic, you can say that there are actually differences between mechs and mecha. Or, mecha, as we'll see. Technically, there are, like, microscopic differences. Like, people, if you put an A in, if you put mecha, technically it's supposed to be more Eastern design. Mechs are more Western. Mecha are just... it's like spelling magic with a C, with a K. Like, it's like, we get it. You're trying to be different. One of the, actually, one thing I also want to do is the idea of Western/Eastern mech. Mecha are the weird fuckos. Yeah, pretty much. Western/Eastern mechs. This is not hard and fast, mind you. This is just a kind of an easy way to approach things. But let's say, for example, a classic. This is a Nightmare Frame Lancelot from Code Geass. This is what I would kind of like say is like a titular Eastern mech. As you can see, they're like very humanoid, they're very agile usually. They usually can't take much, they don't look like they can take as much punishment, but they're very humanoid, they kind of move with both arms. They're very mobile in a way. Hence, Mobile Suit Gundam. That's kind of how I think of Eastern mechs. Again, this isn't hard and fast. However, if we also go to things like Battletech, for example, and the living sex gods known as Ttrpgs, this is what I kind of think of like a Western mech as. Kind of bigger, kind of stompy, a walking tank. Now again, there is no there's no hard and fast rule for this, because there are some Eastern mechs which are very stompy, and there's some Western mechs which are very not stompy. That's just kind of like how I like to break them down sometimes, by saying this is a Western mech design. When I say a Western mech design, It's more of the walking tanks, very slow, very methodical. While I say Eastern design are a lot faster, a lot more jumpier, if that makes sense. Code. See, I can't even see. The thing is, I can't even say like Code Geass. Like, I think people forget like fucking Code Geass was made by a shoujo studio. I think people keep forgetting that. I always find it funny. The same guys who made a fucking JoJo, fucking JoJo, doujins back in the day. Good times. But since we've kind of got that out of the way, I would like to discuss something about the philosophy of mech TTRPGs. Mech games have actually a relatively like venerable history at this point, because there's been quite a few. Probably the one people know about the most is BattleTech. Like Western side, people would probably know BattleTech as the like tabletop game for a while. This is a very big game. However, there's also another game that we have to talk about, Robotech. Robotech was one of the first big mecha TTRPGs, and it came from my boy Kevin. Uncle Kev will save the day. Yes, the old Robotech RPG. Probably one of the old ones. Robotech's a little bit weird because you can do, there's Robotech. Cool. And then there's Macross, which are technically the same thing. It's just the English versus Japanese. And, yeah, no, I like Macross. I think it's fun. Everything after the first, yeah, later Macross has got weird. We don't talk about Macross Delta. we don't talk about that. Geese is a mecha shoujo. So yes, Code Geass is a mecha shoujo. Deadly serious mecha shoujo, by the way. But yeah, you get things like Macross, for example. This is one of the first big like mecha TTRPGs out there, and they've been around for a while because you even got the original Vodham's TTRPG, like from Mike Pondsmith and all that. Like these have been around for a while. However, in recent years, you could say there's been a little bit of a resurgence of mech games, and you may be wondering why. Why has there been a resurgence of mech games? Has there been bigger and grander shows? Well, funnily enough, Gundam's been kind of kicking along for a long time now. I know recently it's a Witch from Mercury. Recently came out, has been, doing relatively well. Before that, we had Iron-Blooded Orphans, which, as you can see, my Iron-Blooded Doge is over here. We've got all the IBO stuff out here. There's also one little thing that I've been trying to neglect more than anything, and that's not the Mitsubishi Lancer. We have this game, Lancer, which styles itself as the mech RPG. Lancer, Lancerino, Lanceritos. Lancer has had an interesting effect on the tabletop role-playing game sphere for mechs. We're not doing Lancer today. We already did Lancer, actually. That was in the games that made it case. And I'll go over my thoughts on Lancer right now, because I may as well do it. Lancer is fine. It's just fine. It's a very regimented D20 game. There's very little when it comes to the pilot scale. And a lot of the mech designs either boil down to overly humanoid, which just makes them feel like you're playing a human-sized mech, or a mech-sized human, or they are, or they're Horus, where Horus are black hole printing super nightmare mechs that are stupid, and I don't like them very much. But Lancer did bring a lot of people into it, but I will always say Lancer is a mech game for people who probably don't like mechs very much, and it got a lot of people invested in it, a lot of people in. Also, Battlefleet's still terrible. I don't know why people like it. I find it funny. Let's see here, Harrison Armory, Napoleon, and all this bullshit. But there's been other mech games. Games are fascinating. I would say most mech games fall into a few different schools of thought. Now, these schools of thought, again, are not hard and fast. Aloha. Oh. He's being cringe, everybody. He's being cringe. I'm gonna ban. Oh god, you look like a beta male. No, you look like a fucking beta male. I can't have. Go away. Fucking. You're a beta male, Sonic. But yes, the general basic schools of thought, in my opinion anyway, is we have the school of Armored Core. Armored Core is mech first, fuck everything else. Pretty much, like, we want to over-design our mechs. We want to make I want to make my horse the strongest horse. You know, the pilot has, like, if the pilot does have influence on anything, it's the fact that the pilot is being the pilot. Very little else. It's about designing your ideal fucking horse and making it go around to do cool things. I want my Armored Core, I want my unit to be as cool as physically possible. Fuck everything else. Who needs story? I have giant gun. The second one is what I would like to call the Gundam school of thought. The Gundam, which is characters and mechs. What? The character first, and then the mech next. These are, your character is very important. Your mech is an extension of your character in that way. Generally speaking, Amuro Ray is not actually, like, Amuro Ray is an important character, and the way he approaches things, the way that, you know, how the series kind of progresses. But you can't have Amuro without Gundam, or you can't have Gundam without Amuro. That's kind of the basic, that's kind of the idea. These two have to work together. Mechs usually are fairly important, but they're usually very still your own, if that makes sense. While the pilot still has a lot of personal drama, and they might actually have their own skill sets. Amuro can hop into any mobile suit and do pretty well. However, if he's hopping in his Gundam, he's doing real damn well. So, basic school of thought there. Then we have what a little thing called the Evangelion school of thought. Character first, fuck the rest. Evangelion is a fairly important series, one we'll be going over very in-depth in about 2 weeks. Generally speaking, in this line of thought, fuck the mechs. You don't need them. Who needs them? That's not the point. That's not the idea. What you want to do is tell the story of these characters, and they just happen to be in giant robots. That's the point. It's the Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's the idea, that's the purpose. That weird game you posted in the Discord. We're going to be getting to that today. But yes, that is very much in the Evangelion school of thought. I would say out of all of these kind of like very basic schools of thought, I think the Gundam one is probably the most prevalent. Where you kind of have like the characters and the mechs be very interlinked, because arguably things like Lancer are very Armored Core, in fact. While some other games we're going to be going over today, most notably, are very Evangelion based. Generally speaking, though, I think a lot of people kind of fall into the middle more than anything. Kind of the mech is a tool. The mech is an idea. The character, though, is very important. It can very much influence things. In Evangelion, you honestly don't even need it. Like, Bliss Stage barely had mechs show up, but that was very Evangelion based. Very character first, fuck the rest. But generally speaking, those are kind of like some basic thoughts of what mech games can sometimes fall into. Because the problem with mech games that you see a lot is mech games have two problems. Either A, Either A, the mech is equipment. And equipment is dull sometimes, and it's literally just making sure. Yeah, and it's legitimately just making sure, you know, do I have my are the numbers correct? And it kind of is kind of stapled on there. This is what happened actually why I didn't much care for the Bottoms game, is because it was taking a generic system and adding mechs on top of it. To various degrees, such as, you know, making it so you had to buy your scope dog right off the bat, which in a game called Bottoms, not being able to buy your Bottoms is a little bit of a problem. Yeah, just you do a thing. Yeah, exactly. You know, or you end up with one overpowers the other. The mechs are the only thing that do anything, therefore the pilot has no agency. Who cares about the pilot at this point? Even though sometimes pilots are very important. On the other hand, sometimes the mech takes, sometimes the pilots take priority and you lose the purpose of the mech. This works in shows. This works in shows in other media because you're not playing it. Because you're watching the show, you're reading the manga, you're reading the book, you're watching the movie. If you do, if one gets a little bit overpowered, it's okay because you're just going to have the payoff. But then you get things like, I finally went over that full video. This is Genlock. You know, this funny show by Rooster Teeth, where the second season apparently just completely didn't want to be a mech show. So they stopped being a mech show for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, I forgot Genlocks and paladins. I forgot that. Every day we stray further from godlike. But yes, that's kind of the basic, some of the major issues that sometimes crop up with mechs. That people start losing either interest in the mechs or one side overpowers the other. But the games we're going to be going over today, all variously interesting. And there were supposed to be other games. To give you an example, this is Gunframe. I meant to go over Gunframe. However, I stopped wanting to go over Gunframe when I quickly realized this is a war game. Yeah, this is a war game. I didn't quite see that at first. So this kind of got knocked out. This is Tiny Frontiers, Mecha and Monsters. I got apparently there's a brand new edition that came out like 2 weeks ago, so I didn't want to go over the old edition of it, so it's like, well, fuck. Then I do have some bigger ones, such as Mechton Zeta, Zeta Plus, to be honest, or Mechton Zeta just by itself. I do have these games, but these ones are very interesting to talk about in their own. These are kind of interesting in their own right. I was using like, oh, this will be my backup. But yeah, the games we're going to be going over today are all interesting in their own right. Things I want to talk about. The first one, we have Maharlika, the Filipino one. We have the Mecha Hack. We have Pineapple Salad. Yeah, Pineapple Salad's a game that exists, and we all have to deal with it. Tears of a Machine SC, the new version, yes. People keep talking to me about Tears of a Machine and not SC, though. And the final one we're going to be going over is Perrin's Mecha, actually. Perrin's Mecha. Perrin's Mecha here. These are all the games we're going to be going over today. There's only 5. Some of them are going to be pretty light, but there's some I just kind of want to talk about a bit more in depth. But do we have anything that we want to... I don't have to worry about characters in the wargaming mecha. Yeah, like wargame mechs are also like a very big important part of things. Obviously, we don't go over war games too often here. beta male. You know what? I'm gonna. You know what? Can I? You know what? No. No. You know. I'm gonna. No, you know, I'm just gonna. Fuck off. Beta males trying to sell me followers. Bitch. So is there anything in particular you all want to start with? Or do I just pick one at random and we just go for it? Because honestly, that would no one be a bad idea. Any particular game you all want to go? Because all of them are interesting in their own right, maybe not for the best of reasons. Perrin's looking okay, we're seeing the Mecha hack and Perrin's. You know what? Here's what we'll do. We will do the Mech hack into Perrin's. Because Mech hack actually is not very long, and it will be an interesting thing to start off with. Let's just say that. So, the Mecha hack. Now, for those who may know how things operate, may look a little bit familiar. This may look oddly familiar. Something perhaps too familiar. The Mecha hack actually comes from us, from a company called Absolute Tabletop. Now, if we go to the Mecha hack, we open here, TTRPG, right here, Absolute Tabletop, the Mecha hack. Like, oh wow, look at this brand new and interesting game. That's definitely something unique. And it's not, it's this. This is the Black Hack. This is a, I would say, relatively popular OSR game. And as a relatively popular OSR game, it's actually done quite a bit of things. People obviously enjoy this. The Mecha hack, on the other hand, is the Mecha version of the Black Hack. Now, interestingly enough, they do have an itch.io. You can kind of see right here, itch.io. You can get the whole thing for about $7. Artwork looks fine. Like, I usually don't judge things like art because I'm fucking terrible with art. Yeah, let's battle unique enemies. Look at all these things. And it's like, and when I kind of went into this, I was thinking like, oh boy, I'm ready to go. And the answer is not really, because this is Absolute Tabletop. This is the company that actually does this. And they have done fuck all. Generally speaking, they've done fuck all. They've done a lot of these adventure kits. They've done a lot of, like, we opened, like, Oath of the Frozen King adventure path. They do adventures for 5e stuff, and they do a lot of OSR things. I'm like, cool, that's neat. One of the more recent things is the Mecha hack actually got a mission manual. Jam-packed, the platinum best-selling ruled light mecha game. And it's adding more. It's like 41-page missions, 4 new chassis, 4 new pilots, more modules, more stuff. So it's like, yeah, there's more stuff on both sides. Actually, new hard mode rules. So like, this is like a pretty big adjustment up. Let's just say this, from the base version. So if you want to get like every single thing possible, it's going to set you back about $22. Interestingly enough, though, about the Mecha hack is Mecha hack did not have a Kickstarter. Only the mission manual had one. Only kind of this advanced supplement, you could say, actually had it. But these guys do Kickstarter quite a bit, relatively speaking. But it's 5e, battle for our, I'm going to say it's, yeah, 5e. System agnostic games, it's 5e. Yeah, they do 5e stuff. This is what they do, this is how they operate, this is what you should know about. The actual writer is Matt Click, which you've probably never heard of this guy, which you're going to see as a very common trend. This is Matt Click. Got his thing. He has worked on actually quite a few different things, from what I've been able to gather. Nope, that's the dev, you could say. It's, yeah, he's done quite a bit of things, like he's worked for Wizards of the Coast, Witcher. He's done things for Arkham Horror. He's done Iron Swarm. This was his big thing. Back in 2018, he made the Mecha hack. Yes, this game is actually 4 years old at this point, which is kind of interesting in its own right. And he is just, mind you, just making the mission manual here relatively available. Like, it's been a while. Like, April 2021, geez. Guess it hasn't been a while. Maybe times it stops making sense. But yeah, Matt's a dude. Matt does stuff. Like, what do you do? Development proofreading, developmental editing, the creative consulting. Let's chat about your idea. $50 per hour. Here's Click. There he is. He's got a BA in English. Oh my goodness. See, it's always interesting things like when people hop up being like, yes, I got into Fantasy Flight games. Like, how? What did you do? Whose cock did you suck? And like, what did you do in the nicest way possible? Yeah, this guy's actually done quite a few different things. Actual tabletop wise, by himself, not a lot, but he's clearly done stuff. Like, that's the thing. Like, he's clearly done things over the years. You can kind of see here, but a lot of it's also a better weapons master. Dreadman's Guide to Dragonrin. That's his main thing, you could say. It's, oh boy, Horror at Mystery Metal, Expedition. This man has a D20 by his bedside, let's just say that. Let's see, what do creative consultants do? From what I've been able to gather, really, what a creative consultant will do, sit down with you and say, okay, what are we doing with our project? What do you want to do? I want to make a big game. Okay, how do you want to do this? They are literally helping you. You know everything I usually end up doing on the amateur game thread? That's design consulting. It's me sitting down there and helping you out and like hammering out some things with you. Why hire a creative consultant when you could just crowdsource autists? Yeah. That's one of those things with creative consultants that always makes it feel like a weird title. Where it's like, oh, I'm a like, I can understand, like, creative consultants when it comes to, like, hey, we're doing a theater production. Can we get some creative consultants in here to maybe help with the, the design of the sets? Interestingly enough. Cool. Hey, I want, like, we're doing a showpiece or something. Can we, get your help? I could have wrote your design there, so I want to reduce your IQ. The fun thing with the design threads is that they sometimes get away from me, and I just kind of let it roll. I always find it fun anytime, like, it really does just go bananas. That's what I think is always the best, is when it's a little bit allowed to, when it's allowed to kind of jump by itself, if that makes sense. It's 3? Why is this 3? I could have swore I put that as something else. But yeah, we kind of see here very safe. I don't know how you would actually say it. It's like safe. Looks like he's still working on Mecha hat stuff. Like, I give the guy credit for that. Like, he works on Mecha hat stuff. He likes mech stuff. He likes doing this. Cool. Shine on, Crazy Diamond. Can I really go in there? Can I really go in there and, like, say, hey, everybody, hey, gamers, time to be gaming? Like, no. Like, just kind of do your own thing. Like, talk about it, like, thanks, congrats for best role-playing game. Avatar, oh yeah, we're gonna go over you. Oh, jeez. Oh. No, we're not doing this. But yes, a mecha hack. Black Hack is relatively known as just a super streamlined OSR game to the point of kind of absurdity. Like, I believe, like, there's one copy of this which is like, yeah, this is 19 pages. I believe there's one which is literally 5 pages that you can get a hold of, that it's just done. Very strange to me, personally. But here is some Mecha hack. So we've got, obviously, we need a pilot. We need someone brave, someone wise, someone able to kill the haters. So obviously we just got Andrew Prince here, otherwise known as Feels. He also rolled really poorly on everything. So here's Feels, everybody. He's a brawler. He's ready to save the world in his GM and probably die. He's a Twitter user. Yeah, pretty much. Like, he's very safe. Very safe on Twitter. I'll say that. Nothing. Anything I could find on him was, like, nothing too exciting. He didn't, like, I don't know, like, beat someone to death or something in 82, but. So, Tabletop War Machine about this, made with the Black Hack. Okay, cool. Like, this, it does very much open up to it. Black Hack is to the point where, like, you don't even need, like, you can choose if you want battle maps and miniatures, and they aren't required. Mecha Hack uses the world's oldest fantasy role-playing game as its foundation, with important outcomes being determined by rolling a 20-sided die. But yes, it's a D20 based game with a roll under resolution. Anytime you need to do anything, you will roll by an attribute here with the goal of rolling under. Hey, I need to roll a mobility check. Oh no, what am I going to do? I'm going to take my D20, I'm going to roll my dice, and I rolled a 10. I succeeded at my mobility check. We did it, everybody. Bye. That's it. That's the game. I taught you how to play the Mech Hack, everybody. Good job. We did it. Again, artwork looks... I like this kind of artwork, personally. I think it has a charm to it. It's a complete... This is always the weird part. It's like how to play. The Mecha Hack is a complete game. It does not require any other rules in order to play. That's really weird to open up with. Like, is anybody else like... I don't know about you guys. This just sounds weird to me. That's like saying, like, oh, how to play. We promise this game actually works. We're promising. I'm like, really? Is there something you would like to tell us? Is there something you'd like to tell the class, Mr. Click? Mr. Clickless. So rather than creating a species or class, you have a pilot and chassis, otherwise known as your species and class. Yeah, I remember they changed a bunch of that with D&D recently with species and race. I think that's kind of a silly thing, but it doesn't really matter. Like, they may say it's different than species and class, but it's completely just race and class, effectively. You know how this goes. Power is your strength, mobility is your speed, system is like your perception, and presence is your personal resilience and influence on the battlefield. Include intimidating enemies, instilling awe. It's your charisma. So strength, agility, perception, charisma. That's what this is. That's all it is. We did it. Advantage and disadvantage. I'm gonna give you I'm not even gonna tell you what it is. I think you already know how to do advantage and disadvantage in the modern era. Just roll 2d20s. Do it. Come on. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a tiny little baby. Yes. I actually noticed this. This was a big thing in Stay Frosty. Stay Frosty actually does the exact same thing. When fighting a powerful enemy, for instance, every hit die the enemy has above your level, you add +1 to your roll to make any test that would determine the outcome of the conflict. So, as level 1, let's say, for example, I'm level 1, and they're level 2, and I need to make a power roll against them. I don't need to necessarily roll power under 11, I need to roll my die. I rolled a 1. I would have technically rolled a 2 there, but let's say, for example, I rolled an 11. With that one advantage, with their hit dice being 1 above my level, I would add +1 to my die, and I would have failed the check. Higher hit dice, pretty much the more penalty you're going to get. Everything past like about 2, 3, I would say about 3 levels over is when things start getting a little bit wonky and a little harder. It's Cone. I swear this game is not an absolute clone of the Black Hack. I promise. It's not. Like, I'll give it that. Like, it clearly is, like, something a little different, but not. Yeah, actions. You can perform 2 actions. Move, attack, test, use. Done. Cool, we did it. No concrete list of actions. Just do whatever the fuck you want. One of the big things is the idea of your reactor die, which... How do I want to word it? Your reactor die is just a supply die by a different name. It's just a supply die by a different name. You could sub it out, but it does the exact same thing. But yeah, order of actions. This is a little bit weird because I was thinking like they would use like a traditional initiative system because that kind of makes a little bit more sense. Its actions always occur in the order they are written. Reads as an action, choose one action, or near mecha. Some of these are a little bit more obvious than others. And sometimes they aren't. Like, yeah, it's a bit, yeah, tactical distances, movement and distances. Yeah. Technically, you can use pilot and mecha scale. If you want to use, like, actually squares to move, you can. Or don't. Doesn't really fucking matter what you do, but you just can. Abstract distances. Yeah, again, this is a hyper streamlined game. You gotta remember that. Like, Black Hack is 19 pages. And I've seen the 5-page version. This is 48 pages. So it's like, how do you bring 19 pages to 48 pages? That's kind of what this game is like. Like, the actual game is very quick. You know, you can use 2 or more actions, move somewhere far. So pretty much you can always move, like, always move close. You can always move 1 square technically, or 10 meters, or you can spend an action to go 1, 2, or 3. Generally speaking, you always have 2 actions, so you can always move far. You can always move 12 squares, which is pretty similar. Yeah, battle breaks out. Every mechanism will roll their initiative, test their mobility or system, whichever is higher. If they succeed, they take a turn before the enemies. If they fail, they take a turn after the enemy. So, to kind of give you an idea of how this works. Is let's say, you know, I am mech pilot. Let's say Andrew is, you know, actually no. Let's say Field is here and he's going up against a giant fuck off alien. Now, if I succeed, I'm going to make him a mobility test. I rolled a 20. Nat 20. That's bad. Technically, giant fuck off. The GFA would go before Fields. But let's say, oh no, I rolled an 8. Nat 8. Good. Feels goes before the giant fucking alien. That's how it works. Initiative is very simple, and there's like, let's say for example, we have like Feels Pro Gopnik. And then we also had the giant fuck-off alien 1, giant fuck-off alien 2. What this would actually look like potentially is like Feels would go, Pro would go, GFA 1, GFA 2, Gopnik. There's a chance like this may occur. It's a very simplified initiative system. Very easy to understand. 10 meters, a fucking traveler character can run faster. Now, to give you an idea, like, this is close range. Literally, you spend no action. And you just move that far. You just do. It's just within kind of your combat range. I think it's saying, like, oh, well, you have to brace it down to, 5 meters. Like, this is not even a step, mind you. This isn't a run. This is you just being within melee distance, effectively. Like, because it's a mech. And their mechs are big, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. But we'll get to a thing that I've been running into a problem with. Yeah, basic hit dice represents mecha power level determined by their chassis. Hit die represents the enemy power level. Determine how much damage they do and how many hit points they have. Our hit die is D8. Anytime we need to do anything, our hit die is going to help us determine things. Our damage die is here as well, because weapons don't do damage in Black Cat. Each class actually has a damage die associated with them. If I hit you with my sword, I'm going to be doing D8 damage. If I shoot you with my gun, I'm going to do D8 damage. If I believe it's like if you use a heavy weapon, it's D8 plus 2. Like it does like a flat bonus amount of damage. Very to the point. Attacking and defending. Test power, determine if you... Yeah, we're using power for everything. Because you gotta remember, power is the one attribute we have for combat. That's it. This is what you do. You roll under it. That's it. You have some modules that get enemy actions. Damage dealt by your chassis, which enemy damage is based on their HP. Make an attack. Target must be within close range. Range attack must be close, and distant enemies have distance. So pretty much, if you're at range, you want to be like, if you're shooting somebody, they need to be here. If you're melee, you need to be here. So generally speaking, put the guy with the sword up front and put everybody else in the back. Welcome to Abstract Hell. Rook, no! Rook, you can't do this! Alright, guess I gotta run an ad because someone paid a lot of money. Guess I'll run an ad. Nope, sorry everybody. See, this is the abstract kind of hell. This is the best part. Is just everybody just dropping like, yeah, run some ads. Yeah, this will show the haters. It's like yeah. Like, oh man, I'm fucked, dude. I'm gonna have to run ads. Oh no. I always find that amusing though. Yeah, I don't even know if like people are actually seeing the ads. Oh god. Like, this just gives me a minute to kind of like stayed up for like a month for yeah. I hope you know that we're gonna have to do anytime an ad's available, we're gonna have to do it because there is actually like delays between them. So okay, this 60 second ad is done. Yeah, pretty much anytime an ad becomes available, I'll have to run. I'll see if I can run it. But yes, opportunity attacks are here. Heavy weapons, yeah, you just add +2 to the +2 to the attack and damage rolls with heavy weapons. This is kind of an interesting idea because it's like, if I want to say hit someone with a two-handed weapon, I'm gonna have to roll my power, and I'm gonna be at a +2 disadvantage, which is effectively a 10% disadvantage. But I'm gonna do +2 damage. Wow. All we can always do unarmed attacks. If you cover, you have advantage. That's it. Because anything you really do is always going to be a... How do I want to word? You don't actually really defend yourself traditionally. It's like... How do I want to word this? They say I'm attacking you, you test mobility. I'm attacking you, it's power. Enemy wants to shoot glob, mobility. And you want to hit someone with a sword, power. You want to shoot someone, power. You want to dodge out of the way of a lightning bolt, mobility. That's actually how you do. Enemies don't actually do anything. Enemies don't roll. Like, really. That's the one thing I actually thought was kind of fascinating. But yeah, you can become hidden. One of the big things here is actually the concept of armor points. Armor points pretty much allow you to reduce incoming damage. So, for example, I take 6 damage. Wowzers, that'll be a lot. I can reduce the damage down by reducing my armor. So instead of taking 6 damage, I can take 1 damage, or I can take 3 damage as I reduce my armor by the correct amount. Yeah, technically, you need to complete a rest, because there's resting in this game, of course. Yeah. Yeah, reactor die. Kind of if you've ever heard of the idea of the concept of depletion die, probably already heard of the reactor die. Now, the idea of the depletion die is fairly simple. My reactor die is D6. I'm gonna roll. Oh no, I rolled a 1. So my reactor die goes down to D4. Oh no. Depletion die effectively is a method that came up, I would say, not too long ago, relatively speaking, not too long ago, but every time you perform an action with that particular resource, it goes, if you roll a 1, sometimes a 1 or 2, or you can extend it with various actions, it'll go down by a level. You're running lower and lower on resources. I believe this is just 1, but this might be, 1 or 2. So, if you have D20 of something, that means you have a 10% chance of losing it. But as you slowly get reduced down, it's going to be more and more likely you're going to actually lose it. Which down to D4, on the other hand, you can actually get overheated. And that's really bad. You've almost completely run out, but it would make no sense if you completely ran out of something. But that's where it comes overheating. So, right here, if you reduce 0 HP, you're disabled. You can't do anything. You fail everything. Everyone hates you. And that's funny. But if you're only overheated, you cannot take action, and you have disadvantage in all your tests. You can try to skip your turn. You can skip your turn to expel heat, but you only get back up to your default reactor die, which almost everything requires a reactor die roll, so you're going to be overheated. Well, oh no, you've been disabled. What happens? You rolled an 8. Everyone's dead. Your mecha is destroyed and your pilot is ejected. So what happens when you hit 0 HP? And sometimes it's like you have disadvantage on system tests. You cannot communicate. You cannot use heavy weapons. You fucking die. Like, basic idea of a short rest. If you do a short rest, you roll 1 hit die and regain hit points. If you do a long rest, you regain all your hit points. Pretty simple. Every time you gain a level, you get something. Cool, D20 for each attribute is higher than the attribute's current value. Attribute increases by 1. 369, you get to choose a new module. Maximum level is 10. So let's say, for example, we hit level 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have to roll a D20 for all of these. My power, I got a 6. My mobility, I got a 19. My mobility would increase by 1 to 12. My system, I rolled a 2, so that doesn't increase. I rolled a 9 for my presence, so I got 1 attribute. Now I'm level 2. Good job, team. We did it. Let's see. Why is Battletech the only Mecha or TTRPG that I found with any real enduring success? Because Battletech is not really a TTRPG. Mech Warrior is a TTRPG, and nobody fucking likes the Mech Warrior. And nobody can really agree if whether or not they like them. It's one of the issue with mecha games, and I was kind of talking about this before, is people have like very strong opinions on what is and is not the right mech, and you also have the idea of like you can get really detailed with things. There's a reason things like Mech Zeta, where you can get into the real nitty gritty, really fine tune every single aspect. Some people crave that. Other people want something like this. They just want to say I'm in a mech and I can do mech things. It doesn't matter that it is effectively just the black hack. It doesn't matter. I just want my mech to be big, and I want my mech to be stompy. Because in this game, this is like your arm flying off, you getting mulched. This isn't necessarily you getting mulched or anything. What that is your HP falling to 0. That's all it is. So, but building your mech is pretty simple. All your attributes are 3d6 down the line. If you manage to roll 15 or higher, you have to roll 2d6 plus 3 on your next. Oh no. As you can tell, my boy, Feels here did not roll very well. This was actually after re-rolling the first one, which he didn't have a single one above 10. Yeah, it was a rough experience for Feels. Like, Fields did not roll very well. He became a fodder. Then you get to choose one of your 4 races. I mean pilots. Archetypes. Cool. And then you choose one of the 4 classes. Chassis. Cool. Then you can choose a module and then buy equipment with 120 credits. So, like, this is what the class actually looks like, a basic class. I chose to play a Maverick because I thought Maverick would let me be luckier. So, our ace pilots with unmatched skill and hardest shake troublemaking streaks, they excel in combat where their reckless nature can be a boon to their fire team. When they say, oh, you get 2 abilities, they don't actually mean you get 2 abilities. What they mean is you get a stat increase and you get an ability. So, for example, like right here, like Ace Pilot is Maverick's add +2 to their mobility and +1 to their power. As you can kind of see what happened here, I had shit stats as usual. But I also get the reckless attack. When you successfully make an attack, you can choose to reduce your AP by 2 to roll additional damage die. So, if I successfully hit, I can roll 2d8 damage, or I could roll, more damage, more and more and more, and higher and higher and higher. Cool, neat, awesome, very simple. There are 4 of them, as you can see. The Quipster, 2. All of them do pretty much the same thing. You're only really going to have 1 commander, I can take it, because of this particular action right here. Use an action, choose 1 or close near mecha. They can immediately take a single move or attack action that does not count toward their total actions. Which, technically what you can do, if there are multiple commanders, you can command a single person to do a bunch of different things. You can give someone 3 extra actions, effectively, without telling anybody. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky in that regard. Yeah, very simple. I don't have the expansion, obviously. Here's your record, roll a d10, cool. Then we have our mechs. Yeah, I would say I don't have the expansion, but the expansion does add quite a few more of these. But generally speaking, again, it's balsa wood. These are what your basic classes are. I chose to play a brawler because brawlers are big, meaty mechs that go bang. Still closing distance battling and dishing out damage. Your starting hit points, D8 plus 4. Your weapons and armor, you can use everything. Leveling up, oh boy. So, what happens here is, for example, for power and mobility, you're going to roll effectively with advantage for both of these. And that means you're going to level them up. Oh wow, I rolled an 18. Oh, I rolled a 16. Oh, I rolled this. You're only going to roll 1. That's pretty much it. You get some basic starting equipment, light melee weapon, the submachine gun, a shield, and some light armor. This adds to your total AP. Right up here. Your AP is really determined by this equipment and this armor. And you can be like, hey, I want to increase my armor to get more. Nothing really is going to affect you. You can use all your armor, so you're going to get all your armor. Crippling damage. You score critical success and deal critical damage on attack rolls of 1 or 2. Oh boy. I can do a bunch of damage. Charging strike is a move action. Immediately move to a near enemy. Make a melee attack. Neat. And right here, roll your reactor die. Rolling your reactor die is a very big thing. To give you a kind of a more basic understanding of each of the classes, fighter, rogue, wizard, bigger warrior. Because there's not really much you can do. I actually thought about using this particular one, but I realized his damage die was D6. I'm like, that's kind of lame. Want something bigger? I want some meaty mechs. Go bang bang with. Delicious Kovefi. These things get like, oh, you have an energy shield. Now roll your reactor die. On any point before the start of your next turn, the mecha may roll 1d4 or 2 incoming damage by the result. Wow, cool. What is a module going to look like? There has to be a lot of modules. There really isn't. Like, technically, what you need to do is you need to get a module. At the end of the day, you're going to get 4 modules at the end of the campaign, effectively. At level 9, you're going to get 4 modules. But these modules are like chest beam, have an attack action, grappler, use this, roll your reactor die, roll your reactor, roll your reactor, roll your reactor, roll your reactor. Almost every single module has you roll your reactor die in some variety. And your reactor die doesn't increase at all, mind you. Unless you have a situation which does increase your reactor die. Yeah, you're going to be pretty simple in that regard. Oh, I want to do a missile barrage. As an attack action, test your power. If you succeed, deal 44 damage, divided between all the enemies in near far range. Roll your reactor die. So you can just murk one person. A quake generator. A siege mode. Cool. A static cloud. Cool. Defensive mode. Cool. Very simple. Let's actually do a quick count. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There are 21 modules, effectively. Those 21 modules are fine. Like, you get things like, yeah, you can mount a ranged weapon. You get to increase your reactor die by 1 step, which everyone, I think, would choose super reactor at one point in their career. Like, some of the utility ones you don't need to roll your reactor with, because a lot of them are just pretty basic ones. But then you get some which are like, oh, like, vehicle mode. Like, this is a pretty significant thing. Like, you have a vehicle mode now. Okay. Equipment, weapons, and armor in the mecha hack are handled abstractly and narratively. A light range weapon, for instance, can be any number of things. These are our very basic equipment that you can technically buy for, like, your mech at any point. What I should do is just, like, take the heavy armor. That's what I should have bought, but I chose not to. Because I chose to buy a boost kit, because I'm not cringe. You can't get any of these, by the way, right off the bat. Why I say I'm not cringe, because a boost kit, let me see if I can find the boost kit. 100 buckaroos has a use action. You gain a 1d4 armor points and upgrade your reactor die by a step. Go fast, fuck people. You know how it goes. Yeah. Make 1 attack, loosen their stat block. Very simple. What their damage is, what their max HP is looking like. I don't want to word this. Infinitely scaling, because you can add in any enemy you want, because you just select what it is. Like right here, jump pod, bipedal mecha with guided missile and powerful limbs for hopping, leap, beam splitter, guided rocket pods. Done. We don't gotta think about it anymore. Labor bot, thick plating, fist, welding beam. Done. Don't gotta think about it. Kaiju Baron, acidic blood, crushing bite, mob beam, thundering roll. Done. It's very easy to scale up with these, and you can add in a shit ton of monsters very quickly, and you can say, oh, well, you've got 50 enemies to fight. Even though 50 enemies aren't actually 50 enemies. There are 50 of these very simple entities that you can get like 2, 3 things with. It's very simple. Because you gotta remember, you can only do 1 attack around these enemies. And these 1 attack around sometimes are going to be, hey, you are doing the dual chain sword attack. You can't use chest beam cannon. Oh, well, you're doing the expel energy weapon. You're not going to be able to do chest beam. Things like that. So, mecha missions, very basic kind of like mission guiders, like how to do mission hazards, complications. If you've ever done one of these things, you know how to. They even have a loot table, for God's sakes. Rerouting power. The last ditch effort. Oh my goodness. Highest number to die. You can take a single action after this action. You immediately become disabled and cannot reroute power until a long rest. Oh wow. Yeah, very, very simple things. You can do like boss fights if you really want to do collateral damage. This is what I mean by like multiple things can occur. Like they give you a lot of options, but it's also very, very simple. Here's a very basic kind of things you could do with it. Here's how the OGL works. And of course our player. Like honestly, this is all you need. If you can print this out, you're fine. You're done. You no longer have to think about it. Yeah, that's the mecha hack. Mecha hack's very simple. It is, I think the best way to summarize the mecha hack is, I want to play a mecha. Father, I crave mecha. You're like, we have mecha at home, and this is the mecha at home. Like, it's a very simple game. Am I going to say it's a bad game? Like, no, because it's using a decent framework. Like, it clearly knows what it wants to do, and it's doing it. And I'm not going to be like, oh man, this sucks, because I hate it, and I think it's dumb. But it's, like, very clearly, like, it's working just fine. Like, it does exactly what I do. Like, I don't know how, I don't really know how else to word it. It is exactly what it says it is, and absolutely nothing else. But as I hit the 60-second ad button again, because how many ads do I have to run? Let's see. I have to run, let's see, oh, 1, 2, I say, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gotta run 10 ads over the course of this stream. I'm ready. Let's do it. But I think one of the... Oh, god damn it, 11 ads. Fuck. I think one of the issues with a lot of mech properties is the fact that you need to very clearly, if this makes sense, you need to very clearly dictate what your mech is. This is a very important facet of things. And I think I've noticed with a lot of properties, it's games that don't tend to be a little bit more meh than games that do. Now, what do I mean by this? It's pretty much like, what is your thing? Are you mobile suits? Mobile suits have a very different set of assumptions with them. Mobile suits are big. Mobile suits are impressive. They are machines of war. Like, this is a mobile suit. Let's just bring up a mobile suit. Let's bring up a mobile suit. There we go. Like, this is a mobile suit. Like, this is the Zaku. Actually, no, well, right there. Like, these things, like, actually we'll use this. It gives a better scale. Mobile suits are big too. Like, these things are not tiny. These are big machines. And that has a very different set of assumptions with them. As a big fucking machine, when you enter a city, you are a danger to people. But then you get things like an AVA unit. Like, AVA units are 40 meters tall. These things are gigantic and horrifying to behold. They literally use the pilot as a method to control them more than a way a pilot is, like, more than anything else. But then you get things like Nightmare. I mean, I use Nightmare frames a lot because I like Nightmare frames, I think. But then you get things like Nightmare frames, which are pretty small, relatively speaking. Like, these things are not huge. Like, a person is inside of those, and they're not, I think most Nightmare frames are about 5 meters, I believe. Like, oh, okay, so these things are relatively small. Like, these are pretty much just pretty much like, I would say a sized up power armor in some cases. And then you get shit like Bottoms, for example. Like, a fucking scope dog is very tiny. Like, they're not supposed to be very big. That's the entire point. These things are mass-produced, shitty mechs. What I'm trying to get at here, more than anything, is... What I'm trying to get at here, more than anything, is the definition of what you're piloting is very important. What its goals are, what it looks like, how big it is, what's the impact of showing up. I would say, like, the problem with, like, the mecha hack is that it doesn't really say anything about that. It says, oh, you're mechs, but does not actually clarify any aspect of them being a mech, which is kind of an issue for those who are like, I want to be something cool, like, I want to play Bottoms. You can technically play Bottoms in the black hack, The problem is it's gonna be the exact same as playing a fucking 40 meter tall mobile suit. It's the same thing. That's how the game is gonna not play any different. However, that does lead me to my next game. Thank you very much, Fields. You were very handy piloting your fucking shitty GM and dying on the first episode because you did poorly. Our next game, though, is Perrin's Mecha. This is Perrin's Mecha, or just Mecha by Chris Perrin. I think it's called Perrin's Mecha because the name is just Mecha. That's just what the name is. And obviously, I need to bring in the only man available, the only hero to save this broken world. Welcome to the Black Knight in Despair. The villain in black, the Knave of Nightmares, the Knight of Despair, the Black Knight himself, Spoinglo Kraska, the CEO of racism. This is a character, the character sheet, as you can see by his equipment. Very, very solid. He's ready to go. He's cunning. He's a space racist lover. He's brutal. He has a fucking Glock. He wants to destroy Space Britannia, as he is in fact Irish. There you go. And you may be wondering, why does this look so crusty? This is the size of the fucking sheet they give you to work. It's annoying. But welcome to Chris Perrin's. So who wrote this game? Well, you're going to be amazed when you learn Chris Perrin wrote it. But this is where things start getting a little bit wonky. It's by a company called Heroic Journey Publishing. Now, Heroic Journey, I actually tried to find stuff on them. I have found a lot on them, in fact. This is Heroic Journey Publishing. Technically, their website is My Heroic Journey, right here. Or Heroic Journey Publishing, but his website's myheroicjourney.com. This is all this stuff. You may notice, wow, there's a lot of things here, like Mecha Kaiju, Mecha Combiners, Reign of the Descendants, and his other game is Bounty Head Bebop. I do actually have Bounty Head Bebop. That's the thing. I do actually have this particular game. I've had no idea where the fuck to put it. He wrote this. He didn't. I don't think he wrote it. I believe this guy wrote it, but they just published it. Yeah, so if you ever want to play Bounty Head Bebop, it's by this company. But Chris Perrin's Mecha is clearly like their game. This is the thing that he's worked most on. This is technically 2nd edition, I believe. Very simple, but you're like, wow, there's a lot of expansions here. Like, why is there so many expansions? Well, if I open up this real fast, just to give you an idea of the number of expansions available, we have Combiners, which goes over a bunch of things about how to talk about Combiners, as well as giving you a very basic setting to play with them. Okay, very easy to understand. We also have Kaiju. Here's how to build giant robots and fight Kaiju. There's an entire thing with Kaiju that you can learn how to make Kaiju and how to fight Kaiju better. Wow, wowzers! Here's a full setting for it. Mechiana. Okay, cool. This is a completely fucking different thing. Which is just Indian mechs. You want to play Indian mechs? Cool, that's fine. Reign of the Descendants. This is a completely different set of things that he just felt like that he just published because he fucking could. We also have mercenaries. I generally hear that like mercenaries are like the thing that you really need to. If you like Chris Perrin's Mecha, you need to pick up mercenaries. I think that's the thing that I always kind of hear. The rest are kind of supplementary, but like very clear. But yeah, there's a lot. And I'm like, okay, let's like this is what they do, but weirdly enough, they have if you go to the About Us page, start as an idea, provide support for small independent writers and artists who believe in giving people a chance. Yeah, a lot of older stuff. You have War of the Houses, which was a live Twitch stream of Mecha, of Chris Perrin's Mecha. But weirdly enough, they have a Twitch channel right here. It's just right fucking here. You wanna look at their channel. Everything is here about it. Here, let's find their Twitter. That's it. And he also has his whole thing here, which is, I don't think they've done War of the Houses for a while. Mostly because here's the 18 viewer teaser trailer. 2 years ago is episode 1. 2 years ago is episode 2. And then there's the guy playing Shining Force. Like, yeah, it's, like this. And this is him. I believe that might be Chris Perrin. I don't know. But yeah, I'm one of 3 people who have watched Chris Perrin play Shining Force 1. Pre-stents even. Yeah. I always find it fascinating going into some of these things. Like, I don't mean to be mean about it, but like, I find it fascinating. Yeah, no, it's I haven't really, they don't have any videos or anything here. So like, have they like March 23? Like, sorry for the work's been busy. They haven't really been active since about March. I mean, hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully they're like, everyone's cool. But like, yep, this is Mythic Journey. This is what they do. This is from about 2 years ago now. You had a Kickstarter I never knew about. I didn't see this one. Chris Perrin, what have you? Mech West, funding unsuccessful, Mecha Combiners. So the Mechazine has been published. They had 2 tiers of 7 and 1. Ooh, what's the Mechazine? This is oh no. Yeah, so don't know whatever happened to this particular game. Looking forward to playing this. Updates. It's been too long since I updated. This is from October. Yeah, so this came out a while ago, and then it's not out yet. Yeah. Yep, welcome to this dude. Yep. I don't think he's really done anything else. Like, here's the weird thing. Like, if you look at, like, Chris Perrin, like, nothing really pops up about him. And if it does pop up, it's just this is Chris Perrin's Mecha. Which I understand, like, cool. Like, don't get me wrong, it's cool and all, but even, like, looking up here, it's like, okay, let's do authors Chris Perrin. Drive-thru doesn't really get, like, it says Mecha, like, all his stuff here. There's, like, broken exhaustion magic, and, like, this is all the stuff he's apparently worked on. This is it. He hasn't really worked on anything else. I do find that kind of fascinating. Like, I don't know what happened to these guys. Curious, more than anything. I'm curious to see what happened. And maybe nothing happened. Maybe they just faded away. So many others. But let's talk about their game. That's what you're here for, right? This is what you want. You want blood. Yes. Published by Chronicle City. You know what? I didn't look at Chronicle City. Let's look at Chronicle City. Maybe that's a... Chronicle City Publishing Company. We have a website on the chroniclecity.com. Oh, not fucking Facebook. Here's where I'm gonna open this up. Yeah, it's Punk Town from back in like 2018. Physical, yeah, they closed their physical web store. Like, they don't really have. They don't even have a web. Yeah, they don't have a website. Yeah. Hey. Yes, welcome to Chronicle City. This game is actually, mind you, Chris Barron's Mecha is actually from 2010. Like, this game is not young. Like, this game is 12 years old at this point, and some people have said, like, this is the best. This is the absolute best of Mecha game. And it's like, oh. Okay. There goes my son, you're small and you're stubborn, you're everything I create, anything I create pales in comparison to you. Love you. Ooh, woo. And there's quite a bit here. I'm like, wow. Like, initially when I popped into this, I'm like, damn, there's quite a bit here. I'm going to say this right now. Exactly one episode of the original Robotech. Chris Perrin was very much inspired, mind you, very much inspired by Robotech. We're going to see some more of that Robotech influence in here. And he goes over, like, very detailed of, like, his experience with Mecha, what Mecha is, you know, what Mecha, how it works, and we have all the stats. But we need to actually learn how to build a pilot. How did we get the Black Knight of Despair, the Spoinglo Kraska here? How did we get this? Well, fuck off. You don't get that. You don't get that at all. And I'm saying you don't get that at all because what you have to do, it's one of those games, which I'm not a huge fan of for various reasons. But what we need to do is go to actually get a right there. To actually get a character and how to make them, what you need to do is you need to go to one of these little things and you need to make one. This is how you actually make a character effectively. Like, let's see, like we want to scroll down here. Let's say, for example, we want to make a Liberator model. We actually have to design our mech down here. Like, they don't actually tell you how to make a mech. What they tell you to do most of the time is use one of the things that I've already created and then use some bonus points. And, you know, like, oh, I want to do a male warrior, for example. These are the ones I have to use. Or here's the, like, that's how things go. Oh. Yeah, it's a little, like, I didn't quite get it at first up there because they, like, the first one they use is weird. But, like, for example, this, if I want to make a character, it's like you select an archetype, you get to choose one trait. Generally speaking, what I noticed was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4. You get about 4 points to spend up here, and then 3 bonus points to spend wherever you want. So it's like, oh, I'm a hotshot pilot. Here's all my skills. Here's all my abilities, and I get a little bit of points to kind of edit things, but it's very much dependent on these archetypes, which I thought was really odd because these go even down to things like, scroll down a little bit here. These even go down. Let me go down to things like this. These are the mechs. Hey, I want to do the IG2 Intuitive Gunner. These are what your stats are going to be. These are what your weapons are going to be, and these are what you need. Like, this is what you need to do. Oh. Okay. Okay, what other mechs do we have? Well, you got some other mechs. Let me see if I can. They're all mind you, they're all spread throughout here, mind you. Because we can't have nice things. Yeah, the SG6 Battle Crane. These are your stats, these are your weapons, these configurations. I find this bizarre. Like, this is the weird thing. I find this really bizarre that, like, what they do is say like, oh, well, we're not going to like tell you how to design anything. You just have to go to that and then you design everything by yourself. It's a very, when he says just mecha, he's not making his own mechs. He's saying, oh, we'll make any mech you feel like. And I feel like that's like, again, it's kind of a problem child when we get into this. But yeah, how do we make a character? Well, we got to create the pilot and the mecha concept. We got a basic concept, all right. For this one, I chose to make the most basic character I could. Otherwise, the villain in black, the knave of nightmares, a knight of despair. Or just, I can't believe it's not Char. That's not how I wanted to play him. I wanted to make not Char. You know, a rookie phenomenon who shows up in episode 1 with no battle experience, and by the end of episode 3 is in charge of his squad. The not-so-phenomenal rookie who shows up in episode 1 and remains terrified in battle. Yeah, it's the idea of this SRS, or series, effectively. Each series has a list of archetypes, which are reflective of what you're going to be doing. Those archetypes are very important. Those are really what's going to very much say that this is your character. This is who you are. And I'm not a huge fan of that. Same thing goes for like, oh, you gotta choose a mecha model for this. I'm not like the biggest like fan of this particular system. I think it's a little bit janky, and it does the thing. What happens is you need to fit everything in a square peg, so instead it makes everything square, if that makes it. There's a square hole, and instead of making it its own unique thing, it says, oh, everything must be square now. And it's a little bit janky in that regard. Like, the system's fine. I'm going to say that right now. System's fine. Just the, like, kind of the preface leading up to it is like, Because one of the big things is each pilot, and the pilot and the mech are technically linked one and the same, and they have these link stats down here. Now, mind you, they don't actually tell you what the link stats are. You have to determine that by the series, because you might have different things depending on what kind of series you're in. I don't know why either, fuck you. But basically speaking, the mech has armor, speed, technology, and weapons, while the pilot has strength, will, intelligence, and agility. Now, what I chose to do for our middle stats, these are kind of like, you could say, are like our main mech stats, is our attack is our weapons plus our strength, our defense is our armor plus our will, our movement is our speed plus our agility, and our engineering is our tech plus intelligence. That's kind of what our stats are going to look like. And everybody has to play by the same thing. That's an important aspect. When you start out, you can really only have a 4 in everything, a 4 as your highest. However, as you can kind of see here, like I put something in parentheses, that's the base version. And then I use my limited points to increase it up. Some of these got increased pretty hard. Like, okay, I want to get a lot of points here. Technically, I don't believe this is correct even, because I think I added one more point than I should have. But like, this is actually how you would increase it. And this is how you would increase it over here. Simple. Easy. Nice and simple. Now, some models will define the weapon system that comes with the mecha. I'll select an arc, so we got select our archetype. Very basic. These are our basic ones. And then we have our our spend stat optimization points. Yeah, these are pretty much our ability to optimize our character a little bit better. But yeah, generally speaking, these are the link stats. Link stats range from 2 to 12. The highest starts at 8. Offensive strength, defensive strength, initiative, just raw initiative, and then speed. They get one mecha attribute handed to the pilot. It's already predetermined for each link stat. But it is up to the player to determine which of his pilot stats are linked to which mecha stat. Yeah, up to the player to determine which one's which. So yeah, this is how I chose to play this. Again, it's very weird. Someone's pinging me. But yes, as you can kind of give like a basic idea, like, I'm not a huge fan of these. Like, this is a little bit conceptually, it's a little bit janky. It's a little jank. Everything's kind of these linked stats, and you need to kind of determine these linked stats of whatever you feel like what you want to do. So it's like, technically, I could say, with my, armor of, let's say with my weapons of 4 and my will of 4, if I wanted to, I could say, hey, my attack is weapon plus will. Just justify it, and you have now 8 attack. It's kind of weird. I'm assuming there's going to be a big aspect of it, which is going to be like, hey, I'm the GM, and like I'm the GM, and you will always do weapon plus strength. No, you will always do weapon plus strength for your attack. You will always do armor plus, armor plus will, or armor plus will for your defense. You will all. I'm assuming like that's kind of an aspect of it, is like you will always do these things because that's what makes the most sense. Could I say movement is armor plus intelligence? No. That's one of the big things, is your pilot, like this, the actual mech stats are always predetermined, but your pilot stats are that. So for example, like my movement will always be based on my speed of my mech. However, I could say for my movement, it's speed plus will, and I will have a 7. And or I could say it's, oh well, my engineering is my tech plus agility. That's how you can do it. Not everything can link with each other, but it has to be. There's a set mech stat, and there's set mech stat and no set pilot stat. So anything kind of fall into each other in that. Linking armor and strength, is mecha tough, not going and run. Yeah, as you can kind of see here, it's wonky to me. It feels wonky. Not bad, just odd. Like something is quite incorrect, if that makes sense. Like something is not quite saying something right. Then we have our basic like skills, which are like, these are the skills. Like in the actual system, what you have to do is you need to roll equal to or under these with the number of d6s equal to these stats, or these stats. Funnily enough, mecha combat is a skill. Field ops is a skill. The ability to do mech combat is a skill in this game, and it's. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm in a mech game, maybe having the mech combat skill would be a very valuable tool. Like how it can fight in a mecha, covered both movement and making attacks. Like, it's one of those really bizarre moments when it's like, well, I wonder what skill I'm going to be taking in this mecha game. It's like, oh, well, here are your 5 skills. Fucking cooking, basketry, murder, dance, and, exotic fucking, exotic fucking underwater breathing techniques. It's like, what's the game about? Killing people. I wonder what skill is going to be best for this scenario. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, it feels really weird for this to be like its own independent skill. And it's not like mecha manipulation. It's not like mecha, it's not like mecha tricks or anything. No, it's mecha combat. Just combat. And that's like, Nani? Nani? Oh, okay. Alright, a little weird, but alright. A minimum level for each skill archetype also grants you a number of skill points. Oh no! Wow! Ooh! Now, the configurations are probably one of the weirdest aspects of it. These are really strange. Everything, you're going to have 4 aspects. You have 4 of these traits at the end of the day. These are your configurations. These are your mecha configuration. Mecha ones. And these are going to be able to give your mech certain special powers, but also influence your character's traits. These kind of give you an idea of like how you are supposed to kind of act. You get to choose one from this list, but you get 2 of these configurations from that. So technically, the Dullahan, the Midnight Dullahan, is a Slayer Assassin. And that's the 2 configurations he took. And because I am a Slayer Assassin, I took Lover and Brutal. I am a brutal person, but I am also one who's always weak to the ladies. So it's like, it's me, a sexy man, being sexy. However, all of these actually give you different things by spending a special resource called Overdrive. So for the Assassin, for example, spend 1 Overdrive to deal damage directly to the pilot and the mecha. Oh, cool. I can deal fucking damage to the pilot and the mecha. I can fucking kill the pilot mid-combat. But I also chose to take the Slayer one, and there's quite a few of these. Like, in total, I believe there are, let's count these up. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There are 27 of these configurations. And these do actually change some big aspects of things. Like, yeah, I'm a Slayer, spend 1 Overdrive to successfully damage a target on, to give a successfully damaged target -1 on stability roll. And this is pretty fucking scary when you're kind of seeing it, what that actually means. Or Stalwart, spend 1 Overdrive to place +1 on all stability rolls. Damn, that's pretty good. It's also, yeah, maybe another run through on the good old editor may have helped. But like, you get one of the things like this was like Transformer. This is effectively how to play Macross. I have no fucking idea why he didn't just make a Macross game. But he didn't. He gave you an option to play one, though. And also, for those wondering what the fuck I'm talking about with Macross or Robotech in general, because this is not nearly as like big as a show. I've learned mostly Super Dimension Fortress Macross, but also Robotech was also another, like right here. One of the big aspects of Robotech or Macross in general, is, let me see if I can find a good one of them right here. These babies can transform into fighter jets. This is a very big aspect of how these guys fight, actually. They quickly transform in and out of their kind of more of their mech form, and they're more of their fighter pilot form, which is a very big aspect. This is a major facet of actually how these fucking guys fight. And it's very interesting. It's very... It does invoke a lot of those, like, fighter pilot tropes of being a hardcore badass in a goddamn plane. Which is one of the reasons I've been debating on using a mech game based on just my one fighter pilot game. Yeah, you kind of see them right here, But this is where things start getting odd, because, like, these are, as I kind of was saying previously, very different and very unique in their own right because of those kind of ideas, because of the fact that change things so drastically. However, we've got all this, so you have to choose 2 configurations. So it's like, cool. Now, the thing is, which is a bit odd as well, is that certain mechs in certain series may have predetermined configurations. You might already have a configuration you just have. If you say, if your GM kicks down the door like we're playing Macross, you're going to have the Transformer thing. Everybody will always have the Transformer, configuration, because you need it. Hey everyone, we're playing fucking Bottoms. Bottoms, baby. We want big, scary, and we're going to die violently. You're probably going to need to take the Engineer one, because that's a very, very important aspect of it. Like, that's kind of the idea. Like, you're going to have to kind of take some of these, and you're going to have to disallow some. If we're playing Votoms, you're not taking Transformer. You're not. And if you think about it, I'm going to hit you. Because the big idea is, like, if you play to your trait, if you choose your traits, if you play to your trait, that's actually how you get advancement points. This is how you get level ups, effectively. How you increase yourself is you're going to get more of these traits. If I play a lover, I'm going to get a lot more. If I play a fairly brutal character, I'm going to get advancement points. If I'm cutting, I'm going to get that. If I play a space racist, I'm going to get some. However, yet again, these two are proven by my configurations for my mech. These two are by my archetype. So there's a lot of, I would say it like front work to make it work as properly as it needs to. A little bit, it reminds me a little bit of the Mora RPG we went over about a month ago now, where to play the game accurately, the GM needs to set up a lot of things ahead of time before it even begins, which maybe isn't the best thing in the world to do. It kind of depends on what you want. Gotta choose our basic weapon systems. Your weapon systems are fairly simple, and a lot of them have, like, again, the names don't mean anything. You know, each of them have kind of like an optimal range, 0 to 6. Have a range of what they work best. It's often a good idea to have weapons of a variety of range. So, like, generally speaking, I have my two weapons. The Reaper Scythe, which is a impact weapon because it's a fucking scythe and I chop you in two. I also have my Blast Cannon, which is a range of 3 and uses energy weapons. What's their damage, Notepad? They don't have any, because your damage is actually determined by these stats. Yeah, you don't do necessarily damage. So yeah, like, physical attacks, you just do impact damage. Doesn't, like, these don't matter, but they matter if someone is doing something, impact, missile, or energy. Like, yeah, everything's fine, unless you explicitly say, like, oh, well, this guy's got a thing that reduces all energy damage by 5. Like, if you do that, you're just kind of a dick, though. That's just kind of like, you're just kind of an ass. Oh. Have no fear, everybody. It's for some better news in the world, as someone decided to tell me. It's Ikeda Shuchi's birthday. Happy birthday, Ikeda. He's a real boy now. Kind of see all the things he's working on. He was the voice actor of Char. Cool. But as getting back to it, yeah, I'll give your pilot a goal, and you've done it. So give your mecha a protocol. These are like, here's my goal of what I want to do, and here's my protocol of my mech of what my mech wants to do. I will protect my pilot from himself. Bring the pain. I am the artificial construct. I want to be alive, to be a legend. I want to kill my pilot. To give a better example, you should kill yourself now. The mech. Again, I didn't know the low tier god mech was here, but yeah, all I'm saying is based. Yeah, it's like, cool. If you want to do some absolutely murder. Yeah. From the GM, as long as GM agrees, earn AP. Cool. Yeah, you earned 1 AP for each session that you've had the protocol. That's one of the main ways to level up. So if it takes me 3 sessions to destroy Space Britannia, I'm going to get 3 AP. If it takes me 10 sessions to destroy Space Britannia, I'm going to get 10 AP. Yeah, so this is actually how you're going to be, I wouldn't say farming experience points, but like, you're also going to have to stay with your players like, this is achievable. This is not achievable. Within a kind of timely manner. So yeah, complete the set to a protocol. Basic equipment, or select those limited by this. You begin with 1 overdrive. For some reason on the character sheet, I closed the character. I'm a silly boy. I close the character sheet. I'm dumb. As you can see, they don't actually have a way for you to put the overdrive anywhere, so I just kind of put it right here awkwardly. I do like the fact that this is the official character sheet. It's like, yeah, this is very thematic. Looks terrible. Fucking hate it. But I do like the fact that it looks kind of neat. It's unique. It doesn't mean it's good. So, that does bring us to... That's it. These are all the various configurations. It's kind of like reiterated and kind of like giving you a better idea of how they work. So it's like, oh yeah, here's how all these things work. Like, this is like a very big part of the game, right? And it's like, cool. If you want to do that, like, this is what I mean. Like, he wants to make a Macross game. Like, hey, let's be absolutely clear about this. If you have a mecha with a transformer and you decide it wants to turn into a prowler, that's fine. Do it. Do it. Like, cool. You want to turn into a fucking, jet mode, like free travel? Yeah. You want to just play Macross. He just wants you to play Robotech. You play Robotech. He's desperate for you to play Robotech. Please, he's getting desperate. He has a gun. He is willing to hurt. But yes, the most basic way to summarize this game is actually just a D6 system. All you're going to do is you're going to take your dice, whatever your skill is, and you'll try to roll under whatever your attribute is, and you're trying to roll under your skill. So, for example, oh no, I need to punch somebody. I need to do some mecha combat. I've got a 7 attack. Let's just bring all my dice. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have another D6 somewhere. You think I'm ahead for this, but let's go. I've got my 7d6. So let's roll, and I've got a 1. Wow, I got a 1 and a 2. Wow, that was fucking terrible. We'll discard the 66554 because that's not under my 3. Interesting note, however, over here is that an important note that means that if you roll a 1, it counts as success, and you may re-roll it. And 3 rolls as success, it adds your total. If it submits, it does not. So, one of the ideas here is that I've rolled an exploding success. I got a 2. I've rolled 3 successes. Good job, team. I've completed it. As long as you roll at least 1 under, you're successful. You've completed it. Cool. All right. We've done it. We've done something. If you fail to do that, however, you've failed. And sometimes these can be pretty dangerous, especially when you look at some of your skills, like you're going to have like a 1 or a pair of 1. You can still technically succeed. If I roll my 5d6, there is a chance I roll 2 1s and then I re-roll, and I've got 2 successes. That's pretty good. Like, I got 2 successes. Neato burrito. Now, we go over here. If you score 5 or more successes, you get a bonus success. Pretty much like you succeed to over succeed. This is your crit in a way. However, you can spend an overdrive if you have 4 successes to bump yourself up, and you spend an opponent of overdrive and get your point back. Yeah. For some reason, you can spend overdrive to just get your overdrive back, just to make it 5 successes. But yeah, like, if you roll 5 successes, cool, you get overdrive. Neat. Yeah, you get a little overdrive. You get a great success. Neato burrito. You got some basic D3 results. If you roll 8 or more successes, a completely bonkers amount of successes, you get a literal cutscene. Yes, this is what they're called. They're called cutscenes. That cutscene is your super cool mega move that allows you to be really fucking awesome. And you can do kind of the same thing. If you roll 7 successes, you can spend a point of overdrive to earn a cutscene. Yeah, however, if you roll, you still earn the cutscene. Very simple. But generally speaking, that cutscene is you doing something cool. That's your, yeah, you kind of see here, it's a what's character doing gains a half combat action. used for strafing, or a half action used for an attack. They attack a more optimal range penalty. It's like, yeah, you'd be able to do something crazy. Hey, I've hit you with a weapon that should not hit you. Standard rolls. Well, cool, really cool. Passive opponent, fate, body, door. You roll, you get success. Cool, you did it. That's it. Tested rolls, on the other hand, is you're against somebody else. Both roll, and whoever gets the most successes wins. So, for example, if I'm fighting someone with 3 mecha combat, and they're trying to defend themselves, they might have 5, for example, and I have my 7. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Sneeze. Excusez-moi. They can roll and be like, oh wow, they've scored 0 fucking successes. And I roll, however, because I get a mecha combat of 3, and I've rolled a 1, 2... I've rolled 5 successes. Good job, team. I rolled 5 successes. I've beat them. Or they rolled 4 successes and I only rolled 3 successes. Well, I failed. What a shame. Yeah, overdrive. You're getting overdrive by mostly playing to your thing. So it's like, you know, when you create a new character, making a successful social role. Scene systems. Great success. Beginning a play, you can purchase it for pretty much experience points. They're not difficult to get a hold of, but they're just a little awkward at points. Yeah, yeah. GM also has overdrive, which is a little bit wonky. Yeah, one of the weirdest parts is the idea of this scene breakdown. So, get together and play sessions are for most meaningful division of the game because they are definite start and end when the game breaks for the evening. Episodes consist of 1 scene for each player, a scene for the GM, and 1 combat. This is very structured, so it's explained greater detail below. So, one of the odd things is that every player is going to have a scene, and that scene has a very specific thing going on. You're going to determine what you want to do, and you're going to roll to do it. You know, the player to the left of the GM gets a scene, progresses clockwise, then there's an inevitable fight. Dun dun dun. Ow. Bit my tongue the other day. Hurts. So we've got all this. So, you know, make player certain objectives. At the end, player makes skill roll, see if he's earned a reward for the scene or if he's achieved any story objectives. Rewards are passing, as discussed below. Makes the skill roll a bit more than role playing. Gets his scene, then player decides what type of scenes he wants. Then we get to scene. Continues. Very structured. Very. I don't know if I like this or not. Like part of me is like, yeah, this is like a very, like, it's very anime. I get the fact. Like, this is someone who watched probably a shit ton of those old mecha anime and be like, this is it refined down to a fine tooth comb. This is also somebody who watched a lot of those old anime and was like, this is the only way to run a mech game. Even to the detriment of the RPG. Yeah, it's like random event tables. Yeah, should take a moment of combat account for narrate the aftermath. When the combat, they can suggest a positive outcome. If the GM wins, that's what happens. Most of the time, this will make the character's life any easier. Wow. So, pretty much like you get very structured scenes as well. So it's like, oh, you want to do what's your story objective? You know, what's your situation? What's the problem? So it's like, let's say for example, we go down. Not here, target number. Asking how to who likes you go out with you, and pressing a pilot, hacking a non-military computer, like this. Just notice this. Getting head shield go out with your friend, the Uber nerd, and pressing the enemy ace. Understanding the end of Neon Genesis. Amen, Kelly. I just noticed that. Yeah. Only in anime, 5 successes. What this effectively means is, this is a little bit wonky, it's a little bit easier to explain. But let's say, for example, I want to ask a girl out. I'm going like Char here. You know, actually no. Let's be honest with ourselves. Wants to gaslight his subordinates. This is only going to be, let's say, difficulty 2. They're used to his bullshit by now. He wants to gaslight his subordinates. Oh no. He's being a meanie head. We don't like me. It's difficulty 2. And he's going to be making that scene, and he's going to be using his willpower. He's going to be using will. What he needs to do, if he scores one success, he's past the scene. He's past the scene. Scene, but not the story. He attempts it, he's not punished for it, nor is he, like, it's kind of like the neutral result. Like, you've clearly done it, but, you know, you don't quite get everything you want, but it's like, you don't make an ass out of yourself or something completely fails. If he scores 2 successes, past the scene, got the objective. Got the objective. You do the thing. However, in the off chance that he does fail with 0 success, failed the scene, suffer consequences. This is what I mean, like, I don't know if I, like, hate this system or not, because it's, like, clearly, like, there's still mechanics to it. It's not, like, completely story game bullshit, but it's, like, I don't know. Feels weird. You know, right, assign target number, say reflects number of successes, need to meet his story objectives. Ow. You know, I'll do the following chart to kind of give a basic idea. Play the scene. Social skill 2, however, he only rolls 1 success. He passes the scene, but does not roll well enough to achieve story objective. So it's like, let's say, for example, a social scene. If you just pass, you're going to get 1 point of overdrive. It's like, if you just pass the scene, you're going to get a little bit of overdrive. However, if you succeed, you might get story objectives. You might get bigger objectives. You might get bigger things out of it. But it's like, oh, we want to do a field op scene. We get the upper hand in the battlefield by gaining 1 tactical. Okay, cool. You heal 1 or more pilots. Neat. You repair 1 or more mecha. Cool. This is what you do. Very simple. Very understandably, like, based. Like, that's the thing I'm very very mixed on this game about a little bit. And I'm going to run another ad because people paid for it. I'm sorry. Like, I'm mystified by this a little bit because it goes from this, like, oh, hey, we're the story game, but, like, as long as, like, you still have a clear binary of success, like, you completed the objective correctly or you failed the objective. So it's like, okay, like, it's very regimented, but also very story. It's very extreme in both directions. That makes sense. It's very extreme in both directions. You are very story game, but you're also not story game at all. And it's like, that's, all right. Okay, cool. I like this. I don't know. That kind of summarizes my my feelings a little bit on this fucking game a little bit. Is like, am I in or am I not? Part of me wants to say, hell yeah, gamers, this is decent. Like, this is a little bit rough around the edges, but you know what? That's fine. It's 2010. But then I look at it again, I'm like, no, nope. I'm like, this isn't Something ain't doing it for me. Basic playing the scene, multiple PCs in the seat, kind of want to go different story objectives, kind of the same thing. Very, very simple. Like, it's again very structured in that regard for pilots, but then we get to mecha combat, which same thing. One of the big things is that everything is taking place on the bullseye sheet. Let's see here when the comes over here. This is the bullseye map. Every single action you take is going to be on this map. You're going to position yourself on various parts of this map to do things. The rules section is a bit longer than you might expect. The rules are not complicated. Have no fear. Yeah, like, this isn't very again, very thematic, but bear with me here. This is what the actual map is composed of. 4 quadrants, technically 4 sections, but like 3 sections per quadrant in the middle. So let's say you have, in total you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 times 4, 12. You effectively have 13 spaces you can move in. So you can say like, oh, I want to move from quadrant here to here, but then I want to move here, but then I can move here, but then here, here, here. Like, you can clearly kind of like move around a little bit easier. Oh, right. Ooh, that feels good. Okay. Bullseye map divided into 4 quadrants, and this we have player side and we have GM side. Very easy. Yeah, using this scheme, random positions can be determined by rolling 2d6s. First determines A, roll 1 to 3, and B. Yeah. Technically, you are encouraged to like just like randomly position yourself or like things like that, but it's like, here's the player side, here's the GM side. Please don't put yourself in a disadvantageous position, and you will probably die. Make working together, set up the fight, place units in buildings. Buildings don't really do anything unless they do something, a little bit in that regard. You keep talking during the advert. Yeah, for real people. Yeah, for the subscribers. Come on. Come on. Subscribers don't have to look at the ads. I knew it was a great idea to give people the power to run ads. The mecha and the pilot, the highest initiative will take the full combat action and choose to hold. Yeah, one of the weird things is, like, initiative is a rolled resource. Like, you roll initiative, and that's how you determine things. Like, cool. Very easy to understand, very easy to set up, how everything is doing here. But let's say, for example, I'm going to roll my initiative. Dun, dun, dun. Let's do it. Time to roll my initiative. Dun, 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 dun. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 successes. I have a 4 initiative. And if I'm going first, I'm going to be able to go first and do all my actions. Any action I feel like. Very easy. Here's some basic surprises. Setting up the bullseye map takes about 5 seconds. Yeah. The weird part is the idea of the tactical waypoint. It's a single sector of the bullseye battle map that represents a tactical high ground. It might be an escape route, a mobile headquarters, or strategically advantageous position. If held, will lead to certain destruction of the other side. Any mecha starts their turn in the square, the mecha sides wins the battle. To determine where the tactical waypoint lies, roll 2d6s. The first die will determine what half of the battle map and where. Yeah, this is a little bit wonky. There's one thing, it is not an overwhelming victory. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Yeah, it's a little bit strange here. Like, the best way to think about it is, we'll just use this, Let's say, for example, like, the tactical point is like right here. If we take the tactical point, we win the battle. We just win. However, if the enemy takes it, we just take a shit ton of damage. Like, every turn they sit on it, so we need to break it and try to win the tactical. Out of these 13 spaces, 1 space is just going to be a godsend. And that's what they want you to do. And it's like, you could fight without it, but you really shouldn't. Last time, as players spend tactical points, you might get tactical points through doing actions, so you might amass a few of them. like 3 or 4 of them, for example, and you can use them to move tactical waypoint, move friendly or enemy mecha around the board. So if you amass like 2, 3, let's say for example, over the course of the session, you amass 3 tactical points, you could be like, oh, well, I want to move the fucking waypoint over here to our side of the field, and I want to move our guy 1 closer to it. Cool, we have a distinctive advantage now, because we planned ahead with tactical positioning, because fuck you. Okay, combat, count successes, very valuable. You know, raise a great success as a cutscene, you may take a half action. Then we get to the idea of the full combat action. You get a movement roll and 1 attack roll. Because moving is an action in this game. Actually, it's a rolled action. It's very important, actually. Some places you'll see, half combat actions for either moving or firing, but not both. So, for example, movement. In order to move a unit across bullseye map, you need to make a movement roll based on the mecha's movement link stat against the character's mecha combats. You understand the value of the mecha combat skill. So, for example, our child Spanglo here, he rolls, let's see, it's 2 successes, that's 3 successes. He rolls 3 successes. He has 3 movement points now. And he can use those movement points to move from sector to sector, or to cross a straight line from one quadrant to another. Can't cross 2 quadrants in a row, but that's okay. Let me see, like, for example, using this, if A wants to move in 1, that costs 1 movement point. If he wants to move 2 movement points, 2 movement. Very simple, very easy. No, it's the, yeah. So it's kind of like the idea of like moving closer into this like center fight is very easy to get to, but moving kind of left or right, kind of circle strafing around is a little bit more expensive. But since I rolled 4, I can go, oh, I want to move in 1, and then I want to move in another, and then I want to shift over. You could do that. That's a way to do things. I don't know if I fucking hate it. Did you run ads? Yes, I have been running ads. I don't know if I despise this or not. I don't know if it's a cool idea because you're running big chunky mechs, but then I realize that you aren't running big chunky mechs. Because the problem is, you're any mech you feel like. So some mechs are going to feel like, wow, this feels really awkward that I can't move very much because I'm in a fucking, rocket-powered grenade of a mech. Unless you're like, oh, you just have high movement, but then that completes the purpose. Yeah, it's a little bit weird in that regard, versus like, you should have like, if there are zippy mechs versus non-zippy mechs, it's like, okay, why do they technically move the exact same? That's a little bit wonky, in my opinion. I would also say it also hampers constant movement mechs in the same way. Like you're always moving around a little bit. It makes that a little bit more awkward. You kind of see how everyone's moving around. You also have the option of strafing, which is, let's say I roll my 4 and I only move 1 and I move 2 in, but I keep the last 2. I just get a +2 bonus. I get 2 bonus dice to any of my defense rolls now because I'm strafing around. I'm being defensive. My theory would be a vast majority of characters with higher range weapons are going to sit back in like one quadrant and just spam strafe. They're going to be jiggling around in one little section, just, plonk, 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 all this, hitting people with any bonuses they get, which I guess would work just fine. Little bit wonky in that regard, but it worked. Declare their intentions to strafe before they roll, but in practice, it's okay to allow the player to check their roll and then decide to move or not. Yeah, it's like, in practice, let's be fucking honest with ourselves here. We aren't gonna stop. Weapon attacks at full strength. Attack with a number of dice equal to the mecha linked attack. However, for every movement point difference in the optimum range, weapon subtracts 1. I want to hit you with my sword, and I'm way far away. I'm not gonna hit you with my sword. I'm gonna shoot you with my blast cannon. It has a blast cannon range of 3. Let's see, here's range of 3. We go back up here. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm way too far to hit you. So I'm gonna take a -2 to my roll, which isn't -2. No, it's -2 dice. Like, I've rolled less dice now. Especially if you go really big. You get some really nasty rolls. But if you're within range, you're doing fine. You want to be within optimal range and start blasting bitches. Healing damage. Optimal range of 3. We'll roll 2 for your attack die. Mecha will range of 5 and rolls dice equal to the attack. Yeah, this is one of the weird things that comes to like the idea of dealing damage. You roll the attack link stack minus any damage for range. It's the mecha combat skill, because the mecha combat skill is the best fucking thing in this game, and you should never not have it at least at 3. Defense rating against the mecha combat skill, and then whoever scores the most. If the attacker rolls, mark 1 point of damage on stability track. Must follow the rules for damage. Just 1 point, mind you. Unless you score a great success, and then you might be able to do more damage. Or maybe not. Depending on how you feel like. Because you can do that. This is the idea of the stability phase. So, everyone has 6 damage. You can only take 6 damage in this game. But you don't also take 6 damage. That's also incorrect. You, in fact, can take 1 to 6 damage. So, start stability phase until they fail a stability roll, and they move to severe phase. So, all damage is recorded on 2 stability tracks. Both pilots and mecha have their stability track. Yep. So, let's say, for example, you've been hit. You have to make a stability roll. Roll 1d6. It's higher than the resultant number of damage boxes. You're fine. If it's less to or equal, you're out of the fight. Let's say I take 3. Let's say I have 1 damage. I rolled a 1. I'm out of the fight. It's Jover for me. But let's say I roll a 4. I'm still in. I take another point of damage. Stability check. I roll a 6. I'm good. I take another point of damage. I'm at 3. I roll a 5. I'm good. I take another. I'm at 4. I rolled a 2. I'm out. Any damage you take has a possibility of downing you. Because it's going to go 1 on d6, 2 on d6, 3, 3, it's a 3 or lower on d6. You need to roll a 1 up. Actually, you need to roll 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up, 6 up, or you just fucking fail. There's no possibility of success if you roll 6. That's it's wonky. I get the intent. I get the idea of what he's going for. He's going for the idea where, yeah, you've taken a massive hit from a weapon, and the mech shakes aggressively. You're like, oh no, I am a genius, oh no, but you're still fine. But then it's like you get hit by something and you get like knocked out. Like, that's the idea. Like, I get the idea what he's going for. It feels really awkward though, because at any point in any combat, there's a chance if you take any damage, which isn't difficult, mind you, like unless you have really high combat skills, that you're gonna get downed out, and there's nothing you can really do about it. Like, it feels really awkward. Not my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, so you kind of see here, gets 3 only rolls 1 success. He mark off a point of stability roll. He's fire. He rolls a 1, and he's fucking Jover. Mechs are the exact same way, actually. So let's say you take a little bit of damage, you fail your stability roll, it's Jover. You're not having a good time. This is why, actually, the Slayer is very scary as configuration. I spend 1 to overdrive, and you have a -1 penalty for your stability roll. So that means, oh hey, suddenly you need to roll, if you have 2 damage and you need to roll a 3 up, you now need to roll a 4 up. You now have you just lowered your chances quite significantly. And, like, that could be a very, like, very bad thing all of a sudden. Right on, in this case, Mecha must deal with the consequences of damage traded in. So, if you take stability and you fail a roll, oh no, you're offline, you know, things are bad, you are not doing good. In your mech, you can choose to go into the severe damage phase. You continue to fight, however, you lose a configuration. Bad. Really bad. And then, oh no, you've failed again. It still remains, mind you. It still remains however damage you took. And you took another point of damage, you go into lethal damage. Because if you go into lethal damage, you get a point of overdrive. But if you fail your third one, you're dead. But you don't have to do this. This is actually one very important aspect. You don't have to do that to go into another phase. If you fail your first one on serious damage, you could say, you know, you fail your one to go to serious damage and you don't want to go to lethal damage. You say, I'm out of the fight. I'm disabled. And there's nothing they can do about it. Now, you remove yourself from the fight and you're fine. Everything is okay. I like that aspect. Like, I like the aspect of, like, yeah, you don't have to, like, you're really only losing your mech if you deliberately, like, go to this lethal damage phase and you're fucked. Like, yeah, mooks don't actually have any. Mooks just take 5 damage and then they explode. That's all they do. Damage type doesn't really do anything. Cooldowns. You can only fire 1 weapon per round and win the fight. That's pretty much it. This is what it means by, like, right here. You know, begins its turn. The first turn in the same sector tactical. The unit sides win the battle. The other side is forced to retreat, destroyed. Doing so would take 1 point of damage to the appropriate stability check. No stability roll is needed. Pretty simple. Winning and losing combat. Like, it's very easy to win just as much as it's very easy to lose. And, like, my guesstimation is, like, maybe a tactical point won't show up until later. That would be my thing. Is like a tactical point won't show up until like the second round, like second or third round of combat, where it's like, okay, we know what we kind of identified what's on now. So it's like, Melting bullets, mech combat outside of mecha, same exact thing, except it's a lot easier to fucking die. Boarding them, you can board mechs if you want. You fire buildings. Buildings don't do anything. Buildings are just there to look cool. Yeah, it's like, cool. Some buildings do, some buildings don't. Like, if you want to put in, like, a building that's, like, a gun on it that shoots people, you can give them stats, but it's not very difficult. Same thing go for, like, terrain. Terrain's an optional fucking rule in this game. Like, yeah, no, it's very simple thing. Like, here's an office building, or here's a bunch of, like, here's non-player characters, how they work. Like, they're very simple, like, to the point where, like, yeah, you can come with 2 weapons. If you feel like you can have a mook cannon or a mook sword. Fuck it, I'm down. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you get fucked, you're down, losing a mech's pretty easy. I do like this. The GM can never take away a player's mecha in a story, unless, again, they deliberately choose to do so. I do like that. I think it's fun. I think it's appropriate. Get AP, play session, get AP, get more AP, get AP. We have fun. AP is fun. We like AP. Generally speaking, you're going to be spending it to increase your stats, which you want to increase, otherwise known as mecha piloting. Just get more. But these are also very expensive. So it's like, when they say like, oh, well, you get 1 AP for playing, you don't really want that. You're going to it by completing your major goals, because, like, the cost is 2 times the new level desired. For instance, if a player wants a character to go from 3 to 4, this costs 8 points. Skills, on the other hand, are 5 times the new level. So if a player wants to increase one's mecha's piloting skill from 4 to 5, It's 38. Fuck. 5 times the new level. 5 times 5 is 30. Chris, I have several questions. Yeah, it's 25, but it's 30 here. It's space. It doesn't matter. No, he just got the number wrong. I think he meant 6. Yeah, like AP, like increasing your skills is really fucking expensive. But like increasing your abilities aren't really expensive, but also still expensive. Like it's my theory would be like people are more going to invest in their skills because it's a lot cheaper. You can get them a lot easier. But like you gotta remember, like any increase here is like a monumental increase. Like Mecha Combat to 4 is worth 20 points, but it's a 4 and under, you get a success, which Mecha Combat should be as high as physically possible. Just increase Mecha Combat. Yeah, then they kind of teach you how to make the world and a bunch of setting guidelines and like various like how do you do mecha, how do you do things, how to build things. There's how to do, build brainstorming, like what kind of types of mecha are we working with, the availability. I do like this fact. I think this is kind of neat. Like there's very clearly like here are a lot of things like how to help you build your section and build your world. You common tropes, super robot anime, they're gonna talk about that, war as hell, pacifism, can pacifism work? Hybrid anime, stories and mecha anime. It's very clearly what it's trying to go for. Let's see. Got how to start a fight. Oh, this is GM section, so this is some of the sample settings. This is Revolution Deity Godline Living Segi, which is the Big O meets another one. I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, that's there are gods. There are gods, and gods are weird, and they do things. Oh no! Oh no! Here's my mech. Let me get to my armies of the gods. The cancer. There is hope. Gods for too long. They die. Yeah, Mecha model. Mecha are highly restricted. The gods would destroy anyone except their seed. They knew to operate such machines without a moment's hesitation. Yet it's visible finding get the way God to defeat their super bio armor. One player gets god blind. Only one Mechabot model. It's the Liberator. Get in the Liberator model. But like, yeah, cool. Here's the yeah, you get the option of being the Liberator model, a male warrior, or a female warrior. But that's it. You did it. There are no archetypes in this one because I think he forgot to add them in. Yeah, this is the I can't believe it's not fucking no, this is the Gundam with magic in it setting. That's exactly what you think it is. Using my favorite using the exact same font I used in this one. I actually had to base this particular another god rejected. But yeah, like this is where I actually had to learn a little bit more about like how to do it. If I were to be a betting man, like the general gist is mechs because mechs, everything starts at 1. Like everything has a minimum of 1, so we go off a minimum of 1. mechs have 4 base point, pretty much have 7 points. Mechs have 7 points. I usually went with the idea of 2 weapons, 2 configurations. Like, this is what it is, like, very basic. Because this is what they all are. Because, like, some of them are like, oh, hey, you have to have these 2 configurations, which do augment your pilot's traits a little bit, which is a little bit weird. Break Wolf, the double hammer, let's fucking go. The Norman's chain cannon, chain guns, battle crane. And these are your basic archetypes. So, for characters anyway, characters roughly have the exact same. 3, 4, yeah. So characters have 7 points. They, skill-wise, things got a little bit wonkier because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 points in attributes / skills. And 2 traits. 2 traits. Like, this is what you do for a 95% of characters, is this. 7 points in your mechs, 7 points in your MBs. You want to play a hotshot pilot, this is what you play. You want to play this is what you play. I wish there was a little bit more... I don't want to do this. I wish there was a little bit more in the lines like, hey, I want to help, like, I want to get a little bit more detail of how to build my own series. And like, what's balanced? What's not balanced? Should I give players more abilities? Should I not? But I kind of realize you can't give people a lot more abilities because it just breaks if you do. So yeah, this is the one. This is special research school. This is one where it's like football. Like you play football mechs. It's Megas XLR, baby. It's Megas XLR, baby. We're going back. I see. I will be the first one to say the thing that always got me real interested in mechs was Megas XLR. That fucking show slapped, and anybody who says different deserves the fucking backhand. And I'm gonna talk about Megas XLR now because fuck you guys, I can. This is a show that was way too. In another world, I think it would do better as a web serial or something like that. Because the entire idea is a fucking, effectively an alien robot comes down from space and two fucking morons effectively build it and put a goddamn hot rod on it and build up their gigantic new robot and they use it to fight. It's completely bizarre. It's completely insane that it worked though. It worked so fucking well. Coop, I liked Coop. Coop was a big guy. And I liked that fact about him. Because I was a big guy too. And when I'm like, yeah, this guy's a cool guy. He's Coop. I like Coop. Yeah, it was way more, way better than it had any right to be. Good times. I guess XLR deserves to come back. I know there was, never watched, there was a Symbiotic Titan. Never watched Symbiotic Titan. Mostly because I thought it looked stupid. I did not like the way Symbiotic Titan looked. I thought it looked dumb. Yeah, it's controlled by various video game consoles. Yeah, Megas XLR is based. Yeah, this one, I didn't like the character designs for this one. It felt like I couldn't put my finger on it. I think the correct term would be too anime. It just something about it just did not. Something was unright. Not wrong, just unright. I think it was the heads. I think that was the idea. I think it was the heads. Let's see. It's what was the other Western anime show I watched? Not Western anime, Western mech show. There was Technically, there was the Voltron. I technically watched this fucking disaster piece. I liked the first like 2 seasons of Voltron, and then everything went wrong. And then what was the one line that someone said? Voltron was a really good two-season anime that kept going. It was a great 2-season anime that had 5 seasons. Like, yeah, this one kind of fell on its face a little bit here. Didn't much. It got a little bit weird. Not like I liked like 2 of the characters by the end. I didn't really like anybody else. They were all kind of annoying. Like, there was 8 fucking seasons. There was 8 seasons. No, there was not 8 seasons. 8 fucking. There were 8 what? What the fuck? Why was there 8 seasons? What? Battle Force Fun. Sorry, I'm being mystified. There were 8 seasons of Voltron. I thought there was like 6. Battle Force 5. This was. Why does it seem familiar? I don't think I ever watched. Oh god, that reminds me of. See, this reminds me. What was the? It was, I watched it on fucking accident once. It was Oh, it was. It's What is it? It was called like Skyhawks or something. It's very Canadian. I remember that. They had like flight suits. It was weird. They had jet bikes and flights. Come on, guys, work with me here. What is this? Like, I could see it. I could fucking see it. Skyhawk. It was Skyhawks. Okay, it wants to bring out the Skyhawk. Okay, yeah, this fucking thing. That I don't know why that show reminded me of this so much. Welcome to Skyhawk. I thought this show looked fucking amazing when I was young. I'm like, holy shit, this is keto. I watched exactly 1 episode. Like, I watched like a few episodes of it. I was always excited anytime it came on, but I could never find it because it always aired at like a weird hour. I always thought this looked kind of neat. Good times. Good time. God, you know it's fucking old when you got a motivational posters from DeviantArt on it. Okay, back to the plot, everybody. Back to the plot. Made by the same people. I fucking knew it. Stormhawk, that's it. Yeah, it's my undying appreciation for like that. There was that weird era. I can't put my finger on. Like, there was that weird era where there was a bunch of weird ass like shows coming out. I did like it. Cool. You can become a mech student in this one. First day, class of 1966. Wow. Yeah, this one's pretty, you like school? There, you can play an athlete, a lineman, like, you're literally supposed to play mech football with a fuck-off cannon. The football launcher, the, pole vault, like... Technically, you can also play other ones if you feel like it. I want to play a jock. Yeah, I'm gonna jock my quarterback mech. But yeah, if you really want to, you can just play football mechs if you want. Nothing's gonna stop you. Skilled. Yaneki is considered an enemy ace. Yeah, you wanna fight the principal? Fuck it, go for it. Mech football. Go, like, here's Nurse Dottie again. Oh my god, he's literally me. Yeah, no, this mech football. What do you fucking want? We even got Victory Watanabe. Her name is literally Victory Watanabe. Student council president. Have no fear. She looks exactly the way you think. Look, everyone, it's Nerd Man. Punch nerd in face. But very there's another one. What? Mechs. Yeah, this is the literal character. That's Chris Perrin's Mecha. Do I like Chris Perrin's Mecha? I will say in the most affectionate way. That's cool. Fuck is this show? Oh, those are some bazongers. Wuso, that child doesn't have a shirt on. What's going on? I'm getting worried. What in God's name is going? That is so Jesus. What the fuck is going on with this show? Someone either very horny or someone very underpaid worked on this show. But yes, do I like Chris Perrin's Mecha? Actually, I want to check something. I just want to prove something more than anything. Just to kind of give you all like a basic idea of what I mean by this. This is the ATM09 ST scope dog. This is the most standard scope dog physically possible. We all like the standard scope dog. And let's do scope dog. Oh, weapons. What's some weapons? Heavy machine gun and grenade launcher. Let's do the we'll give it an HMG and grenade launcher. There we go. Our most basic scope dog. We're gonna make a scope dog real fast, just to prove to everybody what I actually fucking mean by what I'm about to say. So we've got our basic idea here. Let's bring up our stats real fast, just so I can do that, so I can remember them real fast. So we've got our very basic. Let's say we got armor, speed, tech, and weapons. Our weapons, let's say we have to distribute our initial 4 points effectively. I'm gonna say 4, 7. I'm gonna say 4. Actually, I'm gonna say 4. Parentheses 7 points technically. We want to do this right. We're gonna say 1 armor, 3 speed, 1 tech, and 3 weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what we have to work with. This is our basic scope dog. With 3 points, 3 points to spend. Let's be considerate. Let's make it look more like. Make it a little bit faster. We'll make it a little bit more. We got we've got the firepower. We just need to do this. There we go. This is our very basic scope dog. We've got our scope dog already. What's our 2 weapons? Our 2 very basic weapons. We got an HMG. We'll say it has a base range of 2 and it's impact. We also have a grenade launcher. Our grenade launcher is range 4 and explosive. So we may be saying, oh, well, we should use our grenade launcher more for everything. And the answer is yes. Okay, we've made our entire scope dog. Now, if we really want to be like conservative, we can do it like, give it like a specific configuration. But I'm just going to say 2 chosen configuration. This is your particular scope dog. Scope dogs are very precise. They allow you to really update however you want. And let's say for our pilots, obviously we want to do, let's just make a basic archetype. Archetype, we'll just make it a scope dog pilot. Actually, we'll make it a little bit even more. We'll say it's make it dog meat. We're just fucking fodder. We don't want to die, but goddamn it, we're not looking too hot. Will int Agi. Very simple. So, let's see. Well, again, we've got our, 7 points to distribute. We got a 1, 1, 1, 1. Let's distribute our basic points a little bit. Let's do 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Very simple. 1, 2, 3. Actually, let's be conservative. We're going to give ourselves average stats across the board, and we get our 3 extra points to spread across. Let's be a little bit tougher, but let's be very willful. Like we are very willful. There we are. And this is our how we do this, and we get our 2 traits, which are, and we'll say we have. Let's see. Actually, we're gonna do survivor. There we go. Survivor and paranoid. There we go. We put that up there, and we want to do our basic link stats. Let's just link our stats together real fast. So we've got our defense, our movement, our engineering, and our attack. Actually, we got to do our skills first. We'll do we'll do field ops, mecha combat, medic, personal combat, pair, social. We got to keep everything at 1. 1's going to be our default, but we need to distribute 4 points. We're going to do 2, 2, 2, 2. These are our very basic stats. Now we get to distribute 3 more. Actually, no, that would be 3. Actually, yeah. So we're going to bump our stats up like this. Bump our stats up like. I use the scope dog for a lot of things. And people sometimes ask me like why I use scope dog for like so many things, because it's a very like Bottoms is a very weird 2, 3, 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Scope dogs and like generally Bottoms has a very different opinion than a lot of other shows, just because scope dogs are supposed to explode. But yeah, here's let's combine our defense, and let's say our defense is going to be our armor plus. We'll do armor plus will. Movement's going to be our speed plus agility. Our engineering is going to be our tech plus int. And attack is going to which is going to be weapon plus strength. So our final thing is, let's see, we have a armor of 2, so let's do 2 plus 4, so we get an armor of 6. Our movement is agi 2, speed 4. We got a movement of 6. Our engineering 2 plus 2. We got engineering of 4, and then our attack is 3 plus 2. We got an attack of 5. There we go. We've successfully made a full character immediately. Yes. On one hand, the fact that I could make a scope dog in about 5 seconds is interesting. And I like here's the thing with Chris Parents. I like the fact that you have a lot of options to do things and everything is very similar. The problem is you have a lot of options and everything is very similar. That makes sense. He hands you a bunch of tools and say, do whatever the fuck you feel like here, but or don't. And without really any clear definition, like it becomes a lot more, I wouldn't say boring necessarily, but everything kind of gets that great value filter applied over. It's not a scope dog, it's a great value scope dog. It's not a Gundam, you have a great value Gundam. It's not a, you're not dealing with a fucking, trying to think of it. You're not dealing with a nightmare frame. You're dealing with a great value nightmare frame. I think that's kind of like the big thing with this particular game. It's a simple game. Very easy. And if you want just something fast and dirty, you're going to be able to get it. Like, you will get the experience of Mech TM, but not much else. It's gonna be like you want just a very simple mech game. It's fine. Like, the scene system is kind of weird. I don't know if I like it or not. The movement system, a bit weird. I don't know if I like it. There's a lot of I don't know if I like this, but to somebody this might be appealing. Am I saying it's bad? No, I'm saying it's maybe not my cup of tea. Maybe not. Somebody could enjoy this. Not really sparking my joy, if you catch my drift. So that is done. And you know what time it is, because we've got 11 fucking actually we have 9 more ads to run. Twitch is gonna be like, why the fuck are you running so many ads? Why? What are you doing? Why are you running so many ads? I'm like, well, people wanted that. The people demanded. The people absolutely demanded to see ads. Isn't this the dream of every marketer? To see as many, like, every, violent, just see more ads? Come on, this is the dream. What game are we gonna go over next? Let's see. We've got we did the Mecha hack. We did Perrin's Mecha. You know what? Let's do something a little bit lighter, a little bit easier. Welcome to Pineapple Salad. Let's wait for the ad to end. Mashallah, welcome back, everybody. The ad is over again. Welcome to Pineapple Salad. Now, you may be wondering, what the fuck does pineapple salad mean? And why is this in Moon Ruins? Well, it's by a man named Phil Sbzine. I believe that's Sbzine. It's by a guy named Phil. This is one of those games. It's 15 pages long, but I kind of want to go over it because I find it fascinating. So, what is pineapple salad? Well, pineapple salad is actually a relatively, depending on what you want to do with it. I'm usually someone who likes the puffier salads a little bit more, but apparently, like, I know that, like, the Thai salads sometimes do pretty good. Or you can grill pineapple really well. That's a big thing that people really like, grilling pineapple. Where's the, like the kind of like this? It's like a pineapple chicken salad. I love chicken salad. I just can never get a good chicken salad. It's impossible to get a good chicken salad. Pineapple Salad, the TTRPG, on the other hand, is a game that nobody's heard about because it's, who the fuck cares? Yeah, this is. It looks like it's is it a 24-hour RPG? I don't know if it is a 24-hour RPG. There's a very distinct chance that it is. Like, but yeah, this is Phil Sbzine. We're gonna talk. Yeah, this is Pineapple Salad. Yeah, it's a 24-hour RPG. It shows. Actually, no, this would be. No, this is the 2012. This is the new one. This is not the 24-hour version. This is the not 24. This is the basic. This is the advanced version. I actually looked this guy up. I needed to find Phil Sbzine. I found him. Don't you think I didn't find him? This is Phil. That's his kid. Phil's on Board Game Geek. That's all I really. This is who he is. Same guy. He takes pictures. This is his website, by the way. Is Flickr. His website's fucking Flickr. You can see him and his kids. We're not gonna stay too long on here, but like, yeah, this is him. We found him. We found the CEO of Pineapple Salad. There's nothing else I can really say about it. This guy's done fuck all. He's done really nothing else that I could, like, relatively tell. Like, this is his only game, and I really doubt he has anything else. Like, yeah, Phil Sbzine is the only one that's ever worked on, and nobody else has really talked about this game before. Like, this is really it. He posts an RPG Gamer, no, he posts on Board Game Geek a lot. That's literally, this is actually the easiest way to find his find him. Like, what's your favorite games? 1830 and Go. He likes Go. What's your most hated games? Bingo. He rated Bingo. Like, who the fuck rates Bingo? Tic-tac-toe. He rated Tic-tac-toe. Like, Fire Team Zero. What the fuck is Fire Team Zero? Death to AstroTurfer. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but he doesn't like it very much, so... Cool. This is Phil. Want to learn more about Phil? That's it. There's nothing else. It's one of those weird things, like, there's legitimately nothing else on this guy. He quite literally is an enigma. He is a man with no... He doesn't really have anything, nor do I think he's ever been really involved with tabletop role-playing games since 2011. So, yeah, here's his game. Let's talk about it. This is Pineapple Salad. Obviously, we need a man who is not only, prepared, but also completely inappropriate. Say hello to Punish Jasper. Shill denied his games. I tried to get the most accurate rendition of Jaster I could, hence using Char selling me McDonald's burgers. You may be wondering, hey, Notepad, this looks really light, and the answer is yes. Welcome to Pineapple Sound. So we're gonna go through it. GM-less role-playing game for 3 players. Oh boy, one of you is playing a mecha pilot. The other of you is playing a singer. There's also another person trying to take it apart because it's just fucking Macross. Nothing but Macross. I will always admire, like, people being like, it's just time for, like, Macross now. That's all it is. Just Macross. That's what you do. But yeah, you have to choose a role. You can either be a singer, a pilot, or a professional. Someone must be a pilot. And there will always be 3 people. Nice waifu. Wood body pillow. So, 3 options. You can be a singer, or you can be a pilot, or a professional. Professional, you have to specify what your position is. It can be anything. So you could do a singer, a pilot, and a pilot, or a pilot, singer, or a singer, pilot, professional. But you must always have a pilot, and you must always have a singer. You get 3 traits, and that could be anything. Cool, fine, whatever. Jaster has the traits of raw bravado, ruthless shill, and absolutely jacked. Because I thought it would be funny. Because he's all of those things, except the jack. You were either a civilian or not. You're in the military. That's it. Those are your two options. These are your, hey, I'm this, or here's your setting element. This is one of those weird things where you look at it, you're like, what the fuck? Every player has to choose 2 setting elements, and then these are like your setting elements. That's like your thing. Jaster here obviously chose criminal and authority. So any criminal or anybody in authority he has to take control of. Like, he has exclusive rights over actually talking about stuff like that. That's what he actually does. So anytime a criminal shows up, Jaster would be the one to talk about it. Anytime a person of authority shows up, or an authoritative figure, he would, he would do that. So, and then you choose 3 scenes that you would like to see. This is what you get to choose from. So it's Jaster chose an exhibition, an intrusion, and a flashback. These are the 3 scenes he wants to see in the game. That's how he's gonna do it. Find out who loves who, and who's the. Hey, this pilot and this singer love each other, so the other pilot obviously wants in. Or hey, this pilot and these 2 singers, like this pilot loves this singer, but this other singer wants that daring flyboy. But hey, this professional and this singer really love each other, but the pilot. Actually, no, it's one of the pilot PCs will always be in love with a non-pilot PC. Very quick, sorry. I guess you could do like a singer trying to break up a professional. I guess like it would be pilot singer. Actually, I'm curious. What's all the possible combinations? So it would be pilot singer 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 pilot 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 singer singer pilot singer professional. Technically, I don't think you need a singer, so I guess you could do like pilot, professional. You can do pilot, professional. I guess these would be all the possible combinations you can physically do. Yeah, so you can't really assign names, gender, and sexual orientation. Just fuck everybody. Just fuck them. Who fucking cares? See, the thing is, Macross is, like, here's the thing. Macross itself is not actually overused. Macross is actually criminally underused. Honest to God, Macross is criminally underused. Here's the thing. Like, the actual pitch of, like, Macross, like, yeah, humanity's on a giant fuck-off robot, and we're losing. We are losing. We need to, rally everybody, and, like, this is it. Like, here, like, you have this giant robot ship that's kind of fighting for their life. Like, if people actually use that aspect, that's criminally underused. Even, like, the idea of, like, transforming, like, the transforming mechs. Those are actually relatively, I wouldn't say unknown, but, like, relatively underutilized compared to other things. The romance arc, you could say, the romance triangle is very overused. That's something you just kind of gotta accept in life, I guess. You will like. I guess it was that's not really it's not really the fault of Macross. I think it's because you gotta remember, like, Macross came out in '82. Like, it's not Macross kind of set the foundation for a lot of stuff like that. Because it, I think one of the reason people like use that aspect because it's the easiest thing to, I wouldn't say emulate, but like it's the easiest thing to like show. Because they don't want to write mech rules. They don't want to write a combat system. They want to write a little simple game, setting in conflict, find details. This is one of the things, like, you have the PC mecha and then the enemy mecha. Where the main pilot, the pilot lover, describes the PC's mecha, which is a badass super machine. You know, usually better than everybody else's. 2 other players describe one enemy mecha apiece. Non-transforming fighters or robots, much weaker than the pilot's lover's mecha. Note that these mecha need not be alien war machines. They can be rival human mechs, AI-controlled drones, or anything else. generally speaking, like the troubleshooter D1s, these are our basic bitch shitty mechs that we're going to be fighting again, because Punish Jaster's a fucking arms deal. This is what he wants to sell to people. While somebody else will be doing the hero mech, who's cool. Now, everyone has like three very basic attributes. You have ability, evasion, and resistance. Aptitude for doing a thing, aptitude for dodging a thing, and being not stopped, not being killed by things. And then you have your two weapons, gun and missiles. Gun, missiles. Yeah, fill in the stat block with whatever numbers you feel like. Yes, one of the things is whatever the stat is actually the die you'll be using for that particular thing, pretty much. You know, extra wrinkle they may factorize during gameplay, so D12 can 1D12, 2D6, or 4. Have a limitless supply of novelty dice. Yeah, so don't worry if you don't have enough dice to cover every possible factor of a particular set. It's fine, have an ability 30 and just roll 1d30, 3d10, or 5d6. Yeah, so one of the ideas is anytime you need to roll, like, for example, the troubleshooter D1s, if they want to make an ability roll, they just roll D4. Roll a 2. If they want to do a mecha, if they want to do the F&H automatic, they're going to roll a D6 and a roll. That's going to be their roll. That's how it works. Good job, team. We did it. I just want Legend of the Galactic Heroes with mechs. My friend, welcome to fucking Metal Saviors and what I've been trying to do. A Galactic Hero, like, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, God, that's a bitch to even think about. Like, because the thing with the Legend of the Galactic Heroes RPG is that you need to both make it about and not about the core facet of the series. Because the exact core facet of the series is, hey, there's this war going on, but it really doesn't matter. It's more about the personal conflicts that each of the characters going to go through because of this war, which is really boring. People want, people remember things like Legend of the Galactic Heroes because the characters in dramatic situations. They also remember a ship exploding and everyone dying. That's where it kind of gets a little bit complicated with some of those more, I would say, character-driven drama shows. Trying to get fucking hair out of my way. So yeah, technically with this game, you do have a number of build points you can design all your mechs with. PC's got 56, everyone else has got 30. That's pretty much it. Like, anytime you want to do anything, you just roll the dice and try to roll high. So yeah, generally speaking, this is a GM-less game. Don't forget, this is a GM-less game, so it's the active player frames it. I am the protagonist. I want to do a thing. I want to break you up. I want to do this. I want to have something happen. You do it. We want to do the setting element. It's, hey, the pilot has put an episode where he's trying to impress his girlfriend with his pilot skills, and he brings in some, there's some hotshot and some guys who are clearly above him because Jaster has the authority. He's going to play those NPCs. Like, that's what it would be. Relevant to protagonists take precedence. The family element is most appropriate. Matters different PC's father says that the authority element. Personal elements, all if I'll fail, 3 of you, take a vote. Now, the major conflicts and minor conflicts, the idea is that if you're not the active PC, you get to choose what the major conflict is. I'm in a space battle and I'm trying not to die. You get to choose that kind of thing. While the player to the right introduces the minor one out of fucking nowhere, seemingly. You're in the middle of a space battle and your fucking, your mech's damaged. Like, you've been shot. Like, something is very clearly going wrong and you need to bug out. Cool. Easy enough to understand. You roll some fucking dice. If you succeed, cool. If you fail, you fail. Neato burrito. Everybody has a D4. Is your role relevant? Maybe. Is your service relevant? Maybe. Is one of your character traits relevant? Yes, it is. Always going to be rolling higher. Higher, higher, and higher, and higher. Everything else also has their ability score. Because this game ultimately is my dice versus your dice. Whoever rolls the highest wins. That's easy. So, for example, the D1, the troubleshooter wants to shoot this guy, wants to shoot this hero, this pesky little hero with his F&H automatic. He's got a D8 to resist the damage. I've got a D6 to hit him. I roll my D6, I roll a 3, he rolls his D8 and rolls a 4. He beats me. This the damage, my gun goes brata, brata, brata. He's out of, nothing really happens after. Simple. Generally speaking, you can use your, like, automatic weapon to actually blow up other missiles and shit like that. That's a thing in there. Yeah. Missile attacks may only be resisted by weapons with resistance. Trying to stoically tough out a missile strike using mecha resistance is not allowed. Yeah, so it's kind of this idea of like, hey, missiles can only be countered by a gun, but a gun cannot be resisted by anything else, really. It's if I remember correctly, it's missiles have to be resisted by weapons. Weapons can be resisted by mechs, but mechs have to stop fire missiles, something like that. Generally speaking, it's pretty obvious what can and cannot work. Oh, this roll higher. Try to roll higher than the enemy. That's it. Yeah, I've been debating on redoing a lot of metal saviors recently. Actually, it's been a case. It's been an issue. Yeah, generally speaking, optional rules. Cool. You want to do that and fight multiple people? Neat. Cool. You're doing stuff here. Cool. Swoops in and attacks the crab robots and swarm missiles. Let's see. The missiles abilities are 20, and I'll resist 18 and roll D6 against each crab. Wowzers! I'm at April's character sheet, and it turns out crab's laser resistance are 4. Wow, we'll roll for the crabs. He rolls very well. Get the trio of 4s. Enough to save one crab. The main crab chase squad tries to snip off Nick's main engine. Oh no! Nick tries to dodge the crab. They open D6, but Kevin 3 beats Perry's 2. With the win, Perry succeeds in most of the crabs earlier. Communication. Dome. It's safe. Crab shears the engine off the space fighter, then turns attention back to the dome. Flagship shields are already concentrated over the dome. The alien machines lie harmless up. Crab retreat. Oh no! Yeah, that's effectively how the game works. That's it. Like GM-less games, that's pineapple salad, everybody. Cool. Neato burrito. The game got ambition. My major problem chairs MTBAs like it's creative and cool, but I feel it doesn't fit 100%. Like, the thing with that, this is going to be a little bit of a, oh, fuck, oh, Jesus, oh, no, oh, no. I hit the wrong fucking button. Like, one of the things with character generation is that it was actually from, little side tangent, because I can do this. It's actually based off the D2000 system, based off of this SRD, which has its own sample of issues that I needed to kind of do to fit it in there. There is a decent chance that I may have to just like redo the entirety of the character generation stuff. I don't know how I want to do it. That's just a very long and convoluted series of actions that need to take place that I don't understand how to do properly. Speaking about very long and convoluted things that I don't know how to properly do, welcome to a game called Tears of a Machine. Let's see. By Russell Collins. Tears of a Machine is a mech game. This is a mech game. This is a game about mechs. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember right now that this is a game about giant robots and the pilots who pilot them. What is this game though? The Tears of a Machine is actually well, SC anyway. There we go. It's actually a tabletop one by a guy named Russell Collins. Russell Collins has been kind of an interesting duck. He generally has done two things, Tears of a Machine and Tears of a Machine SC. These are the two things he's done. Doing a little bit of digging around on it, he hasn't really done much else, but generally speaking, he is Twitter man again. I mean, this is what he does. He's a Twitter man. He does Twitter man things. That's all I can say. Go Twitter man, you do you. But yeah, as you can see here, young adult melodrama and giant robot combat. Oh my goodness, it's such a big thing. Accessibility matters. Interesting note here is that he is very big on the idea of accessibility, to the point where one of the major parts of the Kickstarter was, let's scroll down here a little bit more, that yet, not an actual play, accessibility. The Kickstarter funds will release a game in print, PDF, EPUB, SRD, and most importantly, as an audiobook. Yes, you can actually buy Tears of a Machine SC as an audiobook, which I think to be fascinating. Fascinating. Good, maybe not. Fascinating, though. A lot of people were actually involved with it. You know, good chunk of people were actually kind of, found themselves here, talking about stuff. Everyone seems to, was like, okay, people seem to appreciate it. Cool. Yeah, people, it's a thing that exists. That's all I can really say. Made a decent chunk of change too, of $17,000 goal. Most of that went to probably hiring all the people to do the literal voice acting. Kind of see here, if we go to Robot Claw, you can get the game on itch.io. If we go to itch.io, I said go to itch.io. Right here, this is all he's done. Here's the audiobook. You want the audiobook version of it. You can get it. Like, he hired a bunch of like actual play people to do all the voice acting. Like, I wonder if we have any of Team RPG podcaster designers. Yeah, like, it's, here's how I want to word this. I have absolutely nothing against the accessibility stuff. I got nothing against that. Shine on, brother. Shine on. That's all I can really say. Interesting note, though, is he actually has a... Where was it? Let me see if I can't find him. Because he did one thing, and I found it on complete accident. Yeah, right here. This is Accessible Games. I've talked about these guys before, actually. And he's worked with these guys for at least a bit. This is the guy who actually did Survival of the Able, which had kind of an interesting pitch, because like the main guy who does this is the guy who puts out like Accessible Games Quarterly, which is like, hey, you're partially blind. You can't see very well. Here's how you can play these games. Here's how to best play. Hey, you're deaf. Like, you have hearing loss. Like, you can't hear very well. Here's how you play it. Like, here's like a braille character sheets and shit like that. This is what this guy really does, and this is what he likes to talk about a lot. I do respect this guy immensely. And, you know, this is my big thing is, hey, if talk about it. It's an interesting thing. More people playing is never a bad thing. That will always be my thing. More people playing is not a bad thing. Like, there are people who just, it's not their fault that they can't see very well. You know, and being able to give, you know, more tools out there, more options, more things to help people play games. This is cool. I like this. And I think this is what this guy's main thing is, if that makes sense, what Mr. Collins's main drive, you could say. Let me see if I can find one. He works for no, where was it? He works for a thing. Where are you? Where are you? I can't remember where I found it, but he actually works for a company that does these things. Like, this is just like a thing he does for a living. So it's like, okay, this makes sense why you are the way that you are. Okay. So I'm like, I got nothing like against this guy. Have I been able to notice anything he's done at all? No. Like, I legitimately have nothing on this guy because he's done nothing else except the Tears of a fucking Machine. like this is really the only thing that he's done at all is Tears of a Machine SE. He actually replaced the old version of it with this version. And maybe worked on Chronicles of Darkness a little bit, and like he might have. I don't know if this is the same Russell Collins or this is a different Russell Collins. This isn't exactly like a weird name at all. You know, this is a pretty standard name, all things considering. So it's not like, yeah, see, this is where I mean, like, he's worked with Accessible Games Quarterly a lot. It might be the same. Yeah, I couldn't find anything saying that this is or is not, if that makes sense. But yeah, this guy's pretty, I wouldn't say boring, but I would say, nothing else, really. He's done nothing else, and there's nothing really to say about it outside, yeah, you exist, I think. Cool. Yeah. The people seem to like it. This actually came out relatively early, like not too long ago. This was about 2 weeks ago when the full audiobook came out. So I think that's kind of neat. You know, like, has he done anything? No, he's done nothing else. It was weird because people were actually talking to me about this game quite a bit. People were like, well, you gotta go over Tears of the Machine, obviously. But it was funny because nobody said SC. No one said Tears of the Machine SC. Before we do anything, I need to bring this up more than anything. This is Tears of a Machine. This game came out. When did this game come? The game came out a while ago, I believe. 2013. Tears of a Machine SC came out, not 2013. This one came out 2021. So it's about, the original version's about 8 years old. Actually, no, it'd be about almost a decade old at this point. And this is pretty thematic right off the bat. You got some creepy aliens, you got some crying teenagers, and you got some dying robots and people shooting things. All right. And I did a quick look through here just to make sure, because this is the version I actually had originally. And that version I originally had was, I was kind of in. I'm like, okay, cool. You know, it looks very, very odd, very interesting. And this was the second piece of artwork you actually see in the entire game. This is a 206-page book, which is almost 70 pages longer than the second edition. I'm like, damn, like, this looks pretty fucking scary. Like, okay, I'm kind of in. Like, it's good. I was kind of just doing a quick look through. This is kind of this is what I usually end up doing. This just to make sure that there's no like boobies or anything in it. Just gotta make sure. Artwork looks very anime. You know how it goes. But, it looks fine. It looks pretty good. Very thematic, and everyone's being edgy teenagers. Like, all right, very white. And again, people always wonder why I have Doge in the corner there, because everything is very sometimes colorless, and it's like, okay, pretty simple stuff. Looks pretty nice. Very slow, but I think he wants just to over-explain things. Understandable. For some reason, for some unknown reason, I can even see here like all the see all this. Like I was like initially like, okay, I'm kind of in. All right, like let's do this. Weirdly enough, like, okay, fuck, dude, there's quite a bit here actually. Tears of a Machine, like there's a lot kind of going on. Yeah, how do I want to explain this? He killed this game. He murdered it. He fucking shot it behind the shed, Old Yeller style. Because this right here is not actually what the game is now. And we're gonna have to bring in the only man I know. This is Tears of a Machine SC. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, these look like completely different fucking character sheets. And the answer is, yes, they do. I can't find Tears of a Machine anywhere else. This is SC. Like, this is clearly the version that he wants people to know about. Because nothing else is available. Like, if you actually, like, let's take a look real fast. Let's take a look. Right here, Tears of a Machine SC. This is his site. This is, like, where he is. And, like, I want to find Tears of, if I Google Tears of a Machine RPG, SC, Tears of a Machine Kickstarter, right here. Like, right here. This is the old version. And it's like characters first, fast-paced, unrecorded romances. Cool. We got a creative team, and like, here's this full like what's going on? Like six-sided dice. Okay, so you have this like it's completely like okay, what's going on here? And the fact that it's first edition, and yeah, he wants you to play the new edition. Like, that's the big thing. That's the weird bit about it. It's like, you can't really get the first edition really anymore. Like, I wonder, like, yeah, this title is not available. You physically cannot buy Tears of a Machine anymore, the original edition, which I thought was really, really weird. Like, one book, yeah, you can't even, like, it, weird thing is, it was a silver seller. Right here. Like, this... Does anybody else think this is weird? Like, I've never seen someone come, like, completely fucking, like, mulch a old edition before. Like, this doesn't exist anymore, pretty much. Like, this is a non-existent entity. And, like, I could understand being like, oh, this is Tears of the Machine first edition, it was very different, and we had a lot of... change something. No, this is just gone. Like... I would be confident probably the only way you can buy the original Tears of a Machine is by piracy now. I think that's the only way you're actually going to be able to get Tears of a Machine. Because This is not a D6 game. This is a fate dice-based game. And with that ominous tone, I gotta use the gentleman's quarters. So, yes, welcome back. Yeah, this is going to be a weird one. This is going to be a weird one in maybe not the best of way. I'm not going to go over Tears of the Machine. Well, more accurately, I'm going to probably go over it after the fact. But let's talk about Tears of the Machine SC. So, as I said before, this is a Fate game technically, and there's a lot of fucking people who worked on this. You know, designed and written by Russell Collins, edited by John Adamus. Character design, cover, chapter illustration by Jennifer Rogers. We'll talk about Jennifer. Additional character designs, interior illustration by Sadia V's, Rashad Malik Davis. Design, but that sensitivity consultation by Joanna Blackheart. Additional sensitivity consultation. All these different people. Now, mind you, these are all audiobook people, or like, these cost money. This is where a lot of the money went. Who helped me refine and improve the design over the years. But shout out to all these people. Now, this is the Fate core font is Evil Hat Productions. Feel free to share, adopt, under following attribution, share alike, blah blah blah, CC license, we all love them. Now, welcome. This is what the game works like. This is a big thing on the idea of accessible gaming. We use Fate dice because they are easier to read with low vision and faces can be read by a touch. Cool. I get it. How do I want to word this though? I think the idea of accessible gaming is cool. I think that's fine. However, instead of, hey, here's a more accessible version of the game for people, you're like, hey, it's... I understand that maybe we shifted over to the Fate dice because I wanted to make a game. Like, I wanted to take my Tears of the Machine game and I wanted to make it more accessible for everybody. Cool. That's fine. Why did you get rid of the original version? Because the original version uses D6s, not Fate dice. If you say, hey, I want to shift everything over to Fate dice, nothing wrong with that. Understandable. But why? Because it's... Yeah, this tone, by the way, I've committed to improving accessibility for all people with disabilities, impairments, and learning differently. There's less math for those with dyscalculia. I never heard of that one before. And related challenges. Character descriptions and flexible rules offer lighter cognitive load. You fucking morons. The rules extend from the fiction, so play is both engaging and stimulating. For you, you moron, you silly disabled person, dance, monkey, dance. Like, it's always this odd one when I see things like this, being like, hey, we made this. This is why we have this. Like, this is why this game is made the way that it is. We use Fate dice because of this. Cool, awesome. You know what? I'm all for that. Like I said, I'm all for like getting people to play more and like, hey, Fate dice are easier to read. For like the 3 people who may not know what Fate dice are. These are Fate dice. They have effectively 3 faces. They have a play face, a plus, and a minus face. In short, it's 1 or 2 are minus, 3, 4 are blank, 5, 6 are plus. Very simple. The thing is, they are very easy to read. They like it's one of those things like you can clearly look down, you can put your finger on it, and you can kind of clearly say, this is a plus, this is a minus. I understand what I've got here. Or hey, I can quickly see at a glance, like, okay, 2 pluses, 1 minus. Cool, I got a plus. I'm good. I understand that. However, it's... I get it. Like, here's the thing. I understand that, like, it's whoever the fuck thought of this. Whoever made these dice deserves to get shot. Mashallah. Inshallah. Yeah, this will kind of give everybody a pretty basic understanding of what kind of thing we're working with here. These are Fate dice. Creative Commons license or copyright to respective artists. Yeah, video tutorial, demonstration are posted online. For your own creations and yourself, accessibility. Like, I have, like, my big thing is, like, I try to make it so, like, yeah, everyone can play these games. But I understand, like, you aren't going to be playing some of my games if you can't fucking see or you can't read. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Like, I'm not gonna make a fucking audiobook version. Or, hey, I'm sorry if, like, maybe you shouldn't be playing this if you can't do math. Like, that's fine. You know what? Sometimes shit happens. But, like, yeah. Fate games. What is Mecha drama? The first piece of character art we see. The second full piece of artwork. We see the beautiful, well, not beautiful, but an okay looking cover. And then we see a fucking goblinoid. Why? Why? Like, this is going to be one thing going throughout this thing. I have to say, I fucking hate the way this game looks. Except for 2 things. I think the enemy design is cool. I think the mechs look cool. But this is painful. Not even millennial. Because, like, again, you got to compare it to... Again, I said I wouldn't be comparing, but it's relatively important that I do. Because, I mean, obviously, this is the same game. This is the second edition of this game. Like, compared to this, like, this is, let me see if I get, like, a first bit of character. Like, this is the first piece of character art we see. It's a little bit later down, but, like, these are the characters. This is the first thing we fucking see. Like, this seems, like, really weird. Like, guys, did we really need to make all of this? I'm not even saying, like, oh, she's black. No, I'm not even making that. No, it's the fucking hair. it's the lipstick, it's the whole 9 yards. I'm like, oh, okie dokie then. Little bit weird, little bit weird. Because if I'm to be precise, this is where things start getting a little bit weird. And someone said, oh, well, it's going to be, it's the fucking authors. It's the artist's OC. Like, that has to be the case. This is the main character designer, is Jennifer Rogers. And this is Jennifer Rogers. Like, what I could at least see is, like, this is clearly her. Like, you can clearly see this is the art. Look, guys, it looks like a fucking parody. Again, did nobody stop and say, maybe we should tone it down a little bit? Like, God, are you gonna call him a fucking jigaboo next? Like, Jesus. Like, it's like, what the fuck? It looks terrible. The way, you know, hit it this way, we can make sure colorblind characters can appreciate it. Honestly, I would be unsurprised if that's the case. Like, and the weird thing is, like, none of the other characters look like terribly weird or out of place. It's legitimately just this girl that's like, oh, Jesus. Tears Machine is to tell stories of youthful warriors. Genre influences. Gundam. Before Gundam, there were real robots introduced a gritty world of it. Decades later, Hidekiano and Studio Gainax turned genre inside out with Neon Genesis Evangelion. Like an angel who has forsaken thee. Yeah. Biblical angels. We're gonna see the writer really likes Evangelion real fast. NG explored philosophy of violence. Gun Parade March. Fafner Dead Reckoning. You get Robotech, a lot of Robotech, not Macross, Robotech, baby. Robotech. You know, we get things like Pacific Rim, or, again, this was the funny thing that actually prompted me to watch the Genlock video again. Yes, he does cite Genlock as an influence here. Fucking Genlock. Like, new Gundam series, Knights of Sidonia. We still love Neon Genesis. It's great. What is a role-playing game? You know what a fucking role-playing game is. It's one of the things here, though, I want you to make sure to know is that anytime there is something he can say in about 2 paragraphs, he'll say in 5. Like, it's very long-winded. You know, we all contribute to the story, taking the spotlight and handing it off to others. We build on what's come before, adding ideas, scenes, and dialogue to the story. Most importantly, we ask questions and we create stories. One player takes the role of the director. Stage, the other killer takes the role of pilots. You know, oh, this is the game. Rules turn performance into a game. Rules keep us together, all agreeing on what happened. You can use rules when you go into uncertain situations. You have a role-playing game. Design influence. This is where one of the things that kind of threw me for a loop, like design influences. Burning Empires, right away, Burning Empires is cited. I'm like, okay. And then Apocalypse, World Blades in the Dark, Fate Core. It's like, oh, jeez. It's the same shit again. It's the same shit again. Don't you worry, everybody. It's PBTA. It's PBTA. God, I can't escape. You know you can't escape. Oh, God, help me, please. Yeah, it's the fucking... It, wears its influences slightly on its shoulder. Yeah, yeah, Fate Core. It's funny he doesn't like, it's funny he says, like, Fate Core was, like, a big influence, but it's like, you just made a Fate game. Friends or friends to be, roles to play, record-keeping tools, Fate dice, oh boy. Trackers for numbers, content control tools, X cards, script change, lines and veils, with some guidance on the user tools. You are invited players to use their imagination. They feel tools anyone less, including you, signal they feel uncomfortable. Like normal human fucking beings. Please, I'm begging you. Is this a Fate game? Uses fate dice. It doesn't use fate rule. It feels very fate. Like, there's some familiar thing. Like, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do a rough section of the rules here. I'm gonna do my best to summarize the lore real fast. Where's a good place to... Okay. I'm gonna summarize the lore. World's gone to shit. Everything is going wrong. Aliens come from another dimension or space or something, land on Earth, say, hey everybody, I can fix all your problems. And they do generally start fixing everybody's problems, but you have to join their weird cult because they are trying to escape the end of the universe, the end of time, via trying to ascend past reality. Because in 4 billion years, the universe is going to die. I know. Very short amount of time. They have these giant evil cocoon ship things, and everybody's like, oh my god, it's so amazing and wonderful. Obviously, people get a little bit worried about it, and humanity, after fighting the good fight, have come back from the brink. We've ascertained we've become stronger for ourselves, and we say, fuck off, you xeno fuckers. Go to fucking hell. We'll blow you out of the goddamn sky if we need to. And obviously that goes poorly. And the aliens are like, you know what? Obviously you humans don't want us. They take their little cocoon colony ships where a bunch of people are inside and already been mind melded together and fly off to space. End of story. It's very sad. But they come back. Except they do not come in peace. They say, hey, we're going to escape the universe together, and we're going to kill every single human being if we must to do such. And they are now trying to kidnap human beings, to upload to their brain network, to continuously try to solve the final calculation to escape the end of reality. They're also angelic because they're angels. Like an angel who has forsaken sympathy. I'm going to keep doing that. You'll fly me to the moon. Let me see if I can remember some other... Oh, yeah, we developed giant robots, but they are very shit. We get smashed in the first few days of the first few invasions. They are bigger, tougher, stronger, because what happens is anytime we damage one of their big scary mechs, their living mechs, it breaks apart and then it regrows faster. It gets bigger, it gets scarier, and it wants to maul us. We lose. Cities are annihilated. Millions are dead. It's the apocalypse, and we fucking lost. They are in the atmosphere. They have detonated all our satellites. We are at the end of our rope here. A bunch of scientists come together and form a collective form a collective institute of secrecy. And they've been researching it, using its old technology such as cold fusion and all these other special technologies. And they said, we can fight the aliens. And they do. They do very well against the aliens. However, and they down one of their giant robots. They down one of their giant things. They kill it. They kill one called Lucifer. And Lucifer becomes the baseline to all of the, I can't believe they're not Evangelions. All of the Evangelions now, well, they're not Evangelions, they're called saints. But all the saints, however, are also just clones of this giant murder machine. So they're like, obviously, we need a pilot. We need someone to bridge the gap between the controls and that primal rage instinct. The only people who can do it are those who have not had their brains fully developed yet. Children. Most notably, children between the age of 17 and 21. You are one of those children who have been selected by this program to pilot a saint. You have been drafted aboard one of the many arcs, flying death machine robot, giant flying fortresses, effectively, and you deploy into various countries, fight off the aliens when they show up, and try not to go insane while doing it. Sounds simple, right? Did we all get the storyline there? Because it's Evangelion. It's Evangelion. Because they're called the Ven. Let me see if I can find some of the notes on them. Yeah, the thing is more of the robot is a demon that we have tamed. Each one is a clone of the remains of Lucifer, the first Magnus we just yeah, it's just Evangelion. Guys, it's just Evangelion. Like I don't know how to properly iterate this. This is literally the plot of Evangelion, but like significantly worse. Like, do you? Yeah, this is like Lucifer's Lilith with the with the Lance of Longinus inside. That's how all the Evangelions show up. All the saints are like barely. Yeah, it's aggressively Evangelion. Like to the point of like not even like funny, like ha ha ha. It's like almost like Evangelion, but not quite. No, it's just Evangelion. But a more accurate depiction would be it's Evangelion as written by 4 kids. Yeah, it's 4 kids Evangelion. Like that's really the best way I can summarize the entirety of this. That I hate to break it to everybody, but yeah, that's the plot of Tears of the Machine. SC anyway. It's Evangelion. Yeah, they're called the Venator after they're called the Legolas, the Legolas. Get it? The Venator, the hunters. Get it? They're called the Magnus. You get it yet? You get it? Please tell me. Please tell me you understand that this is an Ava reference. Like again, I was waiting for the time someone fucking hand showed up covered in like yogurt or something. I was waiting for it. This is what I mean. Like I kind of like the mech design. I think the Saints look kind of cool, but I like the Evangelion. Like they have a little bit more personality than all, without any of the baggage of the Evangelions. But yeah, that's yeah. Except nerve you have in the arcs, very different. Yeah, it's that and you can retire actually because once you hit 21, you can actually retire and actually go on to live your life, be like a normal person. That's the one difference. Yeah, like they changed some names and they changed some like very simple ideas, but it's very clearly like, okay, we get it what you're doing. Like, you want to add something interesting? No. Yeah, it's for kids, Ava. Collection of stories shaped by the common threads that run through them. First, decide if you want to have a limited series, ending after a certain number of stories or game sessions. Or if you want an open-ended series that follow pilots until they age out or are lost. Yes, the weird thing is, like, this game is very fast. Each season of your game series is 1 year in the pilot's life. Each season is made of 2 or 3 stories and a downtime between them. Because every story is going to have a fight somewhere in there. And each story is a discrete arc with a clear beginning, middle, and end for multiple plot threads overlapped, hiding the structure. Like, you get, like yeah, it's like one story is this, like, it's a very strange way, like, it's a good solid beat to it, which I don't know if I like it or not. Might one day be a fascinating collection of important decisions the pilot needs to make. It could be a week, the scene separated, hours, or days. When the pilots are planning a big event or leading up to an important plot point. Planning your stories. The writer's room. Yeah, no, this is, yeah, this is the writer's room where they tell us all about it. Becoming the writer-director. Change their needs. What's your story about? Are humans inherently violent? Or, more intimate, will I pass the math exam? Subjects, pilots, the preservation force, the saints. Science connect this to science. So advanced it could be mistaken for magic. We must explore our foes, the legolas, tone, ranking the subjects. Some notes are going to be more important than others. Choosing the tone. This is what I mean by like one thing can be led to like 4 different. Like, here's what we have to do. We have to. What do we want to talk about? Well, here's all the different things that we can expect to change. Then we have to choose a tone based off the ranking. Like, we get it. Like, here's the themes. Like, this is very important with themes. Again, it's comical even. Adaptus Evangelion will be in 2 weeks. The pre-Christmas special. I'm gonna be trying to go over every single Ad Ava variation at once. Yeah, it's gonna be a Manly Salmon is going to be drafted into Nerve Moscow, and we will be trying our best to stop the apocalypse in multiple Ad Ava games. Because Adeptus Evangelion is such an interesting story that it needs to be a different story. That's the problem. It needs to have like its own entire thing. Yeah, that was actually one of the reasons why that's the second part of the double feature this month. That's why it's Mech Month. Again, like I think it's comical at some points because I see this, it's like, oh wow, look, it's Pen. You know, Pen, because that's a character we all fucking love. Like, and for some unholy reason, they made her like the central fucking. I hate looks. Stupid hair, stupid like rainbow. I hate it. Yeah, examples of themes like, oh well, here's some pilot themes that are negative and positive. Oh, here's preservation first. Here's the saints. Here's the basic cast. Look, everybody, it's the cast. Oh boy. Themes the story. Big thing with the cast. Let's talk about the cast a lot. Let's talk about people and themes more. Let's talk about the evolution of the series. You know, players have a say on how visiting the subject season after season. About more of the season. Sensitivity and content. Whole thing on the sensitivity and content. Do not think about the fucking consent in gaming forums. Oh boy, I sure do love the consent in gaming forums. We can't talk like a normal fucking human being. See, it's a panda. It's different. It's a red panda. It's funny. Dance, monkey, dance. Yeah, like here's like this entire thing. Like you can make it however you want. Why do we don't need that, that can be a side note. You know, the characters, representation and respect, stereotype, like, the world is diverse. The more people see themselves in gaming, the more welcome they feel. Part of making your game feel welcoming is avoiding racist, sexist, ableist, and queerphobic language and characterization. You can eliminate prejudice from your series, and these are problems of real people. You can minimize the harm it does. Pay attention to other players in your game, your audience, especially in the background, the experience. Why does it say your audience? Why? Players are the only ones that matter. Oh, but you don't think that, do you? You want this to be an actual play. Tell me, come on. Man, open up. Listening to them changing their comfort. Use consent to confuse situation during play. Act quickly and put things right. We were at page 38 of 135. 38. This is what I mean, like, I'm going to talk about when we actually hit the game, but trust me, it's stereotypes. Because, like, this is the only fucking game I know about that brings up microaggressions. Oh boy, microaggressions. Awesome. Character voice. Support characters. Alright, cool. They don't really have a lot, but support characters aren't really that important. They're like this little characters. Some of them are going to be important, but unless they aren't important, but don't worry, everything is fine until they're not. Like, the weird thing with the like, yeah, once the weird thing with, like, SCs is that, like, few lines of description, motivation, use an adjective to describe them, but then that's really it. Like, they don't really get much trouble support characters. They might outside, because like some characters can be designated as a trouble character. If you try to call out the commander, you're gonna get swacked with it. Hey, I want to out-science the scientist, smack, because you're dumb. But it's like, yeah, you can. It's like a big thing. Portraying SCs with respect. Use the SC's correct pronouns when introducing them. They're lazy. On the other hand, stereotypes aren't shorthand for introducing anyone. Somewhat. Under features in the content, mention an accent. Describe it. Just tell me characters. I don't fucking care. Yeah, power struggles. That's great. Okay, we finally hit pilots, everybody. We were on page 40-1. Hit pilots. Yes, pilot characters. Pilot backgrounds all have a background. All that requires rare and mysterious ability to connect with a saint. Don't worry, the panda. Everyone likes Pen. Look at Pen. Dance! Yeah, so build a team right away or make a mismatched group who needs time and help work together. Your pilot can come from anywhere in the world in culture, society, and status. They may be any ethnicity, body type, or gender, or have any disability, visible or invisible. I just made Jabibi Akari. Is just built different. I don't think you quite understand. He's just built different. That's his disability. He's being too fucking cool for this. He's in the wrong fucking anime. And it's like playing the other. This is like an entire fucking page. Like, you should, like, playing someone of a different background then is quite different from your own. You should be a place of understanding. Don't do it to show off your knowledge or acting ability or indulge your curiosity. About the role you care. How you are alike. Consider the differences and change your perspective on the world. People through primary sources. Look at online resources like writing about other and articles on gaming. How may I play a character from another race? By James, the media is not enough. Movie TV should also reduce people to props. Blah blah objects behind the struggle. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Playing the privilege. This is not like. You've been playing a character with a powerful background. You face the challenge of recognizing the harm caused by the status quo. Think about how your pilot acts in those different backgrounds. Do they challenge assumption or reinforce? Do they have advantages others like? Confronting privilege is a good source of drama as we strengthen the team and forge better bonds and fight against. We're in a giant fucking robot anime. I don't give a fuck about my privilege. We're trying to stop humanity's extinction. I don't give a fuck who you are. Like. Here's the thing. This is one thing I've been, I find fascinating. Muv-Luv, the RPG, covers this exceedingly well. You want to know how the Muv-Luv RPG covers this? You roll a 1d little fucking 6 on it. You get a 1 in 136 chance. You get a very low chance of rolling that you're actually a political fucking prisoner because your father is a very important man in government. Yeah, you are privileged. Suck it up. We gotta fucking fight the war, man. Beta don't give a fuck your family got money. Maybe you could use that money to buy us some fucking beer if we get home. We gotta survive our 8 minutes in hell. Trust me. We ain't gonna make 8 minutes. It's like, you don't need to fucking tell us this. Don't be a dick. Like, I'm not, like, I could, like, here's the thing. I could be a dick and be like, this is the liberal agenda. No, I'm not gonna say that. What I'm gonna say is, get to the fucking game. Hey, making your pilot. It took 43 pages to get to gameplay. Not telling us to check our privilege. Telling us to make sure to play the right people. Not making sure that we want to fucking do all this other shit. No. Like, this page is pointless. Because just fucking write other... Like, you can't stop people from being the way they are. No matter who the fuck you are. people are going to be stupid. They're going to be stupid, and there's nothing you can do to really like stop them from doing that. Oh man, in my game I put in the explicit rule that you can't play something you're not, being like, still people are going to fucking do it anyway. So yeah, one of the basic ideas of creating a pilot character is you got to think about who they are. Consider subject and tone decision. You got a bunch of this pointless shit. Pilot record. I am name, age, adjective, archetype, verb. I want hope, so I will path. Name is my relationship, who, how. I am Jabibi Akari. 17-year-old based Gar pilot, good at lifting, piloting, and surviving. Heroics matters to me, so I will save the goddamn world with a giant sword. Manletity is my hot-blooded rival, because every hero needs a hot-blooded rival, and he was willing to take the part. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. There we go. Come on. Yeah, no, like, here we go. It's your Jabibi Akari. We'll work through, figure out your identity. What's your fucking name? You're all, like, most everyone's gonna be 17. Like, that's it. Like, it's just, you're gonna be 17 years old and you're gonna age up. So it's like, okay, that's not really a name unless you want to change it, be like, anyone can be anything. Traits are the keywords you'll be using to do anything. This is your attributes. If you have the right trait, you're gonna add more fate dice. Because that's how the game works. It's the fate system. Remember that. It's a very important aspect. Besides describing your time, traits tell you how you succeed at a task. Traits means more opportunities. Simple as. Basic adjectives. Who you are. You're a cautious person. You're an uptight person. You're a tense person. I chose to be based because I thought it was funny. Who are you? What kind of niche do you fall into? I thought this was going to be like a class of some kind. No. These are just whatever the fuck you feel like. I chose to be Gar, because being manly as fuck is what I do. Fuck yeah, let's go, Akari. Yo, verbs. What are you good at? Some verbs are more flexible than others, so think about how to use them. Interestingly enough, nothing says you can't just do piloting. Piloting is cool. Cool, I want to be a pilot. I'm good at lifting, piloting, and surviving. Because I'm a mech pilot. Remember that, Pop. I'm in a mech. Yeah, hope is what you want most in life. It's another trait, but you have to select the path to do it. Ideal is the trait part of your hope, because you won't ever reach it and be done with it. So it's kind of like the idea of, like, your hope is something like heroic. Like, I have, heroics matters to me. This matters to me. So I will do a thing. It's like kind of looking at this like, oh, affirmation encourage, affirmation, is important to me. So I want to do the best. Affection is important to me. So I want to find someone who loves me. Recognition is important because I want to be famous. That's pretty much what it is. Cool. Path is how you get to that. You can achieve. I chose to get the biggest one because I want to give an idea of what these are. Affection matters to me, so I will find a parental figure. Oh boy. This is exciting, everybody. Woo! And I sure fucking love this. Links are like people you know. I'm like, oh, George is my bully. Amelia is my supportive teacher. Nadia is my worried mom. Kensuke is my absentee dad. Winston is my demanding boss. That's it. This guy looks fine. I don't know why. Like, he looks fine. Like, he has the, like, a little bit, you kind of get an idea of who this guy is. Fine. Cool. I don't like, How is the reason you connect with your person? They grew up. I'm friends who abandoned me for her work. Ego. You have 3 ego. Ego is, like, the first time we actually see remote bit of mechanics. Ego is the best way to think about it, is your funny dice. These are your ability to kind of it's self-confidence. It's a ability for you to alter dice results. For good. Spend and you want to gain ego. Higher ego, better ego. You want to have as high as possible, but you still kind of want to be like, okay, I want to spend a little bit. I want to make sure, spend it, make sure. Angst, on the other hand, is bad. You don't want angst. Angst is bad. Angst will kill you. Well, you start with 0 angst. Troubles. Troubles are kind of interesting. I think that they're a little bit odd, but we don't get it till part fucking 4. But you don't want to start with any troubles. Like, this is a full character right here. Like, right here. Or like, this is a full character. This is a full character. This is a full character. And it's like, during thieving, shooting, this becomes blatant. Details. Oh boy. That's fine. Saint. This is like, okay, it's time for Saint. Let's do it. The brain of the body of a Saint. So all your own physical features are temporarily replaced. Training focus on swapping in and out another body and all the challenges that includes it's Genlock. It's just Genlock. Yeah, it's Genlock a little bit, but not, you're still inside of it, luckily. You may need a Saint modified to meet your comfort level. Weighing the armor to lower the center of gravity. Or you may feel disconnected from familiar sensation, like brushing aside your bangs. You can use Saint trait for anything while piloting. Obviously, I pilot the Saint Bateman in Sigma Company. I equip the Juggernaut sword for close-range combat, and I have a short-barreled trench for my backup medium-range weapon, and booster jets for mobility. I'm piloting the Big O, and you don't. Weird part is the Saint does technically count as a trait in this context. So if I'm in my giant robot, you will almost always be rolling 1 die. You'll almost always, unless you're damaged, but damaged is not kind of handled a little. But let's say, for example, I need to pull off a stupid stunt to save some people. I'm gonna select Gar. Cool, that's my one ability. You know what? Piloting. Boom, another. I'm in my Saint. Boom, got another one. No, Manlity's here. He's my hot-blooded rival. Boom, got another dice. Oh, I'm using my sword. I'm using my booster jets. Boom, got another dice. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Oh, heroics. Boom, another dice. Oh, what's this? I'm a fucking hard ass. Let's fucking go. Let's roll a bunch of fucking die. Let's go. Hell yeah, got a bunch of positive things, got a lot of negative things. Like, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. That's it. Saint item, you got some basic, like, technically, like, in theory, you can actually use your call sign as one as well, but like, not really. Your company also does it. Like, yeah, you're part of Sigma Company. If I'm going to do something, I could probably bring this up as another trait. I'm part of Sigma Company. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Gear is whatever the fuck you feel like it to be, because you can doesn't matter. Gear doesn't matter. It has to be spent instead of ego, because you can only use ego for pilot side things. You can't really use ego for Saint side things as much. Unless you can, then you don't. But then you can just spend your equipment to do it instead, to do the same thing. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, well, you can have 2 weapons that you want. Do you want a main weapon? Yeah, okay. Well, doesn't do anything. Doesn't matter. It's not the point. It's whatever you want it to be. You know, it's defense or mobility. Do you want to block things or do you want to evade things? They do the same exact thing. It's just kind of a more of a thematic one. Are you blocking a shot or are you boost jetting away from a shot? Are you using your hologram Are you using your hologram cloak to break the shape up, break you up, or are you using rocket skates to dodge? Are you using flight to avoid the enemies, or are you using your reactive armor to? That's how it goes. Does the exact same thing, because remember, the equipment doesn't mean anything. Story game. Id, very simple. Id is angst. Id is equal to your angst, effectively. Angst is if your id is very high, bad things happen. Very bad thing. Yeah, you also have, you can lick your thing, look whatever you want. Damage is yes or no. This is very simple characters. Next, we finally hit playing halfway through the book. Don't worry, not actually playing anything yet. Yeah, like that kid's just gonna fucking biff it. Like, I don't, like, that child is in danger. Boys, that child is in danger. He's going to break something. It will be funny when he dies. Narration. Cool. Improv for Gamers by Evil Hat. If you notice all the links, I love links. They're fun. I love links in my fucking outer voice, inner voice. Stories, episodes. Okay, we're gonna keep going. The beats. Okay, now we have the fucking beat system. Oh, gee. Fuck. I'll do this. A beat is a point of action, which decides what happens next. In our game, beats measure the weight of events and pace of the episode. Pretty simple. Count down to scenes, make progress in your story, big success cause more beats to pass, and hurry crisis. Generally speaking, a beat is the amount of time you have. The better you do at something, you might be lower amount of beats or a higher number of beats. So it's kind of like the idea of like, oh, well, this is going to be 3 beats if you succeed, but you succeeded really well, therefore it's only going to be 2 beats. So you get a little bit more time to do things before the inevitable battle. Oh no! Time or energy attention for everything you want to do. It's up to you where you spend your life. Oh no. Beats per episode depend on the number of pilots. 2 or 3 pilots won't be over too soon. Each segment of the episode has its own beats, scenes before crisis, 2 beats per pilot, or two per pilot, or 5 beats, whatever is greater. I don't even know if this is like appealing to colorblind. Look, his back is broken. Who the fuck are you? Like you're Noodle Man. He's the wacky inflatable tube man, everybody. 3 beats per pilot or 7, whichever's high, whichever it fucking is. Conclusion scenes of crisis gets 1 beat per pilot. Yeah, it's like a beat is like, I want to do this. It's going to take me X amount of beats. So you might get like 3 beats, but you might get only 2 beats. It's very regimented, very structured. It's like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right. You're noticing something as well is that we haven't hit anything regarding giant robots yet. Scenes where the real play takes place. Create scenes for your pilots to act as they want. Impromptu by introducing a challenge. Oh no, free scenes. Let's talk about goals. Let's talk about things like that. You don't have to do it. Spend a beat in a free scene to rest and recover from angst. Ooh, you don't have a goal. If maybe you want to have a goal. Do 2 task scenes. Want something must overcome opposition, risk facing come consequences. Oh no! In story provide goal for your exploring questions. What's going to do? Is the Academy Doctor a spy? You're solve multiple tasks. We want to figure it out. Your pilot provides goal for tasks. Some tasks are reactive. A Magnus surges toward your saint with grasping claws, and it's up to you to save yourself. Step out of the classroom and see your friend cornered by their crush. The instructor sets up a mock battle. All of these are handled the exact same way, and that's infuriating. We still don't know how to do anything in this game. Yeah, I fucking know. We are over halfway through the game, and we don't know how to play it yet. Reaching the goals in a single time. It's a combination of things. We're gonna get here soon. We're so fucking close, guys. Beats pass over course of tasking. Prices and climax of the episode. I have to know the task and how many beats. So the basic concept. I give you all a very basic concept. is you have the episode, which is comprised of scenes, which is comprised of beats. So the episode may be, I want to eat pie. The scene might be finding pie. The beats, not the beats. So my beats, the beats might be finding the pies. That might be the idea. You might do individual beats of how do I find the pies? I'm quick enough to here. See ya. So that could be an entire scene of trying to find pie. Then you're using those individual beats to do things. And you may only have, let's say, 5 beats to solve it, but if you do well, you might have 3 beats. So you have 2 little beats to do other things with. Well, I found the pie, everybody. I got plenty of time. That was real simple finding my pie. So I want to make sure I've got all the little pie ingredients I need, and I need to get to the kitchen. Next scene begins. I'm in the kitchen now, and I've got plenty of time to bake my pie. We've done it. Good job, everybody. We've learned to play Evangelion. The crisis is your battle scene. But here's the thing. It's also not. Because look, all the crisis is, mind you, here's the thing. All the crisis is a problem you overcome. Crisis does not even really necessarily need to be giant fucking robot battle. In a giant robot battle game. To its larger scene, you had to go to the points. It's important to note there are no breaks in the crisis scene. No free scenes or opportunity to rest. Oh, you have a battle scenes. The Ven attack. Oh no, suit up, jump to the Saint and meet the enemy on the battlefield. Missiles flies, beams blaze, giant metal insects rumble down the street, soldiers spray them with bullets. Oh no! This way, battles have the same features of other crisis scenes. Battles are not crisis scenes. You could play this entire game with never getting in the fucking robot. And I would kill someone if someone tried that. In the second episode, if I'm not in the fucking robot, I'm gonna fucking kill something. Gar. Conclusion scene 1. Price is bad. We have a short time of trying out loose ends with some extra tasks. You can finish off uninterrupted stories and let the pilots recover some troubles. Oh no! Who, where, when, and who. When, where, and who. Let's describe a scene and its setting. Trouble support characters, long or short, easy, accomplish your ends, the share of the moment. How do we do it? Time to see. It's here, everybody. Page 71, and we're learning how to maybe roll the fucking dice. Tell us the story. How do you act? What happens? Pilot script who you are and what you can want to use as many traits as possible. Use as many traits as possible. You do the thing. Things that can open players. Describe responses and details. Cool. We're not doing it. Have no fear. It's the fucking X card. We don't learn how to roll any fucking dice yet. Cool. Fuck it. I'm happy. Fuck it. Cool. I want to play. I want to read about the X card. Let's justify and use the X card. This is another. Next scene, sharing the stage. Part 4, page 73, is when we learn how to play the game. All of this wasn't actually playing. This was describing how to play. This is the how you might be able to play. Not actually playing the game at all. This is right here. And then you see the coolest fucking piece of artwork in the entire game. And it's cool. This is cool. I like this. It's clearly a fucking Ava. It's clearly a budget, great value Ava versus a fucking Angel. But this is cool. I'm in. But we don't get that. Oh no. No. Once these basic tasks are covered, part 4.1 add complications to the core rules. 2 questions. Do you get what you want? And are there consequences for your actions? Easy enough to understand. The pilot gets to choose the dial that shows what reached their goal. The director chooses the dial that denotes the cost. The goal. The goal is your task. The example they use. The example they use constantly is this one. Maria wants to blame Professor Callahan for putting her into disciplinary duties. Callahan's a dick. The giant robot game gives us the example, someone going through somebody's bag. I'm going to tell you how the fuck this works, okay? We're going to tell you how it works. All this bullshit doesn't fucking matter. No, this is how the game actually works. So, let's say we have a roll. Let's say, for example, here's a machine SC. Somebody is in danger. Somebody has, there's a disaster occurring on board the Arks. Someone is pinned underneath some rubble. And the explosion, people are getting desperate. Jabibi Akari jumps to action. He wants to be a hero. We want someone is trapped to some level. We want to save people. What do we do? Gar. What do we do? Lifting. Oh, my hopes? Heroics. I want people to be careful around me. I want people to be safe. Because I want to be a hero. I want to be a Superman. Awesome. So we've got we got our 3 dice here. We're Gar, we're good at lifting, and look, we're at survival too. We've got survival. We got our 4. Let's roll our dice. Alright. So I've rolled 2 minuses, 2 pluses. Now, how this works, I have to choose one to be if my goal succeeds, and then I have to choose one, and then the GM is going to choose one at the cost. Jumps into danger, and he's going to say, 6 is my goal. I succeed at it. Flying colors, even. Kind of see down here. Good result. Pilot exceeds at a voice or avoids cost. It's really good. Fair result. Pilot reaches the goal or gets some angst. Pilot misses the goal or gets in trouble. Alright. Pretty simple. The goal, you exceed. This is the basic idea. Goal, you exceed, you get what you want from the task. You also gain control over choosing the cost die for this task. So, you know what? I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm saying fuck it. Let's do it. Let's game. We get a good. I don't spend anything. I get something. I use my other plus, and let's say, for example, we got some less good results. Let's say I rolled a 4, a 3. I got negatives and blanks. Damn, things didn't do too hot there. I choose one of my blanks. I meet my goal. All right, let's do this. Let's do. I completed my goal. I am successful. The cost, however, affected in a minor way. You get in trouble. Trouble is a negative effect that makes it harder to costly succeed. That's damn. The GM looks at me. He looks at me. I'm like, okay. He selects a negative. I succeed at my goal. I the thing, and the guy crawls out. He's good. I am fucked though. Like I get a nasty burn. I get a nasty burn. And I am, Jabibi emerges a lot more injured than he's. Damn, he ain't doing too hot. He gets a trouble. What's a trouble you make? A trouble is just a short line or short description that says, hey, you have a trouble. Anytime a trouble comes into play in the future, the GM has to choose the goal. The GM chooses whether you succeed as well as the cost. That's the issue. It's a double-sided problem. So let's say, for example, we succeeded again. Let's say we got a plus blank and 2 minus. I'd say I complete my goal completely, and I get a -1. I might get some angst. So what all angst is, you just add 1 angst. It's kind of a things go your way, but not really your way. You could have been stronger. You could have been better. You could have been good. Like, man, things could have gone a lot better, but they could have gone a lot worse. It's not good. Like, damn. Things aren't good. So we've got all this. So that's how we kind of done the basics, kind of understand it. We're keeping with this basic idea. I'm gonna write it out here just so people at home can kind of understand what's going on here a little bit. Jabibi. he's going to use lifting. He uses lifting, surviving, heroics, and Gar. That's what he gets. Those are the 4. So under this current situation, what occurs if he rolls a plus, let's say plus I'm just going to use X plus blank minus minus minus. With a plus, he can use it to select the minus. He just gets X. So he would just gain A. It's if you let's do a pilot selects pilot chooses goal, GM chooses cost. Very basic understanding. However, this is where things get a little bit interesting. You can spend your ego to increase something by 1. So I can turn this blank into another plus. So I can say, okay, I'm going to spend an ego, but I get a plus, and that means I get both. I can choose my result, and I can choose to have absolutely 0 consequence. There's, out of anything, I don't hate this system. I think it works fine. I think it just takes for fucking ever to get to it. Because then it's like, oh, well, if you have any if any remaining dice are pluses, you get to keep the good energy for yourself and boost your self-confidence, and that's how you get ego. So if you roll a bunch of pluses, you get some bonus ego for it. But here's how it is. Gold die also selects how many beats are passed. And it's like, okay. Like I get what they're going for here. If it wasn't this, I think it would be okay-ish. Like, yeah, rule complication. When trouble shared goals, trouble that you picked up from previous acts, trouble and task. If you ever have trouble, that means what happens is that you pretty much they get to choose both. And choosing the gold die, they like to choose the cost die as well. You have the chance to turn a die and soften the result. Maybe a matter of luck. Oh no. Support characters. Because what happens if you do a trouble support characters, they're going to fuck your day up. Yeah, this fucks your day up a little bit. Because on the read, just find someone else with power who can still get to your goal. Because you can use other characters to assist you. Because if you have another character that jumps in to assist, they get to roll their dice, but you only get to choose one. Narrate your collective actions. Leader, you collect all the dice. Collect the dice for traits as usual. Assisting pilots narrate how they help you with their traits, but only collect one dice. Everyone. The dice from any of your assistants, replace one of your own. So it's, let's say, for example, I rolled my 4. Ah, man, I rolled terrible. I got a bunch of minuses. I got a minus and a blank. Ah, man, this is going to go real poorly. But I got 2 friends helping me. One friend rolls a 5, one friend rolls a 3. Okay. I can replace one of my dice with one of their dice. I've got now a plus blank and 2 minuses. So now I have a little bit more authority because I got some help. But I can only switch out one die. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to switch out my die. Then I'm going to choose a blank. Get a little bit of angst. That's how assists work. And it is actually useful to have, if you roll exceedingly well with a bunch of pluses, and then you have assistant, use one of their dice and switch it out. You may even get an advantage from it. Say, hey, I got a bunch of ego from this because all my friends were helping me out. I am good. Yeah, this is how assistants cover, but the leader must still put your own work. You can't accept only one assistant's die. Oh no. Oh no, everyone's sad. Big help. Holy God. Now this is where things start getting a little bit wonkier. Leader's goal in cost. Choose the goal die unless you're in trouble. Then it's up to the director. Goal die if the cost of goal die was plus. You get to choose cost die. Chooses. Down. Comes ego, leader's beats. The leader's beats are more important than your beats. The assistant dice left. Assist die that is not accepted by the leader affects the assistant who rolled it. Pilot gets ego. Pilot gives angst. Pilot takes on trouble for trying to help. Yeah, if you roll poorly on an assist, there's a chance that you fuck yourself up as well. So it's like assistance is a very not great option to do. Like there's no advantage to building angst. There's zero advantage. It's a net negative. You know, kind of traits as usual, task and parallel, same thing. You know exactly. Fixing trouble. You gotta find the person to do it. You gotta fix on doing it. You gotta make a roll to do it. You gotta make a cost. Oh no. I know, I've been burnt. I'm gonna go to the hospital. 3 assist dice plus everything else. I can do some beats. I'm gonna be fine. Oh no. I got some social stuff. Got this. One weird thing to note. Look. One very bizarre thing to note is let me see if I can troubles. Where's the trouble? Overwhelmed right here. If you got 5 troubles, you're dead. You're out. Go away. Sayonara, fuck boy. Outie. Yeah, you get hey, nothing about how are things going. I'm doing good. Life is pretty solid. We're going over bad mech games today. Hopefully they were bad, but it's the nature of things. But you take 5 troubles. They're very easy to acquire, by the way. You just fucked. You lose your character. You're dead. You're overwhelmed. You're depressed. You become addicted. You're outie. It's like, oh, well, that's kind of a bummer. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Go all the way down here. Look, beautiful artwork. You can kind of tell. Fixing a trouble. We need to fix the trouble. Relieving angst. Task strategies. Brief rule summary. This is the brief rule summary. This is 1 page for all of that. And you want to know what the best part is? We're not even to the giant robot battles yet. No, baby. We still got the entire crisis section to go. I am emotionally fucking annihilated by this game. Like, I'm not even saying this like we're 4.5 hours in. No, I'm saying this because this game is so tiring. Like, every aspect about it is just slow, tedious, and treats you like you're a fucking moron. Like, it's like you're snuffing glue half the time. It's like, guys, just let me play the game. You know, it's the crisis. This is the crisis goal. This is the fucking crisis. When I said like the main like example they use throughout is someone looking through somebody's purse, I'm not lying. This is the crisis. Is a confrontation, a teacher going over someone's purse. The idea is that in a crisis, you have different points. These are kind of like either a combination of smaller steps or different aspects of the battle. You know, these are plays that win the game. In a debate, these are the topics we argue. Fight the combos or punches. Cool, simple enough. One of the ideas is you win or lose points through tasks. You win a point. You know, the crisis begins with 1 point introduced by the director. Everybody else has already kind of put in a number of points. So you might have multiple points. Let's say a crisis breaks out. Oh no, bomb goes off. Bomb goes off. Multiple injured. Gotta help. Point one, maybe like save the injured pilot. Save the injured pilot. Point 2 might be, stop the fires. Point 3 might be, you know, recover personnel. Recover personnel, and point 4 maybe, I don't know, you know, get the research results safety. Everyone's going to have to do one of these points eventually. So it's like, okay, you know, pilot one, like Jabibi is like, Jabibi is like, okay, I'm going to save the injured pilot. Like, that's going to be what I want to do. Save this. Someone like Pro jumps in, like, I'm going to stop the fire. Oh, I want to recover the, you know, Manletity wants to recover the personnel, and I don't know, fucking, Jaster summons in to get the research result. That's what these kind of is going for. Same system, just a bigger. If you win, as don't beat, track of progress till the end of the scene, climax of the episode, 3 beats per pilot. If you are successful, if you get, you know, the points, you're good. You win. You gonna get an advantage. Like, you win that point. If you win a majority of the points, you win the encounter. You win the crisis effect. Some things might have gone bad, but you still win the encounter. Lose a majority of them, you've lost the crisis. Something bad has gone on and you fucked up. Something, or you couldn't save the day. Interact choice as usual, collecting dice from traits. Blah, coal and cost dice. The thing is, you don't get it right away. So if you take a few troubles, you're not going to have it affect you right now, but you're going to have to do it later. You stay safe from harm, angst, points in the crisis. Add yourself to the points in play. Oh no! But if you are lost, you are removed from the crisis. This is the idea of you technically, this is how you lose, effectively. This is how you get in the crisis. Fuck up roll. I want to say, let's say, you know, using our previous example, Manletity, you know, goes into put out the fires. Fires spark too much. He's now caught in the flames. That is a point in the crisis. Something has gone wrong. He's not out of the. He's in there, but someone's going to have to go in there to help him. He can either try to fight it himself, or someone rush in to help him, or do a variety of things. If he succeeds, he gets out. He's safe. If he fails, he's out of the crisis. Something has happened. He's out of the fight. He's out of the situation. And probably trouble. Ego. Collect ego for each plus sign chosen. Beats. Want to do. Same. What's this time? Same fucking thing. Cool. Fucking support characters and crisis. Same fucking thing. Put you in trouble. Chooses your gold die against them. You avoid trouble SCs by going around them or making other points. However, avoiding trouble SC may making sacrifice points they want to contest. So it's kind of like the idea that Science Man wants to debate you on this. You're not gonna, like, you're gonna be in like a problem if you're doing this. This is an issue. You can't debate Science Man. So you might have to give up 1 point and just immediately go for one that you know you can succeed at. Aggressive and stay in control of the crisis by choosing their own points. As soon as they lose a point against trouble SC, they pick a new one. Oh damn. You know, lost pilots. Oh no, you're done. Lost and removed from crisis scene. If you're too busy to help yourself, they're probably gonna try to rescue. Plus, you stay in the crisis, but are under threat and still need more help. Negative, you're out. Fighter a game and insult or hard truth may embarrass you, leaving an argument. No, you're down. 1. So, page 105. So, which Ttrpg is this? It's using fudge dice, so I have very little hope. This is Tears of a Machine SC. Now, let's see, 105. Tears of a Machine SC. Came out in 2021, and it's the second edition of another game, which is a little bit interesting, because this is the original game. It's not a Fate dice-based game, actually. This is a D6 game. You can also no longer find this game. Tears of a Machine First Edition is gone. I have no idea what happened to it. And I know it's different because this is the character sheet for... This is the character sheet for the first edition, you could say. This is the character sheet of the second edition. You notice some clear changes. Like, there's a lot less here. Like, you have, like, this injury system. You have a reserve system. You have, like, this entire, like ego id system over here. Like, there's a lot here, actually. I'm curious. Here's the thing. I'm curious about this one. Now, because I thought they were just going to be like, okay, this is just the updated version, because you don't completely fucking remove a game if you, like if it's different, like, yeah, you don't just completely remove a game unless it's just like, yeah, this is just clearly like an updated, upgraded, there's no reason to play the first edition because it just doesn't exist anymore. It's a pointless thing to have. So why sell it? Because it's just less. But this is Evangelion. That kind of give everybody a heads up. Tears of a Machine SC is just Evangelion, but it's the 4Kids version of Evangelion. As you can tell by our saints. They're saints. Different. Very different. Yeah. Battle is the exact same. Yeah, this is the idea. Like, you're still going to be using that point system, but they're going to be slightly different. Because you're a giant robot, finally, on page 106, and they are squishy little aliens, or a giant death robot, or a giant death angel. It's an Angelru. It's a Gundam. Angel Gundams. You know, it's really up to escape captivity. This is what you kind of do. You need to do, oh, the evacuation cellars are filling up. The barricades are holding. Convoys trapped. The anti-aircrafts are being bombarded. We need to get to the convoy. We need to do this. One of the big things is you always are going to be rolling Saint for almost anything. These are 50 meters tall with the strength to topple buildings. This is the big thing. You always are going to have at least a die. Trouble and Saints, pretty much the thing. Any piece of trouble you get, you don't feel until the end of the battle. You're going to be fine. When you get out, you might take a few steps and be like, ah, what a beautiful Dewang, and then pass out. You might, walk, they might unplug you being like, how you doing? And you're fucking, you're bleeding everywhere and you're half dead. I'm like, oh, fuck. We don't have to worry about that now. Don't worry, the Saint will save us. Here is the resource. It's pretty much just ego. That's one of the big things about it. Change goal, cost, and unused assist die. That's the entire idea. Yeah. And you have to be a little bit, justifying in using it. However, Jabibi and the Bateman, the Saint Bateman of Sigma Company, he has the Juggernaut sword. If he wants to attack somebody, he can attack somebody with his Juggernaut sword. Hey, he has booster jets. He can do booster jet things. And he can use it to change his dice. That's pretty much it. Spending it empties, burns it, loses it, breaks it. Mark it on your pilot. You cannot use it again for the rest of the fight. I don't know why that's the case when it comes to weapons, but who fucking knows? Battle test, same fucking thing. Right here. One thing, though, is you do not gain angst in Saint mode. You gain id. If id ever exceeds your ego, you berserk. Sorry, you frenzy. It's not a... Guys, it's not Evangelion. Fucking swear, it's not Evangelion. It's Bavangelion. Saint is damage or topple buildings, may lose an arm, have armor torn out. Oh no. Yeah, if you do a battle, you get damaged. Oh no. You can't use any of your equipment anymore. You're damaged. You're doing bad. Expended as restricted. Pilot's ability must cover for the damage. Oh, damn. Ah, beautiful. Yeah, luckily, and when you are damaged, you can't actually, use the Saint trait, which is very bad. You can regenerate, however, you're going to be increasing your id. It is bad. You don't do that. Oh no! Saint is destroyed. Pilot pod ejects. Tearing armor. Id. Bad. 0 id. Bad. You want to add id. This is the frenzy mechanic. Pretty much whenever your id is greater than ego, it ticks over. Pushing your mind aside would gain more id beyond the maximum level and burst into a frenzy. It's one of the things is with it. Frenzy, you always roll 2 dice for task. The lower is the gold dice, the higher is the cost dice. Dice result cannot turn ego or gear. You do not gain more id. Your id decreases by 1 after every task. Your id falls to 0. Once id falls to 0, the frenzy ends. You don't really get a bonus for frenzying. You don't automatically win the fight. Hello, everybody. My name is Notepad Anon. I write games for fun, but unfortunately, we're just going over shitty role-playing games. Sorry, I'm not very fascinating. I don't play a Fortnite gamer moments. I'm not too hip with the kids, you could say. I just really like tabletop games. So here I am, gamers, gaming. I'm like dabbing, but it ain't. I'm not cool. Just immediately see the viewer numbers just plummet. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. This is Tears of a Machine SC. This is a game of it's Evangelion. The suffering teenagers and yogurt on some kids and children's hands. We're going over the battle mechanics, which is just sadness and sucks. I don't like this game very much. It's kind of dumb. Get from them, they are the points. List of points. The enemy. Oh no, the enemy. Very bad. These are the main villains. They are angels. Stab them. But don't, because you don't. Aliens are invading. Yeah, this is one of those games where I kind of look at and I kind of question the finer points of my life with. I say, but why? I ask, is there a reason for this? And then I look at it more and say, wow, this kind of just sucks. They're trouble, like the gigantic murder angels are in fact just trouble at seas. That means they just make everything you do more miserable. It's great. I love it. Yeah, they expand the crisis. They literally make the fight go on longer by virtue of showing up. So you have to play longer. It's great. I love it. Little away from the evac shelter. Oh no, the giant robot! Ooh! Disconnection. You did it. You win. Have fun. Battle the task scenes. That's pretty much it. And that's how you do it. That's how you end an episode. This is the fucking game. I don't like this game. I would really like to say that this game is fun or interesting in any remote amount of time. It's really not. Pretty much the more you succeed at your path goals, the more you're going to level up, which just means adding verbs. Cool. I love adding verbs to my character. So much fun. Next season, aging out. You want to play new story characters, end the stories. And this is kind of what we end up on. Cool. They quote Carl Sagan? What the fuck? No. How did this game happen? Like, let's actually see what happened. Everyone dance, I've seen best as talented creators play that space. I like my rules though. Apply them to a game. I was resistant for people would want more mecha stuff from me. I thought about it, the more I saw she was right. The new edition is an opportunity to refine and improve on the story and setting. No more weird capitalizations, not actually Latin, but kind of close names on things. Better language and help players. Hackers got, and there's a full fucking. Fuck you. Because here's the bizarre thing. Like, here's the bizarre thing. Yeah, this is the fucking artwork in the book. Yeah, the artwork is, of debatable quality. But here's the weird thing. Because this is a completely different game. Not only is it effectively about, let's see, it's about 60 pages, like, down on it. About 60 pages down on it. And it's like, let's actually see, yeah, like, you see all this, the Mazors, like, cool, that's fine. But there's a twist. Like, let's see. Let's do the rule. Let's get to the rules section real fast. How do we play this? How do we play the new game? Because this is the artwork of the old version, which people were like, you should totally look at, because it's really good and it's really neat and you should look at it. And I'm like, why? But there's the new edition. There's the brand new special edition. And so there's gotta be something here, right? It's the new edition. New edition is fun. New edition is cool. New edition is fun. But let's actually pilot's ego, allow him to do great things. Pilot's hope. There's hope mechanic. Okay, choose the hope. Despair. Pilot fears. Co-pilot despair should be easy to define. Most situations. Motivations. Gaining ego, losing ego, spending ego, all is lost, ego and teams, id, other. Okay, come on, give me what I'm looking for. Relationship, first relation, gaining friends, gaining morale, losing relation, changing relation, blah 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 blah. Tell me what to do. Pleasure to be based. These suggestions, pilot player, act on what's going to happen. Passing the story, talent checks. Okay. Charm, coordination, intellect, tone, spirit. Intellect, observance, study. Let's see. Check roll, single dice, and not involve a nation. Like, I understand, like, why you would change this. This is quite literally just throwing a shit ton of words at you really fast, because I'm trying to find, like, what do I roll? The challenge of 8 or saying struck by imaginary blast, so... I'm gonna make a wild guess here. So... let's actually do a quick check. I'm curious. Curiosity killed the cat. How does it work? One scene, challenge, introduce. Ego, pilot's ego, big picture, and that's it. What dice do I don't need. I want to know what dice I roll. How do I do a thing? Overview. Okay. 1. Efficiency, dice. You'll find any hobby shop, disused copy of Monopoly. Players roll dice individually and handful. Take turns. Efficiency and related talents. An action can settle an outcome of an argument. Blah blah. Let's have action. Leading the challenge and supply success and narrated by the pilot. Successful director narrates the results of the action and immediately follow up. We do not silence it down, only finish half the questions. Beat the challenge number F with his effort of 8. His player explained how he raced through the questions following his instinct as grades are displayed on the main board. Smiles at ONC, jeers at Ken when he sees his F. Hester Effort is remarkable. 11. She has earned A+ in the class. So it's a dice pool system. This is just this is a completely different fucking game. Because the weird thing with this is this is a completely different game, and what I'm getting at, it's like it's a D6. Like this is just from a quick observation. I didn't read this one. So what I'm getting is like a D6 dice pool. D6 dice pool, but it's like every like bonus one you get. So it's like, I think it's like the idea of like if you get like a 3-3-5, you technically have a 4 because you added these two up together, and you get a +1 from it. So cool. Like, but if you get like a 4-4-4 and then a 5, technically it would be 4+. It would be like you'd get a 6 from it or something. So it's more valuable for you to roll multiples. So it's okay. It's like a VA a little bit. Okay. Level 5 down. High dice is increased by 1 to 6. He adds his study proficiency. Yeah. This is he had a dice pool system, and he changed it to this. I do not care for this game. I do not. I do not care for this game because instead of... How do I want to word? Instead of capitalizing on the idea of, hey, I am a giant fucking robot game. I am a robot game. I am this like giant robot punchy Evangelion game. It instead is a teen drama RPG about high school, and I didn't sign up for Mech Month to talk about high school drama bullshit. And that's, I think, the unfortunate problem with Tears of the Machine SC, because it's like a weird Fate game. And the fact that they took so much out of it in the name of accessibility that you lose a lot of the heart, I feel. Because if we kept the original system and, like, again, this cleaned things up a lot, cool, alright, we can make it work a little bit. Hell, even have the idea of, like, the Fate dice or whatever. You can keep those in there. Fuck it, we can change the system to keep the Fate dice in there. Maybe you just get, like, you just have, like, you need to apply more effort. You roll your bonus, and then you roll the dice, you get a bonus for it. Cool, you got a +2. You add +2 to it. Cool, whatever the result is. That's fine, we can do that. That's, like, we can work with that. They instead went with a completely different... Like, a completely different set of ideas. Like, this is a completely different game that made the original go away, which I feel is a... Which feels like a mistake. That makes sense. It feels like a mistake of changing the entire basis of this fucking game to something else. Where you could have had something, you could have had not Evangelion as an RPG, a little pretty light, but it could work. They instead went for like this bizarre story game thing. I think that's the tragedy of Tears of the Machine. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock. I've been streaming for, let's see, how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 5 hours. But we've got one more game, everybody. Yes, it's going to be a long stream. Welcome to Maharlika, otherwise known as Filipino. Welcome to the Philippines, everybody. You may be wondering, no, Pat, I don't want to go to the Philippines. I don't want to be Filipino. And the answer is yes, you do want to be Filipino. Yeah, this is the Filipino Spirit Mech game. And you know what? No, you know what the best part is? I can be very quick about this game because we've already kind of talked about this guy before. And before you start, I'm going to select this because I sure as hell can't pronounce it. I'm going to be honest with everybody here. I'm going to mispronounce literally everything about this game because I don't speak Tagalog. Maharlika RPG. Yeah, so here we go. this is what it is. It's on itch.io primarily. It's on literally nothing else. Interesting notes to do about this game, though, is technically this game is not quite done, but it is done because this was last updated last year to 1.2. The version we'll actually be going over is 1.2, but like you get some like odd bits. Like this is $25. And I say this is he clearly states that it's in development. It was updated actually in February, and like this is what he kind of clearly says it's in development. So I can only say that it's in development. This is Makapatag or Walks. He's Filipino. He writes fiction novels and things about Filipino folklore. He does not. He's got effectively 2 games or 3 games. The Maharlika RPG, techno spiritual technical mecha combat RPG. It's Lancer. We also have Karandun. We also went over Karandun. I did not like it because it's a weird PBTA thing, and I thought it was kind of dumb. Luckily enough, Banwa is coming out soon, right? Because this isn't a play test, right? That would be insane. That would be a silly thing to call this another play test. Just a game that will never quite be finished, because I don't very much doubt this game will be finished. In development, 15 days ago it was updated. 3.2 play test. Like, this is just straight up a play test too. Yeah, so this is Gubat Banwa, which is inspired by a bunch of other things. But you may be wondering, well, but this is a fucking scenario. But he's published books, a book, a zine for a game that is not out yet, that is half the cost of the game, no less. See, that's some real gamer hours right there. Charging $10 for a $20, charging $10 for a zine for a $20 game. That is some gamer hours, everybody. Real hero hours. I don't know about you guys, but maybe I'm doing it wrong. Let's see. He's on Tumblr. Wheel Breaking Shaman. Based Seaman. Princess Murders the Hero. This is who this guy is. Very beautiful artwork. I give him that. The artist that he brings on board, and he did have a. I swear he had a Twitter. Like I swear he had a Twitter. He's got this. Change his name? No. I think he got rid of his Twitter. Mind you, this was like 2 days ago. Yeah, right here. Yeah, never. Here's his Patreon. You want to do $20 a month for? Yeah, 21 patrons for $63 a month. I can tell you about one. I mean, if I were to be a betting man, I think 2 of them. I think one of them have done that, and the rest are doing various, like, maybe mid-range donations. It's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, welcome to this dude. I don't know what happened to his Twitter. Like, his Twitter was there like yesterday. Yeah, he had a Twitter yesterday. Like, that was interesting. Like, did he get banned or no? This tweet is just unavailable. Yeah, he just deleted his account, I think. Yeah, that's oh. Yeah, no, he was a dude. Yeah, that's all I can really say about that. Well, actually, no, he's got a card here. You have a new Twitter or something? No, he deleted his Twitter. Yeah, he deleted his Twitter. Interesting. Yeah, he also wrote this. He wrote this game. One thing that I do know about is that he actually was, I would say, relatively popular on TG for a while. Our Shores RPGC collection. What ever happened to this game? Yeah. Weird. But yeah, no, Maharlika, he was actually fairly popular on TG for a while. Yes, this is actually a genuine fat guy. And Maharlika actually did find its, I wouldn't say beats, but kind of found its grouping in a few different places, a few different influences. That's how I actually heard about him. He was a guy who shilled his game quite a bit on TG. So my brother in Christ, Makapatag, no matter what you do, you can never leave. But yeah, as you can see, he does a lot of stuff, but like this is like his main, I think, source of income, I guess you could say. Like, he's even said like, I make my money off of this. Okay, no, here's his Twitter. He got rid of his other Twitter. He put his Tumblr, like, yeah, this is his Twitter. Alright, it's a slightly different one. Alright, fine, cool. He also has a Twitter for everything. I'm gonna make a wild guess. He's got a Twitter for everything. Because can't have nice. Yeah, this is who this guy is. Right here. What's the? I don't know who the fuck you are. Yeah, this is who this guy is. Don't really know what else to say about it. He's a fat guy. Made the rounds. This is 1.2 edition. And I did need somebody competent to bring aboard. Someone capable. Hence why I brought Emilio Miranda. 30Bs. To join the fray. Now, some of you might be saying, Notepad, this is just Lancer. And the answer is, yeah, it's just fucking Lancer. This is Lancer. I hate to break it to everybody involved, but this is just what this game is. I could make a very long and like, it's Lancer. And I could prove it to you by not reading the lore at all, really. Because, like, here's the basics of the lore. Filipinos expanded to the archipelago galaxy, which he spells about 2 different ways because spelling is hard for words, I guess. But the archipelago galaxy, under the Lacanate. The Lacanate is definitely not the whatever the fuck they're called. They're called the Union. Everything is bad, but then they get invaded by aliens. But then the dimensional aliens from the spirit world show up, and give everybody superpower, and then give them super tech. But then the aliens from the other reality leave, but they don't because they're like AI spirit gods. We don't talk about the AI spirit gods again. Let's see. The corporate wars start out. Big aliens, Maharlika are formed, but they're like freedmen. I'm trying to remember everything. Here's the thing. I tried to like the lore, but I didn't understand a third of the words because it's fucking in Tagalog. Yeah, I'm gonna give you just one big thing about this game right off the bat. And this is kind of one thing with Cat doing. He does have a bad tendency of putting Filipino things in Tagalog. That's the language of the Philippines. In places where you probably don't need them, and it suddenly becomes a lot of words that you have to double check just to make sure you're not going insane. And it's not like, oh well, we've established. No, it's like constant. It is a constant flow of shit. Yeah, we'll see. Got inspired, and he is an Iron-Blooded Orphans fan, IBO fan, unfortunately for everybody involved. Yeah, play a character within the world, and what the Arbiter will run. Very simple. Where's the one line? Where's the one line that really kind of broke my mind a little bit here? Yes. If you roll, pretty much this is a D20. This is actually more accurate would be to say it's a D10 D20 game. You're going to roll D10 for all your pilot actions and D20 for all your robot actions, called Mecha, M-E-K-A. However, because we can't escape our nightmare, if you are 10 or higher, you succeed. If it's a 69, that's a partial success. If it's 1 to 5, that's a failure. Because, of course it is, because we can't have nice things. Generally speaking, the more traits you have, the more raw bonuses you're going to be able to get. You want more traits, and that's good. Maharlika traits. Maharlika traits give you raw bonuses to things as well. Yeah, as you can kind of see over here. Technically, your mecha skills, this doesn't matter. Half the game is this, up here only. This game sucks. I hate the pilot skill. I think it's dumb. Yeah. D20, however, uses the exact same rolls. You just roll a D20 instead, so you succeed half the time. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Thinking is hard. Yeah, so, if you roll, you're usually add the bonus, but there might be other things that can give you an advantage to your pack. These are represented to Sverte, which means good luck and fortune in Filipino, Tagalog, and Malas, which means misfortune in Filipino. If you have Sverte or Malas, you add plus 1d10 if Maharlika or plus 1d20 if Mecha to the point of Sverte and Malas you have. If you take the highest if Sverte or lowest if Malas of the result. If you attack with plus 1 Sverte, that means you roll 2d20 and take the higher number. The limit of Sverte and Malas is 3. They cancel each other out. 1. So someone with plus 2 Sverte and negative 1 Malas ends up with a net plus 1 Sverte. Now, I don't speak Tagalog. I don't speak Filipino. What I do speak is English. Sverte. Sverte. I believe that's the pronunciation. Sverte. I don't speak Spanish. Unsurprisingly, I am American, and I do not speak Spanish. I do not speak other languages. So it's Sverte. But I want you to remember that entire line of saying Sverte and Malas the entire time. That's the entire book. The entire book is combinations of throwing a Tagalog word in for something else, and then explaining what the word is, and then, like, I'm going to reread this. These are represented through fortune and misfortune. If you have fortune or misfortune, add plus 1d10 if Maharlika or plus 1d20 if Mecha for each point of fortune or misfortune you have. Then take the highest if fortune or lowest if misfortune of the result. Attack of plus 1 fortune means you roll 2d20 and take the higher number. The limit of fortune and misfortune is plus 3. They also cancel each other out 1 for 1. Someone with plus 2 fortune and negative 1 misfortune ends up with a net 1. It's the same shit. They just put in Tagalog words for no reason. I mean, I get it's like, yeah, he's Filipino. I get it. But you're writing it in English. And it's like, I can't be mad at you, but I'm also like you know this is English. Why don't you translate that word outside? See, like, just sounding more Filipino. We'll get to what I mean a little bit more as well. But yes, game term, Arbiter, GM, Mecha, mechanized weapon, Maharlika, player characters, allies, comrades, drone. Yeah. Damage, and then frame. You may also notice this a lot. You kind of see right over here, these gigantic spaces between things. All the text is justified, and the justification is bad. It's some heavy justification, and some of it looks really bad, and it's only going to get worse. But yeah, this it's it's techno-mystic feudalism. Don't worry. Look at the Lacane, Lambat. Don't worry. Bellete, Luz Bell, Dawada, Archipelago, Xeno Being, Salapi, which is different. Gahum, very different from everything. Dawanate. All you really need to know is the Dawanate is nanomachine, son. Gahum is the foundation of reality, otherwise known as magic engine juice. Salapi's just money. Digitized nanomachines. That's what it is. This is Archipelago. A-R-K-I, Pelago. Archipelago, of course. The Dawada are pretty much AI. They are AI nature gods, because that's not horrifying. Luz Bell, which are like magic metal. It's just magic metal. Don't about it. Evil. That's something I've. We're just gonna say it's Filipino. Like, this is what I say. Like, it's legitimately just Filipinos in space. I could be like, oh man, I want to learn more about the Philippines, but it's not the Philippines. I think this is the issue I have mostly with Maharlika. It's not the Philippines. It's Space Philippines. And the Space Philippines, if I can't pronounce these very well, I'm going to be kind of hard to get into it. The framework, Balalangkas, framework in Filipino, Langkas is the frame of every mecha, as well as one that defines its primary GOM system. Frames. So it's a frame. This is what this means. It's a framework called a frame, not a Balalangkas. Because I get it's in fucking Tagalong. Like, I think one of the things, and I actually asked this question on my Discord. I asked this question. Would it be okay if you speak another language to add in words of that language when there is a very easy English counterpart, but you're writing the book in English? Like, some things just don't have like a good one, like a Datu. Okay, Datu. There's no good, like a really good way to replace that. Like, yeah, okay, it gives a little bit more flavor. You know, you're dealing with the Datu. Oh, damn, we don't want to deal with a Datu. Those guys are fucked. The Lacanate. Okay, it's the Lacanate. Okay. There's not really a really good word for it. But then you get things like Balankas. This is just a frame. Mancono. Like, okay. Like you get these, like, kind of larger ones that, like, cool. I don't really care. Neat. Like, you start losing a little. It lost me a little bit at some points, because I'm like, I just don't care. I do not care enough about the Philippines to, like, really learn about this. And it might be like, well, that's, yeah, you're just racist. I mean, like, maybe I am, but, like, I'm reading a mech game to learn mech games, not learn Filipino. Single session, preparation. Before joining mission, you must go through the preparation briefing. While preparing, you may choose one from the following: trade activities, buy a new Agamed, buy new equipment, ask for benefit, buy an asset. I would say this is the most refined version of Lancer I've seen so far. Because, make no mistake, Maharlika is Filipino Lancer. That's all this game is. Oh, but no, Pat, it's got so much more deeper. It's Filipino Lancer. You can say all you fucking want, it's Filipino fucking Lancer. And, like, I would love to say that it's, like, has a lot more going for it, but it really doesn't. It just doesn't. But we'll carry through, we'll carry on. One of the things it does do is that it just says fuck it to even the pretext that pilots mean anything. I do like the fact that it just says fuck it to the pretext that pilots mean anything. Doesn't really matter. You're Maharlika, you're Freeman. That's it. You do missions, or you do. After a mission is achieved, the mission objective, your sick cat with the mega corporation rises by 1, and your utang to that corporation goes down by 1. Achieve a mission's objective but cause unnecessary casualties, your sick cat might not rise, but your utang will also just lower, because this is debt. This is fame. Your debt to that goes down by 1. Your fame increases. Simple, right? Real simple. Yeah, utang with corporation that you helped. This is usually +1, but if a mission was long and hard, this can be trade. This is one of those weird things. Like, it's a very phase-based game. Lancer with a clear purpose. I'll make an argument against them. You'll get to why a little bit later. The trade thing, because this is a very regimented game. Overly regimented, I would say, in some aspects. You go to the trade phase. There are some very specific things you can have to do in the trade phase. These are what you can do. Start every session. Go here. For all your maintenance, add to mecha skills, buy new agment, Agimot, buy new equipment, expand your slots. Cool. Consort with the Catalonian. Oh, did you not know about undergo a chaining ritual or seek help from the Umla god? Clear all your Pugasopsy points, or clear half your Pog points. Remove all your Pog points. I don't speak Tagalog, people. Yeah, when I leap from a rooftop, when I strike with my blade, when I strive for completion of my project, roll 1d10, the same shit over and over again. Forward my links, because there's a link system. Maharlika bond over the relationship they have. Success, you reconnect with your humanity, your link rated raises by 1. Clear 3 points. Nothing new happens. Suerte. Failure, something went wrong. Something is wrong. You're losing your links. Links. Yeah, I also couldn't find the character sheet for this. This is, I think, is an old character sheet, but I did my best. Yeah, one of the players may want to reconcile. They can change the Brotherhood's contents. Still rating the link by normal. Oh no. Influence Sakat. Increase your fame and the debt of incurring more debt. You can +1 Sakat. Add 1 to your income. And more. Add parts and more. Oh no. Buying assets, because one of the stranger aspects of this is the balancing of of debt and fame. This is the balance of debt and fame. Fame is pretty much how much these guys like you. Does this faction like you? What you can do is you can incur debt from them to buy things. You have no money. You just take debt. You have a corporate credit card for all 4 of the major corporations. We can only work for the corporations. Remember, in the future, we only work for corps. Projects. Establish new traits, strengthen traits, ask for benefits. The fiesta phase, everybody. Have no fear, it's the fiesta time. Yeah, during the fiesta, the Maharlika attend social gathering with a Maganu, Maga 2, and maybe some Datu. The gathering can be a huge occasions, simple intimate drinking set. The thing is, you're randomly going to get a representative. You're pretty much going to roll 2d6. Let's see. Roll 2d6. We got 2. Let's see. We got a BA rep and a GHW rep. Those are our 2 reps. They want to help. They want to come in. All right. Gaming moment. So notice we don't have the BA in here. skip out. You don't want to do that. You get to do more trade activities. Oh boy. Show off. Oh, cool. Get a new mission. You can only get a mission from people who are at the fiesta. This is the reaction rolls. It's again a measure of the fame, glory, popularity, new thing, a measure of their material debt to the Datu of the megacorp as well as their emotional debt to them. If you go too high, pretty much what occurs here is like if your debt goes too high, if your corporate credit card goes too high over your fame, they're going to send someone to skullfuck you. And that person who's going to go skullfuck you is there to make sure that you come back, do a mission for them to lower your debt to them. And it's not fun. Nobody has fun. And we have finishing the mission, doing something pleasing, failing the mission objective, something hostile, moving to a megacorp, breaking megacorp to have to disobeying direct Lakana directives. Yeah, if you have 0 Sakawa with every megacorp, your Maharlika must work as an elfin. They are no longer free. Must play a new character. Like, this is what I mean by it gets kind of worse gradually. And you don't have any money or anything. Everything is just provided to you by the corpse. You know, once you equal to your thing, buy more resources from that megacorp with the funds. If you do that, subtract it from the cat. You will be hunted down by a collector from that megacorp during a mission. Collectors are expert Maharlika that pilot Neo-Gen Mecha. They are always ace-grade enemies, otherwise known as they are coming to fuck your face. If they defeat your Maharlika party, you will fail. Pretty simple. Alright, reaction roll. It's fucking 2d6. Roll reaction. Cool, that's it. Some of the, like, each of the megacorps have like a little bit different way of approaching things. And you got to follow what they are, depending on who's present and where people are. And if you're an SDK KLL party, you're going to be kind of doing some basic things. Make sure you do your fucking play. Make sure you keep with the true faith. But if you're at a Kamsa party, Fiesta, well, we're doing some names here. For y'all rolls, normal rolls, consequences, like. Generally, this is what I mean, like, you've completely ignored the pilot to the point where it doesn't matter anymore. This is pretty much the mechanics of the pilot. Just roll a d10 and something may happen. Now we get to the fun part, mechs. Fuck the rest of them, it's just mechs. Yeah. This is kind of the... I could go into like really in-depth with this, but I got really bored reading it. Not going to lie. I just really don't care about this. Like, again, my theory on... My feelings on... how do I want to word? I don't want to word this. My feelings on Lancer are the exact same as my feelings on Maharlika. I just don't really give a shit. Not my thing. Yeah. Using your mechanized weapon, the Arbiter must define victory conditions. Protect this. Define enemies for this. Escort civilian toward Y. These aren't real minis. These are just like mock-ups. They do look cool, even though, like, none of them are based properly. None of them are based. Yeah, encounters and rounds. Initiative, all side roll d20. This is the initiative. When I say, like, this is very, very Lancer, it's regimented to the point of absurdity. During the activation phase, take any activation phase. You can use any agament with the activation tag. Finishing ongoing effects. You can also take strides. Your strides equal to your speed or half your speed if you are prone. You gotta move your space. This is effectively your free movement. You're gonna need to do your free movement. It's very important. It's very useful. Stride. Action phase. These are the things you get to do. You get to do 2 actions. An attack. what you do. D20 plus this versus evade. You know that system earlier? You know this system? Where it was like this little D10, you know, success with consequence bullshit. This is no longer useful. Ignore the rest of this. This is useless. Talk about this instead. This is more useful. You need this, not that. Doesn't matter. What, did you really think any of this mattered? No, it's fucking laser. Why would it matter? It doesn't matter. Your pilot is a meat husk inside your giant robot. It doesn't matter what it does. All that matters is that it's the giant robot. That's why you're here. Attacking D20 plus attribute. Wowzers, I rolled a fucking 17. Woo! Are you having fun yet? Do offhand weapons, or as long as they are ready, box weapon can be used instead. As you can see, I have a two-hand, I have the Espadata Santi, giant fuck-off sword. Why did I choose this giant fuck-off sword? Because I thought it was cool. Because I wanted to hit somebody with a big ol' sword. I thought they were fun. Yeah, this is where you also get things like toughness. What toughness allows you to like mitigate damage 1-to-1. And everybody's got a little bit of toughness. For example, the Birmingham here has 7 toughness. Oh no, I've taken 6 damage. I can reduce my toughness by that amount to just ignore some damage. That's what it wants to do. But you can't really do that against spiritual warfare, which is slightly different. Spraying damage is very bad. Use one of your special systems. Boosto. You boosto. You gotta go real fucking fast, but you have to take the full move, which might put you in a bad position. Simple. All the rest of these, now they +1 Verte on their attack. Cool, bull rush, cool, grab, cool. I love this is a video game, cool. Quick repair, half your SD, stitching, cover half your SD, stunned and immobilized till your next activation phase. Cool. Upkeep. Want to do some reactions? You got 1 reaction a round. You pretty much, perform this following first, followed by a side that lost initiative. So you might say, hey, I'm going to activate my strides again. I'm going to do ready something for violence. End effect, anything that happens during that. That's it. That's really all I can say about the game. Because a vast majority of this game is shit you've already kind of seen like this before. Like, yeah, well, like, okay, that's fine. Statuses, yeah, we've kind of seen all of these before. Nothing too exciting here. The only other odd bit is the idea of reserve gum. Your ST is your health. What you want to do is your RG here. RG effectively allows you to stay upright. Would it be, would it have been bad? I think it would have been a lot better in that regard. But even if it's like, here's the thing, even if it's things like proper names, if it's like the Diwa, okay, that's fine. I understand that. Like, I'm now interested in what that's a very specific term. That's a very specific idea. You're talking about the, how do I want to work? What was the other one that I was kind of thinking about? There would be some, like, there's other terms and other words that are fine for it. It's just when you get into gameplay terms, you have to sit down and you close your eyes for a second and be like, this is what they're actually talking about. And it's not too bad. Like, there's some that are a little bit weird. And some, I think, are just different names for different names' sake. Like stability, or ST, is a measure of structural integrity, strength, and construction of your mecha. This is your health. This does lead to the RG system. The idea of RG is that you have, like, always this little backup of health things that you... We go up here to... You go up here to, say, like right here, spend RG, recover half your ST. Oh, do this. Like, you can spend these RG to actually do actions as well. As you kind of see over here, if I sit down, like Shield and Saint. Or like, Shield and Saint. One ally within reach during upkeep, mark with shield. Whenever they are attacked, consume shield charge. Cool. some of these actually had like some very important things to kind of note as well. It's just like, yeah, you have to spend RG for this. It's like a little magic resource. That's fine. Little magic resource is okay. But it is a little magic resource. And when you do go down, your Agimots, your actual ability to do things are going to get destroyed. And that sucks. And when you are dead, you are dead. To maintenance, dead mecha that suffers more kind of must roll and safety check. Yeah, there's a chance that you're going to explode and just everybody. You also get some things that are a little bit dramatic, such as this: if it fails, it explodes in a cascade of Gahom with the strength, force, and energy of a dying star, dealing 7 energy damage to all those within burst 2. Now, mind you, 7 energy damage is pretty bad, mind you. Don't get me wrong. 7 energy damage is pretty much the entirety of my health. And to some, it is the entirety of their health. You can also just walk away slightly and avoid the energy of a dying star by virtue of just around. I can simply ignore my dying star problems by simply not being there. Multomo. When the Multomo was half speed, cannot perform any actions. While the mecha is dead, it also receives ST from other sources. If it does, you board it again and use a revive action. Yeah, it's... Yeah, then you get some weird ones. Get ready for what I mean by weird formatting issues. I have no idea why this is the way that it is. Why this is centered and nothing else is. Maharlika's career begins once they've established a connection with the Dewata, turning it into their Kaliago. Or the Kalagio? Turning it into your brain case. Because in almost just natural fashion, in Ted Kaczynski's truest nightmare, Spirit AI exist, and they ride you around like a fucking pony. That's what the chaining ritual is all about. And if you are suffering from problems, your connection with them takes over, and they could possess you and kill you because they might be friendly now, but they also just hate you. They hate you existing. Yeah, divine god beings of nature. Mecha is now out of control, being piloted by a Dewata. D20 plus faith during your activation phase. Yeah, like, things are going insane, and you are slowly... It feels like this is a really weird... Like, this by itself could support an entire game. But they get really spooked by it, I think. Because it's like, yeah, cool, here's like the idea of like these people who are spiritually bound to these creatures, but they also really fucking hate you. They hate your existence and want to be free by using your body as a fucking puppet. But it's also Lancer. So it's like, oh, okay, come on, give me something a little bit to work with here. And then it's like, oh, yeah, 45 in. Yago, assemble your mecha. Yeah, a lot of this is just tables upon tables about places that I don't care about. That's the beautiful thing. I don't care about it because I'm just not really in it as much. Even down to things like, yeah, human weapons. You deal 2 damage or 1 damage. Cool, you did it. Armor. Here's some basic ideas of armor. Done. Here's some gear. Unfortunately, Emilio here, Dirty Best, he just rolled coke. Yeah, he just rolled fucking opium. He just gets gamer mode. Like he that's what he rolled randomly. Or a Peen 69 zip gun. Like these are like what it really boils down. Again, this is part of a different game. That's I think one of the major issues is like the pilots are so disconnected yet again from the idea. Like this is the only thing that I can be like, okay, cool. Like, we get a little bit of connection just because you have to be bound to these things, but like, I chose to go down with Precursor James, Bloodshed and War, a Violencer. And as a Violencer, you get to choose one of these little abilities to bring along with you. I chose the Tick Ticks drink. Once per round, if you hit one enemy, you can recover health. Ooh, Tick Ticks dream. Sounded funny. But you get 4 principles to work with. You don't get more, you get 4. Violencer, Ruler, Supporter, and Defender. And all of them have 5 little abilities. Like, I wish there were more abilities to work with. And like, I wish like they expanded this idea out a lot more outside of like the 3 or 4 pages it kind of gets. It's like, yeah, cool. You get some more traits for these things. You're building as a person. You're building this spiritual god entity inside your body. But then it's like, no, we have to talk about the mechs now. And what I mean by you got to talk about the mechs, you kind of even see how the way they're broken down, how the looks are looked. And you get very little points here to work with. At level 1, at starting level, you're going to end up with +2 effectively spread between both of these. Or spread between all of them. Actually, now you spread, no, it's +1 and 2 of them. And you don't really start seeing the major bonuses until you get 2 points in something. So you kind of got to wait a little bit until you start seeing those bigger abilities. And it's like, oh boy, D20 +1. Woo! I'm really gaming now. Yeah, right here. But you have to raise them as trade activities. Trade activities. There's like a dedicated action you have to do to build up your fucking mechs. It's like, okay, there's like, oh, here's all the lore. Cool. This is what I want to see. Here. Yeah. Health, Garum, your ability to evade. This is your armor class. Anytime anyone's attacking you, they're going to be doing an evade. Toughness, your ability to avoid armor. Resolve, spiritual warfare. Cool. As you can kind of see here. I am very like the KLL San Lazaro is actually pretty good at surviving things, but he's very slow. That's why I took the 7-star lower chassis. Agimot. In 4 Argyot. Oh god. Okay. You begin with 4 Agimots. 2 are from your frame with the Laconet, and 2 can be from anywhere else. And with 4 though. There's no license system or anything like that. I will say that. There's no license system, there's nothing like that. At any point you can get anything you need, as long as you have both the resources to get it and the money. And the kind of the need to get it. Hey, I want to buy something from KLL. You can spend it to get it. You got it. But each of these also have only a certain number of slots you can kind of slot these equipment into. It is very possible for you to fuck up and not take any attacking equipment. Take some attacking equipment, please. Take something to kill other people with. Just something, anything really. Good times. Yeah. So, these are the various tags. Each of the tags roughly speak about what you would think. You only use this argument part of the upkeep phase, missile phases, or it's a trap, it's a shield, it's it's accurate, things like that. Normally, what you have to do though is you have to ready things. Auxiliary, watching. There's a lot of stuff here, but this is what I mean. Like, this is the basic. The Laconet systems, the LS stuff, is something you can always get. Yeah, you can always get a Laconet system thing. Very cheap and very easy. You want to get a a Gaham Lantaka cannon, you get it right here. Hey, you want to get a revolver cannon? Right here. You want to get a mechanized Lakata cannon? Right here. Hey, auxiliary homing mounts? Fuck it. Do it. You can do it. You can get some new, movement ones, reaction ones, some basic support ones. But then we get to the frames. We get to learn about the corporations a little bit more. Generally speaking, military guys, weirdo fuckers, fucking farmers, technocrat shamans, science. Don't trust science. This is what I mean by, like, this is some, like, incredibly bootleg Lancer in some cases. It's just like, yeah, you even get to the point where, like, they look similar and, like, how everything is structured, how everything, like there comes a point where it's like, this is no longer, like, an homage or took inspiration from, like, this is just it. Like, yeah, here it is, like, even down to the fact, like, there's the equipment, like, again, like, here it all it is. And I will say, there's quite a lot of these. And one thing I do enjoy is that any particular one of these can be used anywhere else, if that makes sense. Like, you can really take one of these frames, for example, and apply it wherever you want it to go. Yeah, so kind of for example here, I used the, where was it? Yeah, like you kind of see like some of these ones, like technically, as long as you take two from, let's say I take one of these guys, the Pinuno. If I take two of these, I can take two other mods from anywhere else, and later on I can just slap in whatever I feel like. That's fairly simple to do. Like, that's easy, and I actually do enjoy that aspect quite a bit. However, KLL has the aesthetics. KLL looks amazing, like, great. I want to be a Saint Mech with a fucking revolver gun. Look at that thing. I chose to take the Espinada Santi. The Saint Sword, the Archangel Azkabar. Yeah, based. Yeah, want to take a Bonwa musket? Awesome. Matter eradicating. Yeah, I'm down. It's kind of silly. Like, I chose to take the KLL San Lazaro because I saw this. I'm like, hell yeah. This thing looks stupid. Yeah, like, these are kind of like more of a sporty mech. You can do the Damaso. Like, this thing looks ridiculous. I love it. I like the designs of the mechs. They do have some weight to them. They look a little janky, but I do like the way that they look. Not a huge fan of GHWs because they look they look like they're part of a different series, and maybe that's the point. Yeah, now you kind of see like, a vast majority of the rest of the book is this. And like, none of these are like really, I wouldn't say stand out, but you get some things like, we'll go down here. Yeah, the evil guys. These are the evil one. Why Chaos Science Gun. Perform spiritual warfare against an enemy within reach. On a hit, roll 1d3. You recover 3 ST, deal 3 frame damage. Cool. That's what you do. Protocol Chaos, live. Yeah, Comso. You know, you got the Comso, the Chaos Assassin. I don't know if you gotta get the gist of what these guys fucking do. The gun that changes space-time. Probability katanas. Yeah, this is, you can be stupid with, or the dumb ones. They're dumb. These are the dumb ones. Funny. Funny because they're, these are the weird alien ones. Like, when I say like a vast majority of these are very simple, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, hero cutter, bring them down, make sure they do not come home, they do not deserve home. On hit, deal 1 material damage and fire 4 until a successful safety system. Why is there a hero cutter knife apparently in this setting where this is just a common thing? Like, ah, man, make sure you get some hero cutters in there, man. Gotta make sure. spot where you like. They all look like part of the same setting, unlike Horus. Yeah, pretty much. Like, here's like the one thing that I would say, and like here's just some basic guide stuff and some basic enemies and stuff like that. Nothing too exciting in this area. Like, they are slightly different than Lancer in that regard. Like they are mostly different from Lancer because unlike Lancer, there's more of them and they have a lot more lore and bullshit behind them. That's why I said there's lore and bullshit behind them. Some more fucking lore. And this is just the Philippines, everybody. Infinite Mechanic, the Reality Smith. Oh boy, I do love planet creation. So, here's the thing with Maharlika. Here's the thing. We gotta talk about a little. Do I like this game? Not my cup of tea. Because I'm not a big fan of Lancer. That's the problem. Like, I do not care for Lancer. I don't care for Lancer because it doesn't really suit my desire. I don't much care for it. You can make an argument that this game, but like one other thing about Maharlika, that kind of like, I don't know, that doesn't activate my almonds very much, are two things. You have the idea. It's there. You are piloting Filipino spirit mechs. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. But then it's like, it's all part of corporations, and these things are relatively common because you're superheroes, but then it keeps going back and forth. With this, like, you're these awesome, amazing superheroes who are infinitely badass, cool, and totally unique with a god-killing death sword. And it's also like, you're part of a fucking system where nobody gives a shit about you because you're like just a random dude to them. What is it? And this is one of the issues I had with Karen Dune as well. Is Karen Dune likes to tell you one thing, say another thing, and then you read a section which says something completely fucking different. And it's like, what is the... I don't know, is this like... Again, you fool me once, maybe it's bad writing. Fool me twice, I'm thinking like... I want to work. Is this just like Filipino literature? Like, oh, well, we don't want to say that they're ultimate bad... Like, you're a normal guy, but also an ultimate badass who is impossible to beat, but also just... But there's also a bunch of normal ultimate badasses, but you're just ultimate badasser, but not. Like, is that just like part of Filipino literature? If so, man, that's not... Oh. Yeah. Like, I could understand the fact that, like, yeah, you're special. You're a Maharlika. You are these very unique individuals that are very unique and very, you know, you are a game changer. By virtue of being with others, you are a force multiplier. You are terrifying. People are scared of you because you pop in with a fucking KLL San Lorenzo and it's just like, born in the Philippines. That doesn't really sound as well. Like, you are just a terrifying entity. Or are you another dude? You're another dude, then like, why do half the equipment make it out to be like these like fucking super magic? You're not. Like, again, it's one of those weird things, like, you are a regular person, but you're also completely fucking alien. What are we? That's the one thing I didn't much, like, care for this. Like, I give Lancer one thing, is, like, at least they kind of, like, outright say, like, yeah, as a Lancer, you're not really that unique. Like, you're just a guy with a mech, pretty much. Like, that's your, like, thing. You have a mech, and you know how to pilot it. Here, it's like... Everything fits, but it's like, what do you want to fit? Do you want to be... Mecha is common enough that, like, this is a valid career path for people, where it's like, yeah, like, people will grow up and be like, or is it like, you are super unique? Because I kept getting, like, that opinion on both sides, which kind of took me out of the setting a little bit. And didn't help that most of it was in fucking Tagalog as well. Like, when I say that it is Filipino Lancer, I'm gonna be honest, Lancer looks nicer. Lancer does look nicer. For two reasons. One, there is clearly a lot of money poured into graphic design. Like, clearly people were paid good money, or clearly knew how to make things look as aesthetically pleasing as possible. Not even just the artwork, because again, I can't really judge things on art. It's just kind of like how things kind of flow together, how words look, and how writing is. Looks very uniform and very neat. Maharlika has like some weird justified text, because it's one fucking guy, probably. He's doing everything. So it's kind of hard to like judge in that regard. Do I like Maharlika? Not my cup of tea. Like, if you've played a lot of Lancer and you're like, I don't really like Lancer's lore very much because I think it's dumb, this isn't a bad alternative. Should it be 20 fucking bucks? You're gonna get pretty much, if you had to have an option between buy Lancer, buy Maharlika, buy Lancer, you're gonna get a shit ton more out of it. Oh no, Horus is kind of weird. Ban Horus. Don't talk about Horus. But like, you're going to get a lot more content out of one than the other. And it might be like, well, this is just a solo guy doing it. But it's like, this is your competition. This is what you have to realize. You have a full web app for everything. You have a lot more support on things like Roll20. You have a lot more support on things just about it. You have, the one fucking app they use for everything. I can't remember what it is. Like, you've got actually a lot of shit with. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying it's there. You don't have it with this, but it needs it because it was built off that back. That's where things get a little bit wonky. Maybe I'm just bitter and just didn't like once I kind of saw this, I was a little bit out of it. Yeah, I was very out of it, you could say, by this point. It didn't really spark anything in me. It wasn't like, oh boy, cool. I would say out of all of these games, the one that kind of like, I'm okay with this the most, is I did enjoy, like, I will say, Perrin's was a little bit jank, but I could see people really enjoying Perrin's Mecha. Because it's simple enough that you can kind of do a little bit with anything. But I would actually like to explore more of Tears of the Machine, this one. I would like to maybe explore this version a little bit more, not the version we got. But as a conclusion, mecha games are, unfortunately, fascinatingly enough, tied to many moving parts, and everybody's going to want something slightly different in them. Some people want these long, extravagant pieces of artwork. Some people want meaty, chunky, western, boom, 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 stompy mechs that fire a macro cannon the size of that fires fucking 40 millimeters. Some people want zippy mechs about the romance. Over the games we went to, we went over primarily Eastern design, but we went over some that you could easily transfer over to Western. I think one of the major issues with mech game, I kind of talked about this last time, is that, one, mechs are equipment, and equipment is only as interesting as the people who use them. You over-focus on the equipment, suddenly the characters kind of feel a little bit lacking. Happened with Maharlika, where the mechs clearly dominated everything, and I didn't really give a shit about the characters at all. On the alternative side, however, I also didn't really like Tears of the Machine that much because they didn't focus on the mechs at all. It's a fascinating genre, one that is really no right answer to it, but when it does work, it's really magical. Really fucking hard. Not a lot of games do it. My opinion on things. As we've been streaming for 6 hours, because I'm a masochist, I haven't eaten anything today either, so I'm very hungry. I'm going to make pancakes tonight. It will be very... you know what time it is, everybody, though. It's time for oh geez, that's not. Okay, let's saved project. Look everybody, it's Cogs. Oh, don't. Let's that's not it. I will check you later. But we're going to check out some gams. Let's do it. Let's projects on newest project, tabletop games. Let's fucking go. Okay, we're not. Off to a bad start. Off to a bad start, everybody. Off to a really bad start. Speaking about Lancer, NHPs, non-human persons, Legionnaire, supplement. This is someone making a literal Lancer game. My god, I love. This is what they did with Lancer. This is the best part. They just said, fuck it, you all figure it out. They don't even have to do any of the expansions anymore, and people will still pay them for it. It's great, I love it. 5e campaigns. STLs, it's STL War Surge. Okay, a universal miniature war game. Oh. Models by Wargame exclusive. Oh. That looks, yeah. That looks familiar. I've never seen that before. Like, I wonder if they could even get away with that by virtue of, like, that's just clearly a fucking space marine. Like, that's just a space marine. Okay, we're not gonna look at the. I'm feeling sad. Mommy Claus, Kuber Vasquez, Mommy Claus. Oh yeah, game. Gold Oblivion. Join the guild. Magic for hire. Dungeons and Co. Oh, it's my favorite game where we get to translate Japanese. Drinking and Dragons, Snow People, Carnivorous. Oh, look, it's a new Turnip 28 thing. Turnip 28, people got like trying to like, it's Turnip 28. You should totally do stuff with it. I'm like, I don't. Turnip 28 isn't one of those odd things that like I genuinely do not understand. React Arts of War. Let's see. Okay, it's a board game. Yeah, I'm getting it. Board game about traveling to locations to find objects and gear, but you have to do it in the okay, so it looks like you're trading off resources to buy other things to improve your ship, most likely. So everybody is kind of jockeying for positions and power. All right, understandable. Players, like, dear backers, Pandori-san, I'm planning to produce a small lot in this game. You investigate deep sea. With occasional trouble, board game cash, thrill and danger. Scores are pulled with tiles from a draft. Oh, he actually has an English version. Board tiles at victory points. Everything looks like to be its fleet. I started playing board games in earnest at the 2022 Spring Games Market. He literally started playing this. He's like, I've made the perfect game. Shine on, bro. Yeah, this is Turnip 28. I never really got Turnip. I always thought it looked. Board games. Eats. Let's see. Tabletop crime roleplay. All right. God, we can do this. Lock out. First. It's just. Oop. Knights of the Round. No. There's End. Wow, there's fuck all. A Year Without Cinder Claws. Oh, look, it's funny because it's Cinder Claw. Alps Flame, Hanwha, Simple Quest. Werewolves. Aboard Carnage for auto combat games. Really specific, but I understand. Dicey Tales. Cool. Dicey Tale. Game. Website. What are you doing? Control of the website. Okay. Oh, Pulp Adventure. Dicey Tales. Okay, so he's just making Dicey Tales into a full version of a game. That's kind of cool. Like it's going to be the exact same thing as Barbarians of Lemuria. It's just going to be probably its own thing. I'm okay with that. I like Barbarians of Lemuria. Shine on, Mecha. Stretch goals. That looks like a lot of cards. The Luke crew boss when it set this out, started shooting and died on the way out. Last thing the boss said before he died was that one of you must be a rat. So this isn't really a role-playing game, it's just a deck of cards. Oh. It's Ocean's 11. Not Ocean's 11, it's Reservoir Dogs. Oh, Bully Pulpit Games, I fucking see. Ugh. I don't like Bully. Yeah, I mean, I like Reservoir Dogs too. I don't really want to play it as a tabletop role-playing game though. That's the thing. Like I like Reservoir Dogs. I don't like Reservoir Dogs that much. Like there's really nothing here. Like wow, this is one of those things where it's like you look at it like, wow, this is awful. And I feel really sad. Oh, Tiny in the Tower. Oh wait, we got a new one. Okay, cool. Dice Adventure, Rebellion Unplugged? What the fuck are you doing? Complete RPG in a single magazine. 20-page adventure, fully illustrated character sheets. I'm not a huge fan. Like you're just the mice dice. Look, it's cheese dice. It's funny because it's cheese. Like, yeah, that's cool. It's cool. Underwater thriller. Real life encounters. 450 JPEGs. Oh boy. I do love JPEG. A game of combat and strategy with real content creators from TikTok as warriors. TikTok. Oh. Oh. Ow. Wow. Ooh. You know. Oh. Ooh. How about no? Like that looks. Oh, these look. What is. Oh man, I got some fucking guys from TikTok. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for in my game. Fucking TikTok. You don't have rights to print that. That's the Joker and Batman. Ugh. That's Joker and Batman. You can't click on that. 0.01 Grim Garden beta. What's Grim Garden? You gonna? Hi, my name is David. That's what is this? This is a Shutterstock image, my friend. That's not even like a. Gee, that's not even a beta. That's a 0.1. What is this? Why? Why do you exist? Like Ivy Underworld Adventure. Crimson Serious Grand Playman. Yeah, no, this has just been kind of a shit show. Oh, there's Esm's back. You like big eyes, small mouth, right, kids? Woo! Big eyes, small mouth. Woo! Light speed RPG. Interstellar Intrigue with 37 backers. 11 back. 11 days to go. Character classes. Oh, I'm seeing classes. Vehicles. That's neat. Aliens. Aliens are cool. Oh, we got some Ultimate Edition. Yeah, it looks like it's already a game. Freedom Drive the action, easy to play. That's real down, far down the list too. Chronicle Connect, solo journaling. Nope, we're not looking at that. You ever just look at something and you're like, wow, life is pointless. This is my feeling. Deck construction, Shadow Elf. Yeah, we're gonna probably bail on pretty soon. Yeah, we're gonna bail on this. There might be something artistic here, but I really bother with this. Yeah, this is yeah, this is a lot of them. I'm not really. Oh, upgrade deluxe strategy game. Okay, we're let's try Itch. And I might see something that is not going to be physically and emotionally painful to me. I'm ready. Are you ready? I think I'm ready. New and popular. The sticker game. What if we kissed? Plague-ridden hit shithole. Orkborg. Orkborg. It's all Morkborg. Going to sidetrack, dungeon with the dawdling. Out of date of vampire. Like, we're on the right one, right? Yeah, physical games. Paper minis. Oh boy. We got something wicked. Something wicked, like, looks neat. 3 to 5 players. Chill. I never heard of any of these games. That's kind of cool. Print on demand version. It's been doing. It's been doing the number. That's cool. That's neat. See, Wuso usually you can usually find all the shit on itch.io that makes me want to kill myself. Like, yeah, this is the only thing. This is the TTRPG. That's based on that stupid comic. A really dumb isekai comic. Like, really dumb. Really dumb. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really here. Remember when they were like, oh, we want to get itch.io to recognize us as real human beings. And we're gonna form a petition. I remember when that happened. I remember. Interestingly enough, what's the most popular? Like top sellers, top rated, top sellers, Black Holes apparently these two games have apparently been selling so well. They've outsold fucking Lancer currently. While amusing, yeah, like a new and popular, like, yeah, like triangle, like, yeah, I'm not really seeing anything too exciting here. All right, we'll cut it there. Godspeed and good luck. You know the rest. I'm going to go make dinner, even though I haven't had lunch or breakfast. God, I'm fucking starving. All right, I'll see you all later. Maybe a stream tomorrow, maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, Godspeed, good luck. You know the rest. Also, the books will be available.